Hey, welcome to the Isekai Audiobook. Glad to have you here. Just a little reminder, please support the authors who create this story. Without their creativity, none of this would be possible. And yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you never miss a new adventure.
Chapter 101, 101. Now that you know what this place is called, it doesn't mean that this place is lonely and isolated. In what we call the First Landing, humans and elves came together due to a phenomenon that affected the multiverse. This led to humans and other species coming here, but also, with that came magic and chaos. Among them came the elves from a certain dimension. But once that phenomenon was over, the elves couldn't go back, and though some elves had the power to traverse the multiverse, they refused to do so and considered this place their home. Mind you, what I am describing happened thousands of years ago. These elves established themselves here, and over time they taught humans how to do magic. But humans, being the wretched beings that we are, betrayed them and are responsible for driving them almost to extinction. And it didn't help that some elves who resided in their home world looked down upon them and considered them as slaves. Liam took a deep breath as he said this. The more Liam spoke, the more surprised the three enhanced beings were. Liam knew the deep story, and it could be said that his knowledge about history rivaled theirs. So how come his customs differed from theirs on such a drastic scale? But here comes the kicker. The elves of the other world are facing a disaster and thus need to relocate to a place where they can survive the disaster or do something to stop the disaster. Those specters you encountered are those same elves. And their name is called the Wild Hunt, Liam said. He didn't want to bring up the name of Siri here because Geralt was very protective of his daughter, and so was Yen. So it was better to skip the Siri part. And I am guessing that you two are the most powerful people of the continent, so they wanted to take you out, Natasha said, looking at Geralt and Yen. Yeah. Something like that, Geralt said. What is that phenomenon that affected this place? Barton asked. It's called the conjunction of spheres. Yeah, I know what you are thinking. What if our home is affected too by a situation like this, or was it affected before? The answer is yes and no, Liam said. Explain, Tony asked. Our home has its own version of the conjunction of spheres. It's just that instead of affecting the multiverse, which connects our home, it connects the 9 realms. So we are safe in that regard, Liam said. Phew. And here I thought I would have to fight monsters again, Barton said as he touched his bow. It was very surreal to him when he thought about it. From going undercover and undertaking missions that involved normal human beings to fighting monsters left and right. He wasn't sure if his children would ever believe him if he disclosed what he was fighting all this time. That included his wife too. Liam wasn't finished, though, as he looked at Geralt and the others and asked. I assume you have uncovered some of our origin from my words here. You don't belong to the continent and have arrived from a different world, Yennefer said outright. Bingo, Liam said. What? Geralt asked as he didn't understand what bingo meant. Sorry. I mean yes, you are right. We came here on our own accord to gain knowledge. By knowledge, I mean magic. All kinds of magic. And for that, I would need to consult the druids, sorcerers, and yes, those bastards of the Wild Hunt too. Though I don't think they would give us anything willingly, and I would have to search for them, Liam admitted. But from what I see, you have command over magic too, Yennefer said, looking at Tony. More knowledge is never a bad thing. Besides, it's a trial for us, Liam said. A trial? Geralt asked. Yes. You can think of it as a way to hone ourselves. We had been sent here to acquire knowledge so that we become more powerful. We have been given 15 years to complete the trial, and we will promptly leave after that, Liam said. This was, of course, part of the truth. I assume you don't believe those words of mine, and I won't blame you for that. Nor will I convince you to believe me, Liam said. And these mentors of yours sent you for this trial with tidbits of information about our continent? Vesemir asked. He was a bit unsettled, along with his companions too. They found it hard to believe that some people out there who had never lived here would know so much about them. Logic said that it was not possible because it would mean that the humans of another place had been looking at them from afar and refused to help them. But the powers and mannerisms this new group had shown had already defied logic. They don't know everything, and honestly speaking, before sending me in with my friends, they had spoken a lot, and I chose to forget the most part, Liam said with embarrassment. This was the truth, though. He loved The Witcher for sure and had read a bit about them, but the game had far more information, which he had long forgotten and only had some vague memories. Crones and druids were one of them, and the latter group's location was already forgotten by him. He would need the help of Geralt in this. Of course, in return, their group would help him too, as he had already decided to confront the Wild Hunt and steal their knowledge. This was his main quest, while his friends would help him establish a better order here, to the best of their abilities. The evaluation would be based on how much influence Liam was able to exert in this world. The more influence, the better the evaluation. Liam believed that it would mean that if they were able to topple kingdoms and establish a better order, that would mean they had established quite the influence. Chapter 102, 102. You are right, it's very hard to believe your words, Geralt said, though he didn't elaborate further. One could easily understand his skepticism. This didn't matter to the team, though. Since you know who the Wild Hunt is, I believe you have an idea of how powerful the Ain are, Yennefer said. Their trust could take a back seat at the moment. Yes, we do. We don't want to face them right now and build ourselves here, as we have some time, Liam said. Good. I have to leave now, as my own work awaits. I'll meet you soon, travelers. And Geralt, in this wartime, try not to be a hero and come back to me in one piece, Yennefer said as she got up and kissed Geralt, which earned a whistle from Barton. Geralt just rolled his eyes at that and watched Yennefer as she walked away. One could bet that, while walking away, Yennefer was giving Geralt quite the show of her ass, and that included the others too. Steve moved his head away, as did Natasha and Vesemir. While Tony and Barton didn't shy away at all, Liam just took a peek and decided to stop himself from idolizing her more. He had also seen her naked, though it was in animation. But here, it was reality, so he also felt a bit guilty. But Liam could also tell that there was some tension between him and Yen. After all, he had messed up a bit with Triss, though it wasn't his fault. Liam actually wanted to ask if she could help him with books related to magic, but she seemed quite in a hurry, and he was sure she would have refused. The group eventually made their way from Vizima to the Crossroads Inn. Vizima was a huge place and had its luxuries, so leaving this place made Tony and Barton a bit sad, but they soon accepted it. The travel was kind of an arduous journey too, as it took them 3 days to reach Velan. They slept under the open skies, and for the first time, Geralt and Vesemir were starting to believe that these humans might have come from a different plane altogether. The gears, the tents, the utensils, and their way of cooking were much different than theirs. On the way, Geralt caught some birds and even a boar to eat. Natasha, Liam, and Barton helped with cooking, and both of the Witchers swore they had never eaten something so delicious in their lives. Not even in the best inns of Novigrad or Oxenfort. These are the spices we use. If you want, you can take some recipes from us. The food we're making now is barely palatable since we don't have everything with us, Barton spoke with pride in his voice as he showed them his spices. Barton even allowed Geralt to use his bow, and Geralt could swear this bow could even take down a tree with a single hit from a normal arrow. And then came the whole tent ritual. The bedding they carried too was great, and Geralt could easily say that it rivaled his beloved bed in Kaer Morhen. The more they interacted, the more Geralt and Vesemir believed them. Vesemir was actually curious about Tony's armor, and Tony explained as much as possible. Though Vesemir could hardly understand what his armors or guns were, he could see how advanced these humans were. Soon, they reached a modest establishment that bore the marks of a land torn by war. The innkeeper, a grizzled man with a scar running down his cheek, greeted them cautiously. "What can I do for you lot?" the innkeeper asked. His accent seemed much better than the rest of the people, and he was certainly a literate person. "We're looking for Hendrik," Geralt said directly. "We were told he might have some useful information." "Hendrik, eh? You'll find him in Heatherton, about half a day's ride north. Though, I warn you, the place has seen better days." "What do you mean?" Steve asked. "Strange things happening up there. People say the skies froze over for a time, and the ground, it cracked like a dead man's skin. And the cold, it ain't natural. If Hendrik's alive, I'd be surprised." The group immediately knew what the innkeeper meant. The wild hunt. Geralt had also elaborated about the wild hunt since Liam had given them a description. Steve and the others felt bad for the elves of the continent for sure, but for the Ain-El, they felt disgust and hate. "Why is it that I encounter Nazis everywhere? First it was in Europe, then came Hydra, and now with another dimension altogether. Am I cursed to fight them all my life?" Steve asked. "Cap, you can always bail out, you know." "It's not our fight," Tony said. "That might be true, but if I come across them, I can't just turn a blind eye." "That's not how I see myself," Steve said. "Besides, if Liam here goes for their knowledge, I doubt we'll be far away from them." "We'll see when we have to face them, which we might not even have to," Liam said. If it was preferable, he would rather not face the wild hunt at all. He could get the knowledge of their magic through other ways too, and he could already think of a couple of ways. "Thanks for the information," Geralt said, tossing the innkeeper a few coins. When they arrived at Hendrik's village, it was as though the very life had been drained from the place. The air was unnaturally cold, the houses damaged and covered in frost, and the once thriving fields were reduced to patches of frozen dirt. Even the trees bore a thin layer of ice, their branches snapping under the weight. It didn't take long before they heard the familiar, guttural sounds of ghouls feasting, which they had been hearing occasionally on the road to Velan. Rounding the corner of a dilapidated house, they saw a man pinned against a wagon, fending off 3 ghouls with nothing but a broken pitchfork. Chapter 103, 103. "Help me. Please," the man screamed. Without hesitation, Liam dashed forward, drawing his sword. The ghouls had already smelled the presence of intruders and thus rushed towards them, or in this case, Liam, who was leading. One of the ghouls jumped towards Liam, but Liam was quick enough for his blade to slice through the sides of the ghoul. And not only did the ghoul get its guts spilled out, but a hellish fire burned through its insides and outsides. Liam was using the actual powers of his sword, the use of elemental energy that had been infused into it. Liam wasn't alone, though, as Geralt followed close behind, using Igni to engulf the others in flames. Steve's shield flew through the air, slamming into a ghoul's head and shattering it like glass. Barton and Natasha picked off the remaining creatures. "Thank you," the man gasped. They would have torn me apart." The man was very much distressed, and Geralt had to use signs to calm him down and ask about Hendrik, who by this point he was pretty sure had died. Inside Hendrik's home, the stench of death was overwhelming. As Geralt was using his Witcher senses to find clues, Tony spoke. "There is a hidden stairway here," Tony pointed out as he was wearing glasses. He didn't have Jarvis with him, but it didn't mean he didn't have access to high tech. Finding a false floorboard was quite easy, and Geralt, by that time, found the key to it too. One had to commend Hendrik. Even under extreme pain and torture, he didn't give up information to the wild hunt. Geralt searched the room, which was under the false floorboard, along with the others for better efficiency. Eventually, Liam found a ledger. "A record," Geralt replied, flipping through the pages. "Looks like he kept notes on his findings. Here, it mentions a young woman with ashen hair. Says she was seen in Novigrad, and at the Bloody Baron's estate." Geralt spoke out loud. "And I presume you are after her?" Steve asked. Geralt was silent for a second before nodding his head and then finally sighed as he thought it was time to come clean. "I had not been forthcoming to you. The reason that the wild hunt attacked us that night wasn't because we are some kind of powerful individuals. It is because of my daughter, Siri. She has abilities. An ability that the wild hunt desperately wants, Geralt said. And she has been missing? Natasha asked. Geralt nodded his head in sadness. He really did miss her a lot. Siri has the ability to traverse worlds, and the wild hunt needs her powers to survive the disaster, Geralt said. Ah. That must be tough, buddy, Tony said. Didn't Liam say that the elves also have the ability to traverse worlds? Steve asked. They did and, in fact, still do, but it is still limited. Unlike Siri, who not only has the power to traverse worlds but also holds immense power too. She has the elder blood running through her veins, Vesemir explained. Elder blood? Natasha and others were confused. Blood of the elves, Geralt stated. This made everyone freeze, except Liam, as he had already known. I wonder what it is like to be with the elves, Tony muttered. Yeah. I haven't even seen any elves. Wait, Liam, in that context, wouldn't Siri be your long-lost relative? Oh yeah. You do have an elf wife, Tony teased. Liam rolled his eyes at that. I don't have an elf wife. The elf is a wraith who is tied to me, Liam said. So a dead elf. Got it, Barton replied. Geralt and Vesemir were very much confused now. They hesitated to speak about Siri because of the taboo that surrounded her. Due to her elder blood, she had been hunted before too. Vilgefortz, the greatest sorcerer of their age, was after her elder blood to prolong his lifespan and gain her abilities. But it seemed the duo had thought too much because they understood from their response that they were more amused by someone shagging an elf somewhere. But what was it with the dead elf? Liam could see the confusion in their eyes and roughly explained. And their jaws were agape to the floor for the second time this week. So you can't use your abilities because this is a trial and you have been stripped of your power? Vesemir was still taking time to gulp down the explanation. It didn't make sense at all. Doesn't make sense, right? Barton asked. They both nodded their heads. Yeah. Me too. I will never let anyone have that much power over me, Natasha said. I have no other options. I am getting my abilities for rather cheap, and so I can't complain. And besides, these trials that I undertake make me better, Liam said. They're making you a machine. Which, let's be real, you kind of are, Natasha said. Barton's been using my bow, and all of you have benefited from my input. So I'd say the trials have been worth it, for everyone. If I hadn't gone through this, none of you would even be here together. Liam stated, as he felt he needed to defend his system. Though his life had been cruel recently, it wasn't that bad. And speaking of emotions, he himself didn't know why he didn't have them. He would have to figure it out himself in the long run. Oh, please. We're here because you were drowning yourself, and we couldn't stand by and let you do it. That, and you've got a missing limb. One day, I'm gonna find the guy who did this to you and rearrange his teeth, or worse, Tony said. He felt immensely guilty that he couldn't help Liam when he was fighting alone. Hell, he didn't even know that Liam was facing a devil. Liam might have swept it under the rugs, but none of them had forgotten their real mission. Bring Mephisto to his knees. He needed to be taught a lesson. The Witchers could see that the missing limb of Liam was a sore point for the team, but they didn't ask more. Chapter 104, 104. If the Wild Hunt is after him, it means they're looking for her, too. We need to move quickly, Geralt said, bringing them back to reality. So, what is the plan now? Steve asked. First, we go to the Bloody Baron. If Hendrik's information is accurate, we'll find more answers there. It's in Velen, and then we can visit the Crones, Geralt suggested, and everyone agreed, since they were already in Velen. The group reached the Bloody Baron's estate just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the crumbling stronghold. It looked beautiful. If not for the horrors of human beings and monsters, I would love to move here and spend the rest of my life here, Barton said. I would join you, I say, Steve added, as he too loved the nature here. After passing the guards who watched them warily, they reached the half-broken fortress. Geralt led the way, his reputation preceding him, while Liam and the others trailed close behind. Inside, the bloody Baron himself greeted them, a stout man with a gruff demeanor and eyes that betrayed years of pain. He leaned back in his chair, tankard in hand, and sized them up. Geralt of Rivia, the Baron began. And, an entourage? Didn't take you for the type to keep company. We're here for answers, Geralt replied curtly. About Siri. We know she was here. She was. But I don't give out information for free, especially not to strangers, the Baron said. He didn't know the relationship between Siri and Geralt, and since Geralt was a mercenary, there was no way he was giving any information for free. We didn't come here to barter, but we're willing to help if it gets us what we need. You look like a man with plenty of problems, Liam said. He knew the story of the Baron, an alcoholic and abusive husband, and also a man with a missing family. Thus, Liam didn't have time to waste here. Problems? You could say that. My wife, my daughter, my bloody estate, all cursed, one way or another. But if you want to know about the girl, there's something you could help with, the Baron said with a bitter laugh. The Baron led them to a shallow grave just outside the estate. The air was heavy with an unnatural chill, and the ground was disturbed, as if something had crawled its way out. This, the Baron said, is the source of my nightmares. A botchling, my wife and I lost a child years ago. It never received a proper burial, and now it haunts us. A botchling is a cursed being, born of improper burial rites. It's drawn to the bloodline it once belonged to, feeding on the energy of the living, Geralt explained to the rest, sending shivers down their spines. And how do we deal with it? Steve asked. He seemed a bit shaken as he held on to the sword at his hip. 2 ways, Geralt replied. We can kill it outright, which will end the curse but won't bring peace to the family. Or we can try to turn it into a lubberkin, a protective spirit, by performing a ritual and giving it a proper burial. Do what you have to, Witcher. I just want this nightmare to end, the Baron said, as by that point he didn't care. The group opted for the ritual. Liam assisted Geralt and the Baron in carrying the botchling, a grotesque, malformed creature, through the estate grounds while the others kept watch for any signs of danger. And they were not disappointed. They came face to face with the wraiths. The actual wraiths, for the first time. Thankfully, Geralt had expected that kind of attack and made multiple silver bombs, known as moon dust. Money was never a problem, so they asked some men living near the fortress to get the alchemical ingredients from the traders around to make moon dust. Moon dust was essential because it made wraiths vulnerable to physical attacks. So, we can now proclaim that we have exorcised ghosts, Barton said after he nailed the last wraith down with his medium-sized silver sword. This is one hell of a story to be told at a party, Tony said. And nobody will believe you, Liam replied. Meanwhile, the botchling writhed and screeched, its cries echoing through the night, but eventually, the ritual succeeded. The creature transformed into a glowing, ethereal figure, a lubberkin. It floated briefly before vanishing, leaving behind a sense of peace that hadn't been felt in the estate for years. The Baron, visibly shaken but grateful, kept his end of the bargain. Over drinks in the main hall, he recounted Ciri's time at the estate. She came here seeking shelter, he said. Didn't say much about herself, but she was running from something. Something powerful. She stayed a few days, helped one girl here with some trouble, then disappeared in the night. Left this behind. As the Baron was describing her heroics of taking down the basilisk and her presence here, a grotesque, cursed creature with bulging eyes and twisted limbs came from the side of the hall. Everyone was a bit taken aback at seeing that figure here. The Baron saw that everyone had questions about this being and explained how Uma, as they had named him, landed near their estate. Since it looked pitiful, the Baron and others took him in and gave him proper food and clothing. Liam knew who Uma was. "I want to take Uma with me," Liam offered. The Baron didn't understand why Liam was offering to take Uma with him, but since Liam had helped them, he didn't refuse. The only thing he asked was that they take proper care of Uma, as he didn't have anyone else in his life. Liam promised to do so. "Okay, spill it out. What is up with you taking Uma with us?" Natasha asked. "I am not babysitting this ugly being." "No offense," Tony surrendered. "This ugly thing is more beautiful than any of us," Liam retorted. "You are joking, right?" Steve said. Though he wasn't a bigot, that didn't mean he couldn't see beauty. Chapter 105, 105. / sprained my neck very badly. Sorry for the delay. I am not perfectly alright yet. The updates will be regular soon */ Because this is an ANL. Liam replied. This came as a bomb to everyone. You have got to joking now for sure. Geralt said. I can feel the power of an elf emanating from it. It is a curse that had made him look the way it is now. But I can wager easily that it is an ANL. Liam insisted. This made everyone silent. ANL meant that it was probably a part of the wild hunt, and if it was then Uma should be imprisoned and interrogated. Who cursed him? Steve asked. Liam just shrugged his shoulders, signifying he didn't know. I will take him with me and put him under observation. And also try to lift the curse on him in Kaer Morhen. Vesemir suggested. Geralt thought about it and accepted. The trail had almost run cold and Vesemir wasn't much of a help now. As the group prepared to depart, Vesemir carefully took Uma under his care. The deformed creature let out faint, pitiful sounds, but there was a flicker of something in its bulging eyes that unsettled them all. Liam placed a hand on Vesemir's shoulder, his tone measured but firm. Be cautious with him. If I'm right, lifting the curse might not just reveal his identity but also draw unwanted attention from forces we're not ready to face yet. Send word if you discover anything. We'll handle the rest from here. Geralt gave his old mentor an advice. With that, the group turned their attention to their next objective. The Crones of Crookback Bog. The air in the swamp was thick with moisture and the pungent stench of decay. Every step squelched through and the calls of unseen creatures echoed ominously. The group had landed in Crookback Bog, and their mood grew darker as they made their way deeper. After landing on the bog, they asked around and the more they asked about the witches of the bog, the more the blood boiled. Liam had forgotten how the nefarious the witches were, and though the locals didn't have a general idea of what was going on, the group figured it out themselves. Finally they met someone who had their location and gave them to Geralt after Tony threatened her with lightning attack as it blew her home away in one strike. She was supposed to be the speaker of the witches, so she held information about them. She gave a more detailed description than the rest of the group. She recounted the horrors of the Crones, the child sacrifices, the blood-drenched rituals, the lives destroyed in service to these monstrous beings. Why stay here, then? Barton asked, as he pointed his arrow towards her. Everyone could tell that Gran herself was living in horror. It's not by choice. They bind us to the land with curses. None of us can leave, and even if we tried, they'd find us. Gran burst into tears as she said that. Then it's time we broke their hold. Where can we find them? Steve clenched his teeth. Geralt was the only one who didn't have an expression in his face. He had seen and heard such worst cases all the time, and he had been living this kind of life for years now. Nothing new here. Gran pointed deeper into the swamp. You'll find their lair at the heart of the bog. But beware, the Crones are powerful, and their magic is dark. You'll need more than just steel to face them. Gran hoped that this group could take them down as she just saw how Tony was able to demolish her home with a wave of his hand. She really hoped to get away from this cursed land. When the group finally reached the witch's dwelling, it was a grotesque sight. There were small huts around made out of tree branches and leaves and even had a fencing made of them. But that was not the only ingredients used to make the huts. There were human bones, parts of bodies rotting and even heads of people on all sides of the dwelling. The more they saw, the more they were furious. The swamp was alive with the dark magic of the Crones, pulsing like a malignant heartbeat, and Liam was able to sense it, thanks to the rings. "This place reeks of death," Barton muttered. His bowstring taut as his sharp eyes scanned the shadows. "It's not just death," Liam said grimly. "It's centuries of cruelty. They've turned this entire bog into a feeding ground for their magic. Then let's end it," Steve said, and Tony stepped forward. He had long put on his armor. "All right, team. No holding back. These ladies aren't going to go quietly." As they closed in on the largest hut, a chanting abruptly stopped, that they had been hearing for quite some time. The swamp fell eerily silent, save for the faint sound of dripping water. Then, from the shadows, 3 figures emerged. The Crones, Wispis, Weavis, and Bruis, were a terrifying sight to behold. Wispis, tall and gaunt, her face half hidden beneath a tangle of dark hair and rags. Weavis, hunched and clawed, carried a bundle of what looked like living thread. Bruis, larger and more grotesque, had the sickly sheen of blood dripping from her hands, with bulging eyes. Well, what do we have here?" Bruis sneered. "Intruders? Or sacrifices?" "Neither," Geralt said coldly. "We are here to take your filthy lives and also your knowledge." "Brave," Wispis hissed. "Foolish, but brave. You think you can take us on?" Weavis cackled. "Your steel will rust, your flesh will rot, and your souls will feed the swamp. Many have tried for centuries and all have failed." Without warning, Bruis waved her hand, and the blood coating the floor surged to life, forming crimson tendrils that lashed toward the group. Steve leapt forward, raising his shield to block the attack, but the tendrils sizzled as they tried to drain energy from the metal. "Get off the ground!" Geralt shouted. "She's manipulating the blood, don't let it touch you." Chapter 106, 106. Liam vaulted onto a nearby rock, his enhanced strength allowing him to clear the rising tendrils with ease. He gritted his teeth as he prepared to charge Bruis, but Wispis intercepted him, her claws slicing through the air. Liam blocked her attacks with his dominion. Meanwhile, Weavis unleashed her power, her body disintegrating into a flock of crows that swirled around Tony and Barton, pecking and clawing. Barton fired explosive arrows into the swarm, scattering the crows temporarily, but they quickly reformed. "All right, enough with the Hitchcock routine." Tony's javelin flared to life as he unleashed a pulse of energy, the blast sending the crows reeling. Tony didn't stop there and went on a rampage as he sent multiple attacks of fire, ice and lightning. Geralt and Steve faced Bruis together. The witch summoned another wave of wooden tendrils, but Steve hurled his shield at her, breaking her focus. Geralt used the opening to lunge forward, his silver sword carving a deep gash across her chest. Bruis howled in rage, swinging her massive arm at Geralt, but Steve intercepted with his shield, deflecting the blow. Seizing the moment, Geralt tossed his sword to Steve. The captain caught it in one hand, driving it into Bruis's gut, then kicked her back towards Geralt, who caught his sword midair and slashed across her throat in one fluid motion. "Why didn't you use your own sword?" Geralt asked. "I am not a swordsman." Steve huffed as he said that. Meanwhile, Liam struggled against Wispis, her speed making her a difficult opponent. She danced around him, slashing at his exposed side, forcing him to rely on sheer reflexes. She whispered curses under her breath, causing his vision to blur momentarily. Just as she was about to land a lethal blow, Steve leapt in, bashing her with his shield, sending her skidding across the swamp floor. "Don't mention it," Steve said. Celebrimber's style of rings were meant for longevity and manipulation of emotions, but they weren't meant for bodily strength and power. In fact, the current Liam was less powerful than Steve in terms of strength. Liam could get more strength by manipulating his own emotions or feeding from the emotions of others, but he didn't like this manipulation. Anything related to emotions was a no-no for Liam, and thus he had handicapped himself in a way. He missed having the power. Liam could only nod at Steve at the end. On the other side, Weavis's crows shrieked in fury as Tony and Barton continued their assault. Finally, Barton fired an arrow coated in a specially crafted oil Geralt had given him earlier. The explosion of silver particles disrupted Weavis's form, forcing her to materialize. The moment she solidified, Tony sent a concentrated energy blast straight at her chest, reducing her to smoldering remains. Geralt and Steve executed their final strike against Brewis, driving their weapons deep into her form. She let out a guttural scream before collapsing into the cursed ground. Wispis, realizing she was outmatched, let out a piercing wail and dissolved into mist, retreating into the depths of the swamp. The group stood in the aftermath, breathing heavily as the oppressive magic of the Crones began to fade. "Two down," Geralt muttered, wiping blood from his blade. "But one got away." "She won't get far," Liam said. "We need her alive." They didn't separate and just went to the direction she had run off to. Geralt and Tony handled the tracking as technology and witcher senses of the two took over. "You are a good tracker," Geralt complimented. "And you have surprised me," Tony admitted. He had looked down upon the people here, but he needed to change his views, it seemed. It didn't take long to track the last crone. She was hiding among the large branches of a tree deep in the swamp. The moment Barton had eyes on her, he fired an arrow into her leg, crippling her next escape. This made her fall from the high branch, and by that time everyone had surrounded her. They dragged her back to the place where her two sisters had been murdered. "Where are your books?" Liam demanded. "You think I will tell you? We should have drunk the blood of the girl with the elder blood when we had the chance. Then we wouldn't have been bound by this cursed place." Wispis screamed as Liam inserted both of his swords on her abdomen. This brought a silence among everyone as they looked at Geralt. Something snapped in Geralt at those words. Without hesitation, he drew a dagger and pressed it to her skin. "What did you just say?" "You heard me. You filthy humans. Don't touch me." She screamed in pain but spoke through the gritted teeth. "Where is she? We should have killed the moment we saw her. She was injured. We could have had our freedom." "I said, where is she? What have you done to her?" Geralt's voice was raspy now. "She tried to attack us. That dumb bitch thought she can kill us. Ha! She fled with tails behind her legs." Geralt, in anger, cut her fingers. Wispis screamed, but she continued on the mumblings of what she could do to Siri. The more she screamed, the more she cursed, but she refused to speak of the books. The only regret she voiced was not having consumed Siri's blood. Enraged, Geralt drove his blade deeper, twisting it mercilessly. Wispis choked out one final curse before her body went limp, lifeless. The swamp fell into silence again, but this time the silence didn't bring about any creepy feeling that they had been sensing all this time. It was as if the swamp now was suddenly free of the curse. Liam, though was unable to do any kind of magic, could feel the chaos magic receding away. It was a very weird feeling for Liam, but he was glad he could sense it. This meant that he could do magic. "I am sorry that I let my emotions get the better of me," Geralt said. Chapter 107, 107. "I am surprised that you even have emotions," Natasha said, as by now everyone got a general idea of how Geralt was. "Right, we need to search this place for the books." Steve didn't want to blame Geralt as he could see how Siri riled him up. It was the most emotional they had ever seen him. Even Liam didn't expect Geralt to react that way. He was the most calm-minded person Liam had ever come across, and even in the game, Geralt never reacted that way. Butterfly effect really did have miraculous changes. Soon the group spread out, searching through the crumbling huts for anything of value. The remnants of the Crones' twisted domain were as grotesque inside as they were outside. Rotten wooden shelves, decrepit tables covered in dried blood, and strange symbols etched into the walls. Gerald rummaged through one of the larger huts, pulling aside tattered cloth and overturned furniture. He flipped open a few books filled with indecipherable symbols and discarded them. He was doing more hard work than ever, because he felt guilty for killing the last crone. And his witcher senses actually paid off. He reached a heavy, dust-covered tome bound in leather. He flipped through the pages, his eyes narrowing as he read the faded inscriptions. This might be something, he muttered, showing it to Liam. The younger man took the book, scanning the old elvish writings carefully. The elvish writings made Liam's eyes shine. Not because it contained vast information, but he could read them. There were very few elvish writings in the world of Norse mythology which didn't match with his knowledge of elves, but Celebrimber's knowledge came into full swing when it came to the magic of this world. He was surprised that these elves who shouldn't have any resemblance with each other, had the same words around. Did that mean somewhere, the world of Lord of the Rings was connected to Ainel? Yeah, this isn't ordinary magic. It's a mixture of curses and alchemical enchantments, Liam said. He was kind of disgusted by what he was reading. The curses written here was dark in nature. All of them involved killings, parts of body and sometimes full humans as sacrifices, bleeding young children and even servitude. Liam proceeded to burn them instantly. Meanwhile, Tony and Barton searched another hut, sifting through bones, broken glass, and rusted chains. Natasha found a chest hidden beneath a pile of rags, pried it open, and found a collection of scrolls. She handed them over to Liam, who proceeded to burn them again. The magic written here was how to turn themselves into various birds, and each chant had requisites that riled up Liam more. Steve found a set of small, metallic objects in a corner, charms likely used for dark rituals. He glanced at them warily before tossing them aside. No use keeping cursed trinkets. It didn't need Steve to be well versed with Elvish to know these are just bad. I need to go after the witch mentioned in the spy's notes. If she had any dealings with the Crones, she might have more information or something even more useful. Liam lied. He knew who the witch was and she didn't have any deals with the Crones. But she was another lead that could help Liam in his thirst for knowledge. You're sure about this? Gerald looked up from the book he had been skimming through, his yellow eyes narrowing slightly. It's the best course of action. We need to cover more ground, and if this witch has anything useful, we can't afford to ignore it. Liam nodded. Then I'll be heading to Novigrad. There are leads on Siri there, and I need to follow up on them. Gerald said. Steve, Natasha, I want you two to go with Gerald. Liam turned to the two. Why would we do that? Have you forgotten our mission for the trial? Liam asked. This made them stiff. While getting engaged with Siri and Liam's book hunting, they had forgotten their main mission for a brief moment. Their main mission was influencing this world and bring changes to this realm. Splitting up isn't still the best idea. Steve frowned. Agreed, Natasha said. We're strongest together. I know. But if we all stick together, we'll waste time traveling back and forth. Our mission isn't just about Siri, it's about understanding the power in this world, the forces at play, and how we can influence them. Liam folded his hands as he said that. Wouldn't mind the extra hands. Gerald said. Though he didn't exactly understand what their mission was, he didn't have the curiosity to ask. They would reveal themselves if they stayed together anyways. You two should go to Oxenfort. Liam turned to Tony and Barton. Oxenfort? A university town. Doesn't exactly scream Avengers playground. Tony raised his brow. It's a center of knowledge, Liam explained. The university has scholars, mages, and researchers. If we can establish influence here, that place is a great start. Liam said. So you want us to go be professors or something? Barton asked. He had seen the way of living in Vizima. He himself would pass on a professor if he played his cards perfectly. More like benefactors. Get close to the right people, earn their trust, and we'll have an entire institution under our feet. Liam said. Gerald raised an eyebrow when Liam said that, especially because he had studied himself in Oxenfort when he was young and they were quite knowledgeable. How do they want to influence in university, he thought. Alright, I'll admit it's not the worst idea. Tony crossed his arms. I still don't like this. Natasha shook her head. Neither do I, but our mission won't succeed if we stay in one place. We regroup in Novigrad when we're done. Liam said. Alright. But if anything goes wrong, we regroup early. No exceptions. Steve said. How will you know where to meet? Gerald asked. It was then Tony brought out black-colored long cuboids with a black stick attached to one of the edge. This thing had uneven finishes which seemed to be made deliberately and they didn't even look metallic. All in all, it looked like a work of art. Something which he hadn't seen before. Chapter 108, 108. If Tony and the others had ever heard Gerald's thoughts on their special radio device, they would have laughed at them. Thankfully, Gerald was a man of very few words and didn't voice his opinion. Before we go our separate ways, let's make sure we can still talk to each other. This, Tony said, is a long-distance radio. It'll let us communicate no matter where we are. Though I feel like magic might hinder it somewhere, from what I can see. What? How does it work? Gerald frowned as he examined the small contraption. Think of it like a magical communication device, but instead of relying on magic, it uses radio waves. We can talk in real time even if we're miles apart. Steve was eager to explain because, at the end of the day, he felt he was finally ahead of the current times. So, like how sorceresses communicate over long distances? Gerald asked. Pretty much. Just a lot less flashy, no need for portals or weird magical headaches, Liam replied, knowing how much Gerald hated portals. If it works, I won't complain. Gerald let out a small chuckle. Alright, if we're doing this, let's make sure we stick to our plans. If anything goes wrong, we regroup, Steve said. Now, let's get to work and change the world, one city at a time, Tony said as he tossed the radio to each of them. Everyone soon bade their farewells, each one taking a different route. Being in Vizima, they had bought a map of the world, and thus everyone knew where they were headed. Liam was close to the place where Kira lived, and thus, it only took him a day's journey to reach the small village where Kira had disguised herself as a herbalist. The herbalist was someone Gerald had relations with. She could be called a friend with benefits in modern times if Liam wanted to explain the relationship between him and Kira. In fact, in the game, they had a romantic scene, and depending on how Gerald chose, he might have to kill her or let her find peace and continue to hide until he had taken care of Radovid V. Basically, the war that was going on was between Nilfgaard and the Northern Kingdoms together, and Radovid was the one representing the Northern Kingdoms, or at least, that was the status quo. It was more complicated since there were several Northern Kingdoms, and Nilfgaard wanted nothing more than to bring everyone under their rule. Thus, the Northern Kingdoms were more united than before. Radovid V was known for his hatred of witches, and he even had a personal vendetta against the head of the Lodge of Sorceresses, Philippa. And in the end, Kira was someone who had been an advisor to Temeria, one of the Northern Kingdoms, and she was being hunted down. After King Foltest was assassinated, she had run for her life. And Velan was the territory of Nilfgaard, and even then, she was in hiding. She has quite the temper. I need to be careful, Liam thought to himself as he approached the cottage after asking for her location. He could feel the lingering traces of magic in the air. It wasn't overwhelming like the chaotic energy he'd sensed in battle against the Crones, but a controlled, refined aura, one belonging to a skilled sorceress. He knocked on the wooden door and waited, keeping his posture non-threatening. Since Kira Metz was in hiding, she'd be wary of strangers. After a moment, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of sharp blue eyes peering through the gap. "Herbs or potions?" the woman asked. "I am not giving anything without payment up front." In response, Liam threw her a pouch filled with coins. She caught it easily and checked inside. "What can I do for you?" Kira asked with a more welcoming tone this time. Being a sorceress was always a costly job. "I have been sent here by Gerald to find out information," Liam replied. He couldn't just ask for books, he needed to show that he was her friend first. "Gerald? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. How do you know him? And how did you find me?" Kira asked, not hiding the fact that she didn't trust Liam, who had just appeared out of nowhere and knew her location. "There was a spy of Nilfgaard who had been keeping an eye on you," Liam replied. "Had?" Kira asked. "He was killed by the Wild Hunt," Liam replied casually, but it sent a chill down Kira's spine. "What does the Wild Hunt want from me?" Kira asked. "They don't want anything from you. They want something from the girl Gerald is searching for, and that's also one of the reasons I came here. The spy had notes about you meeting her, and thus, I came here," Liam stated the truth. Kira went silent after that as she started to think about whether she was being spied on. "You haven't answered how you know Gerald," Kira asked after some contemplation. "Well, I helped him solve some problems and also in his quest to find the missing girl," Liam replied. "Must be quite important to Gerald if he has been searching for her." "Let me guess, Yennefer of Vengerberg?" Kira asked in a mocking tone, but if one paid close attention, one could sense a bit of jealousy somewhere in her words. "No. It's Siri," Liam replied in a plain tone. This made Kira's eyes widen. When Liam first showed up, she didn't trust him at all and was ready to incinerate him into oblivion, but once the name of Siri came out, she knew that Liam knew Gerald well. She might not have been around Gerald a lot, but she knew that Siri was the daughter of Gerald. And since Gerald had told Liam about Siri, that meant he could be trusted, or at least, this guy wouldn't want to kill her. Chapter 109, 109. "I don't trust you yet, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I can tell you that I don't have any recent connections with Siri," Kira said. "You sure about that? No connections with any ashen-haired girl?" "No. But I was approached by a proper elven mage to keep a lookout for her, and if she ever showed up, I was to take her to the nearby elven ruins." "You know what? He didn't even keep his promise," Kira said. Liam knew what she was talking about, the same Ain El who was now in Kaer Morhen. Sometimes, Liam felt he should just transform Uma and be done with the running around. But if he did that, he would have to explain many things, and he needed to gain the trust of the elven mage. He needed a teacher. And who would be better than the topmost elven mage? "We can visit the said ruins and ask him," Liam said. "Don't you think we should call Gerald for this?" Kira asked. "He is in Novigrad, and it will take him time to reach here. Better we look for her, and if we find any clues or Siri, we can inform him," Liam assured her. She contemplated for a moment and then said, "If we find her, I need coins." This put a smile on Liam's face. He gave her another pouch without any second thoughts, and Kira caught it again. "I am starting to think that I should kill and bury you and take all your crowns," Kira laughed as she said that. "You can try, but did you ever notice where I brought the crowns from?" "I am sure you didn't see a pouch hanging around my waist," Liam replied with the same smile that Kira was giving him. This made Kira silent and finally a bit more on guard. All this time, she had thought Liam was a handicapped man, an errand boy of Gerald, or even a sponsor of Gerald, but now that he pointed it out, she knew that this boy was anything but normal. "I never caught your name," Kira said. "Liam Woodsworth." "Kira Metz, nice to meet you." The duo didn't leave immediately as Kira proceeded to arrange the things in her small hut while Liam just looked at the ingredients, herbs, and other odd things that she had hoarded during her time here. After her work was done, they left for the elven ruins. Soon, they found themselves at the entrance. When they said it was ruins, they meant the place was damaged beyond reason. Nothing was left, and whatever structure had once stood here was destroyed beyond recognition. But one could also see how powerful the elves were in the past. Because even now, the humans couldn't build such beautifully destroyed pillars in the current world. Maybe on the native world of the MCU, but definitely not here. Kira led the way through the narrow stone corridors of the elven ruins, and in order to illuminate the path, she used a small magical light bulb that attached to her. It was something like Lumos from Harry Potter but was attached to her dress. Liam followed closely, vigilant as he knew what was coming next. The air was thick with dampness, and magic still lingered in the walls. As they descended deeper into the ruins, a guttural growl echoed through the chamber ahead. Liam immediately recognized the sound. Drowners. From the shadows, 3 drowners emerged, their slimy blue skin glistening under the light. Kira raised a hand, unleashing a blast of magic that sent one flying backward. Liam, meanwhile, dodged another swipe and brought his blade down in a clean arc, severing its head. The 3rd drowner lunged at Kira, but she conjured a force field just in time. Liam seized the opportunity and rammed his sword through the creature's chest, electrocuting it. With a gurgling screech, it collapsed. Kira hadn't expected Liam to be handy too. She could see that Liam had conjured this magical sword out of thin air, which again surprised her and also made her realize that this young man was anything but simple. The sheer strength one needed to cleave the head off a drowner and resist the chaos magic around was not something a normal human being could ever do. Nice sword, Kira said as she saw small sparks on the blade. Thanks. I made it myself, and 2 young dwarfs helped me upgrade it, Liam replied. You made it? Kira was surprised. It's hard to understand, seeing how handicapped I am, but once, I had a hand too, Liam replied. And whom did you donate your pretty hand to? Kira asked. The Lord of a Hell Dimension, Liam replied through gritted teeth. Kira didn't ask more, as she could feel the anger in Liam. But she also felt that the guy was abnormal, like a witcher, not having any feelings for the most part. Meanwhile, the ruins had gone eerily silent. A deep, guttural croak rumbled through the air. Then, from a crumbling archway, a massive figure crawled out, a water hag. Covered in moss and filth, the hag cackled, revealing rows of jagged teeth. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled a glob of corrosive muck toward them. Liam barely managed to dodge, but where it landed, the stone sizzled and melted away. The bitch's not playing around, Liam growled. He didn't waste a minute and pulled out an armor. The armor stepped forward and opened from behind, and Liam instantly inserted himself. In an instant, the suit responded. Segmented plates of sleek, black and green armor locked into place over his body, enhanced servos humming with power. This was Tony's upgraded version of the Interceptor Javelin, designed for speed, agility, and resilience beyond anything Liam had used before. To dangers and also treasures. Liam said. Kira nodded and then Liam proceeded to translate 5 more spells for her, which made her very happy. Since it was night, she asked him to stay with her since she would be the teacher and Liam happily obliged to be the student and also be with such a beautiful lady. Having an eye candy always works. They had quite the dinner together where she spoke of magic and Liam spoke of what he had learnt from his teacher. It was mostly on the elder speech. And tactfully both of them avoided to speak about their past. Though Liam didn't need one as he knew the story of hers and even the future of how it ended with her being a couple with Lambert. The next day. Before we begin, I need to see how much potential you actually have. You're testing me? Liam asked. Of course, Kira replied with a smirk. Not everyone has an affinity for magic. Some people can barely manipulate a spark, while others can shape the elements with ease. You should have a good affinity since you say that you have made that sword of yours, but I still need to check. Come on. Outside. Liam followed her into the clearing behind the hut. Kira reached into her satchel and pulled out a small crystal. This is a chaos resonance crystal, she explained. It reacts to the latent magical energy within a person. If you have an affinity for magic, it will glow. The stronger your affinity, the brighter the glow. She tossed the crystal to Liam. Hold it in your palm and focus. Liam caught the crystal and closed his fingers around it. At first, nothing happened. Then, a pulse of warmth spread through his hand. The glow brightened, from a soft blue to an intense white. What? Kira's eyes widened. The crystal didn't just glow, it shone like a miniature sun. The wind picked up, swirling around them. The crystal vibrated in his grip before cracks appeared along its surface. Enough. Stop. Kira shouted, but it was already late. Liam opened his hand, and the crystal shattered into dust. Silence. That wasn't supposed to happen. Is that bad? Liam asked as he didn't understand what happened. He also felt guilty since alchemical things were precious here. I will pay for it. Bad? No. But I've never seen a reaction like that before. Not in any records, not in any teachings. You have the highest affinity I've ever seen. Kira said with excitement. That just means I can learn faster, right? You make it sound so simple. She sighed. Fine. Let's start with the basics. Magic is drawn from chaos. It's raw, unpredictable energy that exists in everything. But to wield it, you need balance. She held up her hand, summoning a small orb of blue light. If you take in too much chaos magic without control, it will consume you. That's why sorcerers learn to channel it slowly, maintaining balance within themselves. So it's not just about casting spells, it's about handling the magic inside you. Liam did as instructed. Now, she continued, focus on the energy around you. Feel the chaos within the air, the ground, even within yourself. At first, Liam felt nothing. Just the night breeze and the soft rustling of leaves. Then, slowly, something else stirred, like a current running through everything, an unseen force pressing against his skin. It wasn't just external, he could feel it inside him too, flowing like a second pulse. I can feel it, he murmured. Good, Kira said. Now, control it. Imagine drawing it in, but don't let it overwhelm you. Just a trickle, like a stream, not a flood. She was astonished that Liam was able to do it so fast, but then again she had never seen such a monstrosity before. But that infatuation of his affinity died down soon enough. For the next 15 days, Liam trained under Kira's strict guidance. Every day, they went through the fundamentals, drawing in chaos, controlling its flow, and attempting to manifest it outside his body. Yet, despite his overwhelming affinity for magic, something was wrong. No matter how much he practiced, the energy refused to take form beyond his skin. I don't get it, she muttered, watching him struggle. Your control is excellent. You can feel the chaos, absorb it, manipulate it internally, but the moment you try to push it outward, it just vanishes. Liam clenched his fists. He had mastered swordsmanship, archery and all kinds of combat abilities, even manipulate the Bifrost. But this? This was different. I feel the power moving inside me. But the second I try to actualize it, it's like it gets pulled back in. Chapter 113, 113. It's like something is keeping it locked inside you. Normally, if a mage has this much affinity, they can at least summon sparks or weak spells instinctively. But you? It's like there's a barrier. Kira after repeated observation made that judgment. Ah. Well. It's probably my fault for taking the easiest route after seeing your magical talent. We will start from the basics. Wait, wasn't that the basics? Liam was confused as he expected learning and understanding the first spells as the basics of magic learning. Kira in response rolled her eyes and walked inside the hut, while calling him back. The putrid stench of decay filled the air as Liam stood at the entrance of the spider nest. The pit ahead was lined with thick webbing. Liam exhaled, shaking off his frustration. If magic wouldn't bend to his will, then fine, he'd stick to what he knew best. Fighting. Liam was back inside the armor, but this time he had his swords in his hands. His fingers flexed over the hilt of his sword as the first Arachnid skittered into view. The massive Arachnid, its chitinous body covered in sickly green pustuled. It lunged, but Liam sidestepped and then using his blades to sever one of its front legs. The creature screeched in pain, recoiling, but Liam was already moving. He ducked under a wild strike, rolled to the side, and buried his sword deep into the creature's underbelly. The Arachnid convulsed before collapsing in a heap. A second one emerged, larger than the first. It spat a glob of acidic venom at him. Liam activated the air shield that simmered once the venom hit it. Then he dashed forward, flipping over the creature's back and slashing downward, cleaving off two of its legs in one fluid motion. One thing good about the armor and modeling was that, Tony had made it so that his other hand wouldn't be handicapped in whatever motion Liam meant to do with his other hand, the armor would do it. It was very responsive and allowed Liam to play to his strength. The Arachnid shrieked, stumbling. Liam capitalized and thus plunging his blade through its head. It twitched once, then went still. 2 down, 3 more to go and now he was facing 3 together. Seeing that he would be under quite the problem if he faced each of them together, he summoned a lightning attack that not only hurt the first Arachnid, but it got transferred to the other 2 at the same time. This made the Arachnid convulse and without any hindrance Liam proceeded to kill them brutally. Separating limbs and then cleaving their bodies. He breathed a bit after finishing the last one, stepping back to assess the carnage. The fight had been quick, brutal, just what he needed to clear his head. The frustration of being unable to use magic had gnawed at him for days. Killing these monsters gave him a sense of relief. Wiping his blade clean, Liam crouched beside the corpses and got to work. He extracted the venom sacs with careful precision, ensuring they remained intact. He gathered chunks of hardened chitin, the webbing, and even the eyes. Kira had been very specific about what she needed. Kira's eyes lit up as he dropped the things that he had brought. There were many items and thus had to put to the floor. "You actually did it," she said. "And without getting poisoned. Impressive. I am more efficient than you in killing monsters. So give me a little credit," Liam replied. "Fine, fine. Since you've proven you're not completely hopeless, we'll start your alchemy training properly," Kira said. "Properly?" Liam raised an eyebrow. "I may have underestimated the importance of building a foundation. I tried taking shortcuts because of your talent, but that clearly didn't work. So, we're starting from the basics." Kira coughed a bit when she said that, trying to hide the embarrassment. Liam didn't know the alchemy came first when it was the matter of magic. He thought magic was simple, but it might not be true. Maybe this was the reason that the sorcerers lived a long life. He was trying to cram years of knowledge within a few days. And that was how his grueling days of alchemy learning started. Liam sat at the wooden table. Kira placed several old tomes in front of him. The books were thick, and they smelled of herbs. Some were written in elder speech, while others were filled with diagrams of plants, minerals, and intricate potion formulas. "Alchemy," Kira began, pacing in front of him, "is the foundation of all advanced magic. Without alchemical knowledge, most sorcerers wouldn't even be able to maintain their bodies, let alone cast spells at a high level. Potions, elixirs, mutagens, they all stem from this science." She tapped one of the books. "Your first task is simple. Read these. All of them. All of them. There are at least a dozen books here." Liam wasn't happy at all. Reading was something that he had left long ago, and though he loved reading stories and history, he didn't have much love for knowledgeable books now. His time being a nurse in his previous life made him hate learning by the end of his course, because he realized that they never ended. If you can fight monsters, you can handle a little light reading. Kira smirked. Liam sighed but opened the first tome. He skimmed through the introduction, but before he could get too deep, his armor's AI-enhanced interface activated. A translucent display formed over his vision, scanning the pages as he read. Data appeared in real time, highlighting key concepts. Liam instantly became rejuvenated when he saw the armor helping while standing on the side. He hadn't thought of using the armor that way at all, and it was probably the previous command that Liam had provided that took effect and prompted the interceptor to act that way. It just made his work easier. Chapter 114, 114. You're already on the second chapter. Kira had returned after tending to her garden and noticed that Liam had proceeded to the next chapter. Armor's helping. It can scan the pages, process formulas, and even measure precise ingredient compositions, Liam said. That's cheating. Kira didn't like it at all. It's efficiency, Liam defended himself. She was silent for more than a couple of seconds. She wanted to stop Liam from taking shortcuts, but could she ever do that? He wasn't exactly cheating by taking help from others. He was taking help from a piece of metal made of magic and technology. It was cheating, but at the same time, not at all. Fine. But you still need to understand the fundamentals. Let's start with ingredient classification. Kira huffed a bit at the end. She pulled a bundle of dried herbs and several vials from a cabinet, placing them in front of Liam. Every alchemical ingredient falls into a category. Reagents can be broken down into primary and secondary effects. Primary effects are the most potent, while secondary ones may alter or enhance a potion's properties. This is celandine extract. Primary use: healing. Secondary effect: a mild detoxifier. That is what's written in the book, right? Now tell me what else is there. Liam picked up the vial, his armor immediately scanning its contents. A list of chemical properties flashed in the holographic projection. It also contains trace amounts of natural ethers, meaning it can be used as a catalyst in mutagenic potions. Yes, that's right. Kira could only sigh and move on. Now, on to preparation techniques. Different ingredients require different methods: grinding, distillation, infusion, or direct synthesis. Some are volatile and need to be stabilized, others need to be fermented for days. She handed him a mortar and pestle along with a handful of dried herbs. Start with the simple stuff. Crush these into a fine powder. Liam took the herbs and began grinding them down, using controlled pressure and strength. Though the armor had to hold the mortar since his other hand wasn't there. He felt very uneasy doing this, and Kira noticed his problem with his handicap and felt a bit bad but didn't speak a word. Everyone has a story, even herself, so the struggle always remained. It only differed in the nature of the struggle. As Liam worked, his armor provided precise feedback on how much force he was applying, ensuring he didn't overdo it. Not bad. Most students struggle with consistency, but you're maintaining an even texture. The suit's giving me feedback. Alright, then let's up the difficulty. Alchemy isn't just about crushing herbs. You need to understand how ingredients interact. Take these. Kira rolled her eyes as she could already see it on the projection. What she complimented was his control. Even with the feedback, most people failed in their alchemical progress, but Liam seemed just fine. She handed him a few vials, one containing venom extract from the Arachnid he had killed, another filled with a dark, viscous liquid. Mix them, but carefully. The wrong ratio, and you'll end up with an unstable compound, Kira said. He carefully poured the right amounts into a mixing flask, stirring with slow movements. You're making this look way too easy. But remember, these are basic ones. I would like to see what you do further, Kira said. Not my fault I have an advantage. But you are right. I will have to tackle the magic part too in the future, Liam admitted. Good that you know. And there's one thing your armor won't help with: intuition. Sometimes, alchemy isn't about calculations. It's about feeling the process. The best alchemists can sense when a potion is going wrong before they see it. Still, I have to admit, you're progressing at a ridiculous pace. It took me months to learn what you're picking up in hours. Liam smirked but said nothing. Fine. Since you're so efficient, let's move on to distillation, Kira sighed. And this will be more delicate than the previous process. Bring it on. Liam was happy with his progress now. In order to learn basic alchemy, it took Liam 3 months. At first, Liam thought it would be easy, but then it turned out that it wasn't. There were processes that took a lot of time, and Liam would make mistakes even with the help of Interceptor. But he also enjoyed his time with Kira. At the beginning, he was in a hurry, but gradually, he just let go of some of the burden and allowed himself to enjoy his progress. Since the hut was small, Liam had asked the locals to help them build a better home and also a better garden for her. Kira was very strict about it and definitely had OCD when the new garden was tilled. She supervised it all the time, and Liam actually felt bad for the men doing the job because she shouted at them and cursed them verbally. Liam sneakily gave each of them more crowns so that they didn't hold grudges. Kira noticed it but didn't say a word. She felt Liam was giving away money way too cheaply, and someday he would suffer for it because greed in people could never be stopped. Especially these worthless people who had nothing better going on in their lives. Meanwhile, the locals had seen Liam around and had accepted that either Liam was the son of the woman or was an apprentice. They had seen Liam tend to the garden quite often and also make alchemical mixtures once in a while. Unlike Kira, Liam interacted with them like equals, and thus, they were quite happy to help the local doctor's apprentice/son. Liam had also relayed his findings in Velan to Geralt, and he was sad to know that it was a dead end. But Geralt was also making progress in his search for Siri, as he was now in Novigrad, going to meet Dijkstra. Liam remembered the problem Triss would face. Thankfully, there was Steve and Natasha with Geralt, and they could follow his advice here. Chapter 115. So, remind me again, genius, what's the plan? Because I doubt they'll take an interdimensional billionaire superhero at face value. Those were the first words that came out of Clint's mouth after they disengaged from the saddle of the horse in the luxury stable of one of the best inns in Oxenfort. They had reached here after a long journey, and both of them had even fought some drowners and neckers along the way, though they made quick work of them. Since they had left the group and were on their own, they had been cautious at the start, but slowly, they realized that they were better than these humans, who had low intellect. It was a matter of intelligence and knowledge. But they also saw the horrors of the place they were in. They had heard tales of how bad the medieval period of Earth was and how life expectancy was so low. But now, seeing it in reality made them feel empathetic. The city of Oxenfort was a bustling hub of academia and commerce. The architecture, while medieval in nature, had an elegance to it that even Tony Stark could appreciate. Red-roofed buildings, cobbled streets, and the towering presence of Oxenfort University made for an impressive sight. You underestimate the power of a well-funded bribe, Tony replied with a smirk. Tony had little trouble securing proper documentation. His natural charisma and ability to spin a compelling story helped immensely. People seemed to have forgotten that he was once a playboy and a very successful businessman. Though he hardly used his intellect to conduct business anymore, it didn't mean he had lost the old charm. The dude was even able to convince terrorists to let him stay alive to make weapons for them. Though it was a very odd example, one couldn't deny that Tony Stark was anything but interesting. With forged papers in hand, officially recognizing him as one Antonius Stark, esteemed scholar and alchemist from a faraway land, Tony set his sights on something grander, establishing himself within the University of Oxenfort. The university was an imposing structure, alive with scholars engaged in heated debates and students eagerly scribbling notes from their professors' lectures. If there was any place that could appreciate Tony's intelligence, it was here. Finding his way to the faculty offices, Tony requested an audience with the university's chancellor. Using his signature charm, he convinced the gatekeepers that he was a scholar of great renown, possessing knowledge in metallurgy and alchemical theory that could revolutionize their understanding of science. "And what exactly do you claim to specialize in, Master Stark?" the chancellor asked. He was very skeptical because he had seen way too many frauds in his lifetime, and a person of such high position, who could even ask for an audience with the king of Redania, needed to have at least basic intellect. Metallurgy, practical alchemy, and innovation. Ever heard of mass book production? Your scribes are good, but what if I told you I could help the university print books faster and more efficiently than ever before? Tony leaned in as he said that. That would indeed be revolutionary, but such claims require proof. The Chancellor stroked his beard, still not impressed at all. Tony had been waiting for that. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a meticulously drawn blueprint, unfurling it on the large wooden table. The design depicted a revolutionary device, an advanced printing press that could produce books at a fraction of the current time and cost. It utilized metal plates and mechanical pressure to transfer ink onto pages, eliminating the need for painstaking hand copying. It even had ways written to make ink more cheaply. With the right craftsmen and materials, I can make this work. Think of the money Oxenfort University could make by mass-producing books. Think of the knowledge you could spread. If you want this to happen, let me work here. Very well, Master Stark. We shall see if your knowledge matches your confidence. Welcome to Oxenfort University. The Chancellor also saw a huge pouch of coins placed on the table beside the blueprint. No matter what, he was a man with greed. Barton had asked around about the nature of the Chancellor, and it didn't take much to find out that the Chancellor had his vices. The Chancellor had decided that even if this Stark failed in his invention, he could always kick him out later. As Tony signed his name in the faculty registry, Clint crossed his arms and chuckled. Professor Stark, huh? Never thought I'd see the day. Neither did I, Legolas. But hey, if we're stuck in this world, I might as well leave my mark. This happened a few days after Liam and they separated. It took 15 days for them to make a printing press machine and show it to the Chancellor. Tony had even shown new ways to make ink, which surprised each of the faculty members. And that wasn't the only influential thing that Tony was doing around. As a faculty member, he was mandated to give classes, and it only took a week for his class to be filled with students. The ideas he talked about were revolutionary, so much so that even some professors had started taking notes from what the students wrote. Of course, not everyone liked this man who had dropped out of nowhere, but little could be done about it since he started the printing press. Tony had given the invention to the university in exchange for 10% of the profits, another 20% to the faculty members, and another 10% to the Chancellor. Oxenfort was a progressive city. Though its views on sorcerers could be debated, one couldn't deny that the city had a way of accepting innovations. And Tony was very smart about the wealth distribution. He allotted merely 10% of the profits to himself and the rest to the faculty and the Chancellor, while the remaining 60% went to the city and the university. This earned him the goodwill of everyone at the university. And there were talks about giving Tony an honorary medal for his contribution. Chapter 116, 116. And Tony wasn't the only one being busy. Barton, with the help of Crones, opened a new dye shop. Dye shop to paint the clothes, and though dyes were present in Oxenfort, it was costly and thus raised the prices of clothes. Tony had advised him to affect one of the basic necessities of human beings. Clothes. And thus he had opened the first dye shop, which was much cheaper. Though the business took time to take off, but it was finally ready to start after 3 months of Barton running around. Oxenfort was their epicenter to bring influence to the world, and thus Tony and Barton were progressing very fast in their mission. The wooden tub was filled to the brim, steam rising from the heated water as Kira lounged comfortably within. The dim candlelight flickered across the room. The scent of herbs and oils filled the air, remnants of whatever mixture she had added to the bath for relaxation. Outside the tub, Liam sat on a wooden chair, a thick alchemical tome resting in his lap. His eyes were focused on the text, occasionally flipping a page and surprisingly not even bothered with the sight on the tub. I must say, I'm a little offended. A beautiful sorceress, completely naked before you, and not even a flicker of interest. Are you, perhaps, infertile? Kira didn't hold back her thoughts at all. It had been almost 4 months since Liam had started living with her. At first she was very cautious, and though she did allow Liam to live with her, she had put enough protection against him so that she would never be ambushed. Even now she had a bit of fear against him, especially the armor that was sentient. She had secretly tried to investigate the armor and understand the magic inside, but no matter what spell she tried on it, everything would rebound with nothing. And she was not crazy enough that she would destroy the armor, as she knew that Liam might prove to be a tough opponent even without the armor. She was a mage that circled around benefits. If something didn't benefit her, she would avoid getting engaged in that. Years of living among politicians taught her that. Liam sighed at the question of Kira, not bothering to look up from his book. "No, I'm not infertile. But you are my teacher, and you deserve my respect. Besides..." He finally met her gaze. "I don't find it appealing to look at a woman who clearly has her sights set on another man. And I am pretty sure that you have no such interest in me. You might have some about my origins, but that's just curiosity. How very noble of you. A rare trait in men of any world." Kira blinked in surprise. Though she also thought that Liam was so indifferent that made him resistant to such temptations, that was because he had somehow detached himself from almost all emotions. The only emotion she had seen till now was a bit of frustration and not even proper happiness after mastering some alchemical process. Liam was a very odd ball, and seemed more like a witcher than an actual witcher. Such kind of person was dangerous, since a man who was ruled by emotions could be manipulated, and Liam was not one of them. "I just think there should be a boundary, that's all." "Now, you were saying something about the sources of magic." Liam shrugged. "Fine, let's talk magic then." She stretched her arms above the water, the movement causing ripples across the surface. Conventional magic in this world draws power from 4 primary sources, the elements: earth, water, air, and fire. Each holds a vast reservoir of chaos magic, which a sorcerer can tap into and shape according to their will. So, it's less about creating magic and more about borrowing it. Liam said, as it made sense. Since that was same principle in MCU too. But Liam was also confused about his magic from Forspoken. The magic which he was able to do, came as an instinct and not as a knowledge. "Exactly," Kira confirmed. "One must harness the chaotic energies within these elements and mold them into structured spells. However, there's a reason magic is not accessible to everyone: it requires precision, talent and understanding." She dipped her fingers into the water, lazily swirling them around. "Earth is stable and reliable. It's the foundation of protective spells, reinforcement magic, and even certain types of healing. Water is adaptable, fluid, and crucial for restoration magic. Air is the fastest, often used for speed-enhancing spells or manipulating objects from a distance. And fire?" Liam glanced up and she could see the perky breasts poking out easily. Even for Liam, who had been stoic all this time, gulped down his throat. No wonder Gerald didn't stop himself having fun with her in the actual story. Even he was tempted. Fire is the most dangerous. The hardest to control, the most volatile. It is pure destruction given form, and once unleashed, it's difficult to rein in. Many ambitious mages have tried to master it fully, most of them are nothing more than ashes now. Kira said with a darkened expression. This was true. Because Siri once tried to use the source of fire to fuel her magic, only to get sacred and sever her relationship with the elements. Though it didn't matter to her by the end, because she herself was a source of huge magic of space and time. Of course, Liam didn't have knowledge about this at all, as he hadn't read the books. Then why use it at all? Liam asked. Because power tempts. Fire is raw strength, immediate devastation. For those who seek dominance, it is often the quickest path. But it always demands a price. Kira leaned back, resting her head against the edge of the tub. Then what about the lightning spells that you tend to dish out? Where do they come from? Liam asked. Chapter 117, 117. A good question. No, they are not separate sources. Rather, they are combinations of the four primary elements. Lightning, for example, is a mixture of fire and air. Wood magic stems from earth and water. Ice magic is water but with a strong influence of air. Magic isn't rigid, it's fluid and can blend in various ways. Kira grinned, seeing how further Liam thought. You also mentioned that fire isn't mostly chosen as a source. Does that mean it's avoided entirely? Liam asked. Not exactly. Fire is difficult to control, so it's rarely used as a primary source by beginners. However, for accomplished sorcerers, accessing fire becomes much easier. Those with the skill and knowledge to tame its wild nature can use it more effectively. Kira said. So, the four elements are the main sources, but are they the only ones? Liam was curious, and by that Kira was done with the bathing and slowly got up. Turn around. Liam's eyes took a quick glimpse of her body till her navel before turning around. Not at all. The four elements are simply the most conventional sources. There are others. Some individuals themselves can act as a source of magic. Take Siri, for example. She doesn't need an external element to draw from because she herself is a source of magic. Though, that kind of magic tends to be different from conventional magic and follows its own set of rules. Liam heard the trickling of water and splashes around as he guessed Kira had gotten out of tub. He was having a bit of hard time, and turning around just made him a bit more tempted to have a sight of what he was missing, but he stopped himself. Being a man, and having been devoid of human touch for such a long time, had been a bit hard for him. He even wondered why he didn't go and find a girlfriend for himself. As he was sure there were people who could live as long as him. Was his immortality the reason why he didn't want to get attached to anyone? He could think all of these thoughts later. So, magic isn't just about controlling external forces. Some people generate their own. Liam asked as he thought of his forspoken magic. He needed to understand that magic once he returned. Precisely. That's why mages study for years, to understand not just how to wield magic, but where it comes from and how it manifests. There's always more to learn. Kira replied, and by now she had dressed herself using magic. Making clothes out of thin air. Enough about magic. Let's make you the most capable alchemy assistant of this century. Come with me. Kira continued, and Liam followed her. He was a bit lost in the thoughts of magic. The dim glow of alchemical lanterns illuminated the underground chamber as Kira placed a heavy tome on the wooden table before Liam. If you're serious about learning alchemy, then this will be your first real test, Kira said, tapping the page. Mahakaman's spirit is a vital component in many potions. It serves as the foundation for dwarven spirit, which in turn is used in countless alchemical concoctions. Without it, most potions wouldn't even be possible. Kira said. And here I thought making liquor was simple. Liam replied. This isn't just liquor, dear student. It's an alchemical base, refined to perfection by the dwarves. It's stronger, purer, and capable of preserving magical properties within potions. If you can make it, you'll have taken your first step into real alchemy. Kira chuckled. Liam nodded and got to work. The first step required fermenting a mixture of barley, grain, and special herbs found only in the Mahakam Mountains. Since they lacked direct access to Mahakaman ingredients, Kira had procured similar substitutes, but they needed precise treatment. And of course, Interceptor helped him in every way. His first attempt was an absolute failure. The fermentation process went wrong, producing a foul-smelling sludge instead of the clear, potent liquid he was expecting. Kira had laughed at his sour expression. Patience, Liam. This isn't just mixing things together and hoping for the best. Precision is key. Temperature, timing, and ingredient quality all matter. The days blurred into weeks as Liam refined his method. He studied the chemical reactions in depth, understanding how the fermentation process interacted with magical properties. Kira was relentless. She made him document every attempt, and even with the interceptor helping, she would ask him to write down the attempts and his failures. Alchemy isn't just about magic, Liam. It's science, chemistry, and intuition all combined. You can't brute force your way through it. Liam adapted. Using his armor's interface, he measured temperatures precisely, recording fermentation times to the second. Yet, the spirit remained imperfect. One evening, as Liam sat by the bubbling cauldron, he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "Kira, why is this taking so long? I've made so many adjustments, yet it still lacks the purity you demand." Because true mastery isn't about rushing. If alchemy were easy, everyone would do it. The dwarves have perfected this art over centuries. You're trying to replicate their craftsmanship in mere weeks. Kira said with a sweet smile. Liam sighed but didn't give up. Over the next few weeks, he experimented with different aging methods, refining his distillation process. He had taken inspiration from the modern process of distillation of alcohol and changed some of the processes. Kira had noticed the changes that Liam was bringing and didn't stop him. Innovation and ideas should always be welcomed in alchemy. Magic was a different matter since it was dangerous, and unless some forbidden alchemical concoction was being made, it was fine to add ideas to alchemy. His final breakthrough came when he realized the wood of the barrels played a crucial role in the spirit's refinement. Thus he searched for a particular wood in a nearby forest and made the spirit. By the end of the month, he stood before Kira, presenting a flask of the clear, strong liquid. Kira took a sip after she had seen the whole process in front of her and said, "You've finally done it. So, does this mean I pass?" Liam grinned. Chapter 118, 118. Barely. But at least you won't embarrass yourself in front of a dwarf. Now, let's see if you can put that knowledge to even better use. Kira wanted to speak more, but then Liam's radio turned on by itself. BZZT. "Liam, you there?" Steve's voice came through. "Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?" Liam replied after grabbing the radio. "We need your help. We're trying to get the remaining sorcerers out of Novigrad and into Kovar, but the witch hunters are making it impossible. They're watching the roads, the ports, everything. If we don't act soon, they'll start rounding people up." Liam felt into a deep thought. He knew how the story went in the original. Triss was supposed to leave with the mages, and depending upon the choices of Geralt, she would either leave or stay back. "What happened to your guns?" Liam asked. "We don't have unlimited bullets." Steve responded. "How many people are we talking about?" Liam asked about the sorcerers. "Too many to move without drawing attention. We can fight if we have to, but we need to be smart about this. Can you come?" Steve asked again. "Novigrad? You're dealing with the Eternal Fire's little fanatics." Kira, who had been listening, leaned forward. "I'll be there. Do you have a plan?" Liam nodded before pressing the radio again. "We've scouted some routes, but we'll need to create distractions to split the witch hunters' focus. The problem is, they've been increasing patrols. It's like they know something's coming." "All right, I will be there," Liam said before shutting off the radio. "Take me with you," Kira said. This made Liam's eyebrows raise. "Aren't you trying to avoid them all this time?" Liam asked. "You knew." Kira was surprised that Liam knew that she herself was hiding. It's not that difficult to figure it out. An accomplished sorceress hiding and living in a hut, especially when you are known to live in luxuries. Liam shrugged. Kira became silent for a moment, before saying, "I am hiding for sure, but I have also seen how you fight. You have a habit of making sure of your escapes before you engage in a fight, just like an accomplished witcher, so I believe that since you are helping, you are sure to win. And besides, I want to meet the friends of my student, and see what kind of people they are." Kira said. "Does that mean you will leave with them to Kovar?" Liam asked. "Depends upon how you take care of the witch hunters. Kira smirked and said. So I guess the days of witch hunters and radicals are coming to an end, as I don't want to lose a capable teacher. The next day both of them took 2 horses and left for Novigrad, which was relatively far. After 4 days of travel and following roads that were hidden, they reached near the city. Liam and Kira traveled to Novigrad under the cover of night, taking every precaution to remain unnoticed. The city was crawling with witch hunters, and the eternal fire's grip over the city was stronger than ever. If one traveled in the city, they would feel the suffocation under the oppressive presence of armored zealots patrolling at every turn. Especially when these witch hunters would arrest anyone on their whims and torture and rape men and women in every turn. Liam had planned their route carefully, avoiding main roads and instead slipping through hidden alleys, sewer tunnels, and abandoned buildings. Kira, despite her usual preference for elegance, adapted quickly, as Liam had made him promise that she would follow his commands. He might be a student of hers, but in combat and strategy Kira knew not to question Liam. Besides, she was, after all, no stranger to evading dangerous men. Soon reached the meeting point, a secluded cellar beneath a ruined warehouse near the port. Liam could already sense that they weren't alone. A shadow shifted near the entrance. Took you long enough. Steve stepped into the dim light, his shield strapped to his back, and then followed up by Natasha, Geralt, and finally Triss. Glad you could make it, Natasha said. We were starting to think you got lost. Well, Kira said, I didn't expect to find you tangled up in this mess, Triss. Kira. Triss was surprised. Recover, Steve rushed forward, catching his returning shield and bashing it into a soldier's face. There was a sickening crack as the man's nose was flattened against his skull. One soldier managed to swing at him from the side. Steve raised his shield, angled it just right, and let the sword glance off harmlessly. Then he spun, planting a powerful kick into the man's gut, sending him sprawling. Another lunged with a spear. Steve caught the shaft, yanked it forward, and headbutted the soldier so hard that he collapsed unconscious. Try harder, Steve said coldly. He had been angry since he got to know of the witch hunters. In his words, wherever I go, I find Nazis. My time with World War II, then came Hydra, and now with witch hunters. When can humanity take a break from not committing genocide? As Steve wasn't the only one on the line, Natasha was there too. A soldier swung a broadsword at her. She ducked, letting it pass inches above her head, then stepped inside his guard and delivered a precise, brutal strike to his throat. He choked, staggering back, just as Natasha smoothly drew her pistols and shot him in the head. Bang! 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 3 more soldiers dropped, each with a bullet hole between their eyes. One of the braver ones lunged from behind, thinking she was distracted. Big mistake. Natasha whipped around, sidestepped his charge, and in one fluid motion, wrapped her legs around his neck, twisting hard. Snap! The soldier's body went limp before he even hit the ground. More soldiers surrounded her, but she didn't even blink. With a smirk, she activated her batons, and the nearest fool received a 50,000-volt shock to the chest, convulsing violently before falling dead in the snow. Nice try. Geralt, Steve, and Natasha stood among the corpses, blood dripping from their weapons. The remaining soldiers hesitated, their fear overpowering their orders. Then they did something they were not supposed to do. They looked behind them. And they saw Liam. Standing alone in a field of butchered Redanians, his interceptor armor gleaming under the warm sunlight. The blood of the fallen was dripping from his armor and blades. He looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. The Redanians snapped. Run! Run for your lives! Soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in every direction, some tripping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, others scrambling over one another in sheer desperation. Radovid watched all of this in silent horror as his own men had slowly dwindled down to around 100. Liam didn't actually run after them, he just looked at Radovid. The king was still flanked by his die-hard legion of knights. This legion stood there, but one could easily see that the spears, swords, and maces were shaking out of pure fear. "Why didn't you run?" Liam asked as he opened his visor and looked at Radovid, his face devoid of emotion. You are a demon. Why you shouldn't have been born in this world." Radovid's voice was shaking. He was trying his best to run away, but the horse refused to move. Thanks to Triss. She held more anger for him than Kira, and in no way was she allowing this sick excuse for a man to escape. Who gets to decide if someone is allowed to be born or not? You? Liam asked. You're just a man of flesh who thinks his childhood trauma will go away once you get rid of a whole demographic. Liam had spoken so many big and bombastic words that his speech went over the head of this dumb king. What do you want? I can give you everything. From riches to women. Join me, and we can rule the world together. The king seemed to have finally gathered some courage, seeing Liam not walking through the blood and corpses but instead stopping to talk. There was hope for him. Or at least the king thought so. Rule the world? You mean this continent filled with nothing but monsters and a bunch of individuals who only think of inflicting misery on people instead of improving their quality of life, while also harboring delusions of genocide? Yeah. No. You know, Radovid, a part of me sympathizes with you after what Philippa did to you. You could have just gone after her, but no, you decided to bring down all sorcerers just because one of them had wronged you. You are nothing but a man who is still a child, living in a nightmare and making sure the world suffers the same nightmare you once did. Chapter 124, 124. / Sorry for the delay. The country is a bit wild right now and I had to attend to some of the problems it is facing. */ As Radovid sat frozen on his horse, Triss and Kira stepped forward. Their eyes burned with the fury of all the mages who had suffered under his purges. The Redanian knights, though trembling, still had their duty. They rushed in, shields raised, swords drawn, determined to protect their king. With a flick of her hand, a massive firestorm erupted between her and the knights, engulfing half of them instantly. Their screams filled the battlefield as their armor turned into searing hot prisons of molten metal. The ones who managed to avoid the worst of the flames found themselves caught in Kira's spell. Sharp, glowing sigils formed in the air before unleashing a flurry of magic-fueled daggers made of raw stones, slicing through flesh and armor alike. A knight charged Kira and she simply waved her hand, and the ground beneath him turned to mud, swallowing his legs. Before he could even process what had happened, Kira stepped forward and drove a dagger straight through the slit in his helmet. Radovid could only watch in horror as his most loyal guards were slaughtered. He had been so certain of his invincibility, so sure that he was the predator and not the prey. That illusion shattered when Triss snapped her fingers, sending a fiery explosion at the last group of knights. Now, there was no one left to protect him. And Liam watched all of this happen without interfering. His horse still refused to move, bound by Triss's magic. He tried to dismount, but Kira was already there, yanking him down with a forceful telekinetic pull. He hit the ground with a grunt, his crown rolling away in the dirt. Please, he begged, mercy. Mercy? Did you show mercy to our brothers and sisters? Did you show mercy to the women you burned at the stake? To the children who lost their parents because of your paranoia? Triss said. You slaughtered us like animals, and now, here you are, groveling like a worm. Kira stepped beside her. I was just cleansing the world of monsters. Then let's see what it's like to be treated like one. They didn't make it quick. Kira used her magic to keep him from passing out, ensuring he felt every single wound, every ounce of pain. They flayed the skin from his arms, scorched his legs with controlled flames, and made him feel what it was like to be powerless. The same way he had made so many others feel before their deaths. By the time they were finished, Radovid was barely recognizable. This is for all the mages you murdered. With that, she conjured a final burst of flame, consuming his body entirely. His screams were lost in the roar of the fire, and soon, there was nothing left but ashes. Liam from the corner of his eyes saw Dijkstra trying to run away only for Liam's shoulder brace to open and send a small missile which killed him from far. The battlefield fell silent. Liam, Geralt, Steve, and Natasha stood waiting. No one spoke about what had just happened, and no one needed to. With Radovid dead and the battle over, they resumed their journey to Kaer Morhen. He killed so many people alone today. Natasha glanced at Steve, then at Liam, who was walking ahead with Geralt. Yeah. And have you noticed? He looks calmer now. Like he let something out back there. Steve replied. He poured all his frustration into that fight. All that anger, all that restraint, it all came out at once. Kira said as he had seen her student in frustration, and for the first time she saw the horror of her students. They might be very powerful mages/sorcerers, but it would be near impossible battle for them to face so many of them. They would need someone to protect them always if they wished to utter their spells and have the maximum impact. But Liam needed none of that, and his magic replenished itself. His movement was so fast, that he didn't even need magic to bring his wrath down, and for the first time everyone had seen how cruel Liam could be. And the terrifying part was he didn't seem to feel a bit of pain or disgust at what he did. I just hope it helped. No one should have to carry that much weight alone. Triss said, and though she didn't know the story of Liam, she could also feel the burden Liam always seemed to carry. This battle probably had helped him. You're awfully calm for someone who just butchered an army. Geralt said as Liam and him were on their horses treading the mountainous path. It's not the first time I've done something like this. Liam smirked. That so? Yeah. This isn't new for me. I've wiped out enemies like that before, enemies who wouldn't stop unless they were all dead. At some point, you stop seeing them as people and start seeing them as obstacles. Liam said. Geralt was quiet for a moment. And then he said. And that doesn't bother you? It used to. But during trials, you can't be merciful. It would only lead to failure. And this is a trial for me. Though it doesn't mean that I would kill innocents in trials, and thus I am very mindful of whom I kill in my world. Liam said. The trials doesn't care. You either do what needs to be done, or you die. Geralt didn't know how he should reply to Liam's words. For him, their world was a trial which Liam had to pass, and thus he did what he did. It was a very unique topic which Geralt wasn't knowledgeable enough to discuss about. He was a monster hunter, not a psychologist. I won't pretend it's a good thing. You remind me of myself in ways I don't entirely like. Is that so? Liam asked. Yeah. You've learned to shut your emotions away, just like I did. Probably for good reasons. But let me tell you something. You don't have to be like me. Liam frowned slightly, not expecting that. You have the luxury to be more than a killer, Geralt continued. You can still let yourself feel. Let yourself grieve, laugh, get angry. Let yourself care. I don't have that anymore, not like I used to. Chapter 125, 125. They stripped a lot of it from me when I was young. Forced the emotions out, dulled them down. I can still feel, but it's distant. Muted. Geralt continued. I don't regret being a witcher. It's what I am. But, there are times I miss the part of me that could really feel. Maybe I would have been a better man if I had emotions like you do. You seem to care enough. Liam muttered as he remembered when he first played the game and took bad decisions, and Siri died at the end. Geralt ended up crying after killing the last Crone. It was also one of the reasons why he went for Crones. In the first playthrough, they had traumatized Liam a bit, and thus he needed to take that revenge. Liam was a man who would always go for the revenge. Mephisto had taken his blades away, and he hadn't forgotten that. He will get back at him, but he would need to find a replacement first. Maybe. I suppose I have my moments. Geralt looked ahead toward the distant mountains. Just don't be so quick to throw away the parts of yourself that make you human. You might not realize how much you need them until they're gone. Liam didn't answer right away. But something about Geralt's words lingered with him. It was strange, he had always assumed he was doing what was necessary. He just didn't realize that he had slowly losing all emotions while being in his path to save what he could or can. As they rounded the final bend in the mountain path, the team finally laid eyes on Kaer Morhen, the ruined keep of the Wolf School. A winding path of broken cobblestone led up to the castle, flanked by jagged cliffs and the remnants of what had once been a sturdy bridge, now crumbled away with time. Liam had seen all of this before in The Witcher 3, but this was different. The sheer scale of it all made him feel small. The keep stood taller than he had ever imagined, its walls weathered by centuries of wind and snow. The massive wooden gates were still intact but bore the scars of past battles, claw marks and gashes telling their own story. The moment they stepped through the entrance, the vast courtyard opened before them. The pillars where Siri and the others had once practiced blindfolded stood resolute. To the left, the remains of a wooden platform jutted out from the keep's wall, where the Witchers had likely observed training sessions. Damn, this place is huge. Steve couldn't help but mutter. Geralt and Triss, the only ones truly familiar with this place, walked ahead without hesitation. Geralt had lived here for decades, and for Triss, this place held bittersweet memories. Despite the ruin, there was a strange beauty to Kaer Morhen. The view from the platform to the outside of Kaer Morhen was nothing short of extraordinary. The scenic beauty this place held would put any place in Europe or USA to shame. This could be a good tourist destination. Ah, finally, you're here, Vesemir said, stepping forward to greet them. He was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. His nose twitched, and his brow furrowed as he inhaled sharply. The thick, unmistakable scent of blood hung in the air. And it was coming from Liam. Vesemir's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, though he did not unsheath it. It's a long story, but let's just say Redania won't be the same anymore. Geralt noticed the reaction and spoke first. Vesemir's eyes flicked to Geralt, then back to Liam. He studied the young man's face, noting how calm he appeared despite the unmistakable stench of slaughter clinging to him. A Witcher might have needed decades to be so composed after such bloodshed. I don't need to hear the details, Vesemir muttered. I can already imagine. Liam remained silent, not bothering to explain himself. There was no point. Well, whatever you've done, it would change things. Radovid was a mad tyrant, but now you've left Nilfgaard in charge of the north. His voice carried both relief and regret. One tyrant for another, some would say. Nilfgaard isn't perfect, but it's a damn sight better than Radovid's reign of terror. Triss spoke up in defense of Nilfgaard. Nilfgaard didn't have a witch hunt policy, and though they didn't welcome sorcerers into their political circle, it was still better than Redania. Maybe. Maybe not. Time will tell. Vesemir shook his as he looked at Liam again. Still. I'm glad you had the strength to do what you did. Even if it's not something that comes without its weight. A moment of silence followed before Vesemir motioned toward the stairs. Come on. You all look like you've been running for days. You can take the apprentice quarters. They're not much, but it'll give you a place to rest. As he turned, another figure shuffled forward from behind him, Uma. Aye. Uma mumbled, squinting up at the newcomers. That, Vesemir said with a tired sigh, is Uma. He looked at Liam and wanted to curse this man a bit, if not for the favors he might not have accepted this ugly duckling at all. Though Vesemir had grown to like and sympathize with this being, it didn't mean he would by any form would ever equate this Uma with an elf. There was no way. Let's just get some rest first. We can deal with the other topics later. Natasha said. Good idea. Follow me. Vesemir nodded. Liam and others didn't take much time to hit the beds, after making it to their own style. While they did so, Vesemir came back with some food for the whole group. And everyone was beyond thankful for the food as they were starving, and even Liam, who always carried food, couldn't help but gulp down the delicious stew that Vesemir had made for them. Chapter 126, 126. The next morning, the sun's early light seeped through the cracks in the ruined castle walls, casting long shadows over Kaer Morhen. In the women quarters, made specifically for women, thanks to Yennefer, Triss stretched, feeling the soreness of travel still clinging to her limbs. She was about to start her usual morning routine when she caught sight of Kira sitting at the small wooden table near the window, brushing her teeth, with a brush and some kind of froth from her mouth. "Kira, what are you doing?" Triss asked. Kira turned toward her, her mouth still full of foam. She quickly spit into a small bowl before smirking. "What does it look like?" "I'm cleaning my teeth." "With a brush? And what is that paste?" Triss was confused. Kira chuckled, tapping the wooden handle of her brush against the table. "It's called a toothbrush, and this," she held up a small glass jar of thick white paste, "is toothpaste. Both were given to me by my student." "Liam gave you these?" Triss stared at her in disbelief. "Yes. He said these are common where he's from. A part of everyday hygiene." Kira nodded, clearly pleased with herself. Triss frowned. She'd never heard of such a thing. Sure, she had ways of keeping her teeth clean with herbs and rinses, but this seemed far more efficient. Before she could say anything else, Kira reached into her satchel and pulled out a small bottle, popping the cork open and pouring a bit onto her hand. A sweet, floral scent filled the air, making Triss inhale deeply. "That smells wonderful." "What is that?" "Shampoo. Another thing Liam gave me," Kira said. The continent did have shampoo, but they didn't anything like this small lotion with such a good scent. "Liam gave you shampoo?" Triss was clearly jealous by now. "Of course. He gave me several things, actually. It's part of our deal. He's my student, and I help him understand magic, though, truth be told, he's been struggling. So now, he's learning alchemy instead. In return, he gives me some rather marvelous things from his world. And would I get some of these marvelous things if I helped him with magic?" Triss said, her jealousy clearly showing his jealousy now. "You could try. Though, I doubt it would change much. He has the potential, but he struggles to channel it outward. Even after months, he still can't cast a single spell properly." Kira laughed softly. "Still, I wouldn't mind trying. If it means I get some of that sweet-smelling shampoo. You know, we've been so focused on Liam's magical talent that we never really stopped to wonder about where he came from. If these are just normal things in his world, then what kind of place does he live in?" Kira said after she rinsed her mouth properly. "A world far more advanced than ours, it seems," Triss said as she looked at the bottle and labels written on it. One could see that the ink was definitely cheap since one wrote in such small letters, and that too on a bottle. There were ingredients written on it, and almost all of the names of the ingredients she had never heard or read before. This was definitely not magic, since such labels were written for everyone to see. And a world I'd very much like to see. Kira spoke the mind of Triss. While this was happening in Kaer Morhen, something else was transpiring in Redenia. What Liam did had a lasting impact on the kingdom of Radovid. The news spread like wildfire. From the fields outside Novigrad to the noble halls of Tretogor, whispers carried the same tale: a monster had descended upon the Redanian forces, slaughtering knights and soldiers alike in a merciless display of power. Those who had fled the battlefield, the lucky few who had escaped with their lives, brought stories of a warrior who had cut through men as if they were wheat before the scythe. At first, many refused to believe it. Radovid, the Stern, was a man feared by both friend and foe alike. He had outmaneuvered assassins, plotted against the Lodge of Sorceresses, and played the game of power better than any king of his time. And yet, he was dead. Not by poison. Not by treachery in the night. No, he had been hunted down and butchered. Publicly. His body, desecrated and broken, had been displayed for all to see. The people of Redania had no choice but to believe. And so, a name was born. A title that would haunt their nightmares. The Crimson Reaper. A figure clad in dark armor, his sword dripping with the blood of thousands. Some said he was not a man but a demon summoned from the abyss, a punishment for Radovid's sins. Others claimed he was an avenging spectre, the wrath of every mage and non-human who had suffered under Redania's rule. The most superstitious whispered that he was the Wild Hunt's newest rider, come to deliver death upon the world. The impact of his actions was immediate and absolute. With their king dead, the Redanian nobility fell into disarray. There was no clear successor, Radovid had no heirs, no family to claim the throne. His most loyal generals scrambled to consolidate power, while opportunistic lords plotted to take the crown for themselves. The Church of the Eternal Fire, which had stood strong under Radovid's rule, now found itself fractured. Without the king's iron will to hold them together, factions within the faith began to emerge. Some priests, terrified by the slaughter, called for peace, believing the Reaper was divine punishment for their sins. Others, more fanatical, declared him the ultimate enemy of the eternal fire and demanded a holy crusade to wipe him from existence. The common folk were divided. Some rejoiced. Radovid's rule had been cruel, his hatred for mages and non-humans unmatched. To the oppressed, the Crimson Reaper was a liberator, a bringer of justice. But others outside the kingdom, feared him. His power was beyond human. A single man had killed an entire army and toppled a kingdom in one night. What would stop him from doing it again? What if he wasn't a savior, but a harbinger of something worse? Chapter 127, 127. Beyond Redania's borders, the rest of the world watched with wonder. Emperor Imhir saw the chaos as an opportunity to claim the north with little resistance. His spies moved swiftly, making deals with desperate Redanian nobles while his armies prepared for invasion. The other northern kingdoms, already struggling to hold against Nilfgaard, were thrown into panic. If a single man could wipe out a kingdom's leadership in one night, then no one was safe. Every ruler, every noble, every general feared that they could be next. This chaos only instigated a whole change in the political scenery of the land. But the Crimson Reaper wasn't impervious to this. Now, he had a huge bounty on his head, along with Triss and others. But the question was, who would take the bounty? And even if someone did, would they be able to complete it? Besides, Imhir had already announced a huge reward for Geralt publicly and even offered him a noble title in the lands of his own kingdom. He had also promised more rewards once he conquered Redania. Of course, Liam didn't know any of this, nor did he care. Geralt had already left for Skellige, and thus Liam was now free to deal with alchemy while Triss and the others just enjoyed some downtime in Kaer Morhen. Natasha wanted to leave with Geralt, but in the end, she changed her mind. The beauty of this place was too much to be seen just once a day. She needed the full course. While Natasha roamed around Kaer Morhen, Steve was tending to Uma, as he found the creature quite amusing, and helped Vesemir. Both of them were superhumans, so they shared that trait, and he loved interacting with the old man, who was knowledgeable. They had decided to take a short rest before leaving for Oxenfort to meet with Tony and, after that, see where they should go to help Liam in his trial. A few days had gone by since Geralt had left, and Liam was now being taught alchemy by Triss and Kira alike. But today was quite an amusing day for Liam, if one said so, in fact, amusing for everyone except Triss. Morning had barely broken over Kaer Morhen when Triss Merigold found herself facing an enemy she could not fight. Her stomach churned violently, sending sharp cramps through her body. No, lads, it wasn't periods, mages and sorceresses couldn't have children, so there was no question of a monthly outburst. Except for Yen. She could have a bad mood for no reason. Not used to Kaer Morhen's fine cuisine. Kira teased as she noticed Triss's discomfort. It's not the food, Triss hissed. But Kira wasn't wrong. The previous night, Vesemir had cooked a hearty stew for them, something that had seemed fine at the time, but now, Triss deeply regretted eating it. The worst part? This wasn't some minor stomachache. No, she had been running to relieve herself far too often, and she knew the others would start noticing. And, of course, Liam did. "You don't look so good," Liam said. "Dysentery?" "Something like that," Triss groaned. "I'll make you a potion." "Should settle your stomach in no time," Liam said. He had made potions for this when he was in Velan. The people in the villages had far too many cases of it, so Liam had learned to make the potion quite early, alleviating the need for Kira to toil over such a simple remedy. "No." Triss didn't take even a second to refuse. "No." Liam was confused now. I'm allergic to all potions," Triss hesitated before blurting out. That made Liam pause. "That makes no sense. You're a sorceress. You literally make potions. It's complicated." She clearly didn't want to explain further and left it at that. "All right, no potions." Liam pulled out a small container from his inventory, a small container of pills. "What's that?" Triss asked. She already knew that Liam carried a separate space with him, which further proved his conjecture that he was from a different dimension. "Modern medicine," Liam replied casually. "Unlike potions, it won't mess with your body's natural magic. Just take one and drink some water." "Modern medicine?" Triss was confused. "There is no magic in this pill." "You can take it," Liam said. "Medicine? Is that what it's called?" Triss was skeptical and looked at the container. She had never seen potions in pill form because that was very difficult to make, and from her magical senses, she could also tell that the container and whatever was inside didn't contain even a small pinch of magic. "Yes. It's from my lands," Liam said. "If this makes it worse, I'll hex you," Triss said. Moments later, Triss swallowed the pill with some water. Within half an hour, the intense stomach pain dulled, and she no longer felt the urgent need to run to the woods every few minutes. She let out a relieved sigh, resting back against the wall. "So, you're allergic to potions but fine with his mysterious medicine?" "I swear, Triss, you're full of surprises," Kira said. It was not the first time Kira had seen those kinds of pills before. He had given them to some of the villagers before, seeing their symptoms, and surprisingly, they worked. Those pills now made sense to Kira. They were not from the continent to begin with. In the last few days, Natasha had told them about their world, while Kira and Triss had listened to her tales. The more they listened, the more they thought Natasha was speaking of some kind of fairy tale. There were machines that could fly and roll on land. Glass so cheap that there were walls made of it. Weapons made entirely out of science that could destroy kingdoms forever. What was this world? But seeing the medicine today made both Kira and Triss realize that their world might really be what Natasha had been saying. Chapter 128, 128. Despite his initial reluctance, Liam found himself forced into alchemy under the relentless guidance of Triss and Kira. Kira was hard enough, and now Triss. Liam shuddered to think how Yennefer as a teacher would be. There was no room for negotiation. Every morning, they dragged him into lessons, making sure he memorized ingredients, formulas, and processes. If he so much as tried to slack off, Kira would scold him, while Triss would give him that disappointed look that somehow worked even better. To their credit, both sorceresses were excellent teachers. Kira focused on efficiency, drilling the fundamentals into him with a sharp, almost academic precision, while Triss approached it with more patience, making sure he understood the deeper connections between alchemy and magic. Liam was more surprised by the fact that both of them seemed to get a zeal of teaching him alchemy and in extension magic, once they got to know about his talent. He had asked about it and the reply he got was, "We are a dying breed and very few of us are left. We might have long life but it doesn't mean we are abundant. A talent like you comes once in a millennia, and it is more rare to even detect such talent. Most of them remain uncovered, so you are very special and in no way we will not teach you whatever we know. What if I go rogue? Like Vilgefortz? Liam asked. Vilgefortz's name was kind of a taboo, especially after Liam came to know of his story after living with Kira. And that is why we are making sure you don't turn out to be one like him. And from the looks of it, you are a kind person. Triss had said. He just massacred Redinia's soldiers. Vesemir reminded. They deserved it. Kira didn't hold back at all. Unlike Triss, Kira's moral boundary was not as strict as Triss. Thus he studied diligently, committing everything to memory, perfecting every potion, and learning every reaction. The knowledge was fascinating in its own way, especially with the scanner in his armor helping him break down compounds at a molecular level, but that didn't change the fact that he hadn't signed up for this. Meanwhile, Steve and Natasha eventually left for Oxenfort, deciding they had spent enough time in Kaer Morhen. They had things to do, people to meet, especially Tony. Liam, however, remained, locked in his studies, now fully immersed in the world of alchemy. Yet, as the days went by, the real problem became painfully obvious. Liam was still struggling with learning magic. No matter how well he understood the theories, no matter how flawlessly he executed the exercises, he simply couldn't conjure a single spell. Magic, it seemed, refused to answer his call. Triss and Kira, at first patient, gradually grew frustrated. They both knew how powerful Liam could be, his raw potential was evident, the chaos magic within him undeniable, yet nothing changed. Kira sighed in frustration after yet another failed attempt. You should be able to do this, Liam. You have the affinity, the talent. You should be able to shape magic by now. This makes no sense. We've seen your power in action. You should be tearing through spells with ease. Triss said. It's not like I'm not trying. Liam said, and now clearly a bit frustrated. It had been 2 months since Liam was here in Kaer Morhen, making it 5 months since he had been here. One evening, the old witcher sat on the edge of the training grounds, watching Liam attempt another incantation, only for it to fizzle out into nothing. He remained silent for a while, before finally speaking. Maybe it's because you don't feel anything. Come again. Liam turned to Vesemir. This old man better be spitting some words or he wouldn't mind having a go with swords against him. Magic requires flow. Energy moving through you, reacting to your will. But you lack something essential. Vesemir said. What do you mean? Triss asked. Witchers can do magic. Simple signs, nothing too complicated. But you know why most of us struggle with it? Because witchers have mutations. Kira replied. But also because of our proper lack of emotions. We're trained to suppress them, or make them one-dimensional. Our magic is simple, single-minded. Direct. It doesn't need passion, just intent. But the magic you're trying to use? The kind that bends chaos itself? That requires something more. He looked at Liam with sharp, knowing eyes. And you? You feel nothing. That doesn't make sense though. He's not a witcher. Triss said. No, Vesemir admitted. But from what I've seen except for showing lesser frustration than you two, he might as well be. For the first time, Liam had to wonder, was Vesemir right? Had he lost something essential? Did he lose it all while playing games for years? For some reason he didn't ask the system about it. Then I guess we need to find someone who will invoke some emotions onto you. Triss said. Humph. Good luck with that. I tried to seduce him and he didn't even react. Kira said. You did what? Both Triss and Vesemir were horrified. Oh please Triss, don't say you didn't think about sleeping with Liam after Geralt left, or maybe sleep with him while Geralt was around to make him jealous. Kira rolled her eyes at Triss. No. What in God's green pasture would I ever think about that? Triss now clearly angry with the words of Kira and offended as she raised her voice. Well, I don't know. To spite at Geralt. Kira said. Liam was dumbfounded that Kira would even say those words to Triss because Liam never felt anything bad or seducing from Triss. She was beautiful, but Liam had some ground rules for himself. Geralt was a friend of his. Whoever Geralt smashed, or any friend of his in that order, he would never look at the woman. This was his bro code. Nobody had to tell him that. He knew that at later period Lambert would get with Kira. Liam could never do that, even if Kira was just like a one-night stand. Chapter 129, 129. Excuse me. Triss was getting offended on live now. Her voice was way too sharp. Oh, don't act so high and mighty, Triss. I'm just stating the obvious. You witches aren't exactly known for morality, and we both know you and Geralt were, Kira said. That's enough. Triss's voice dropped an octave, but the anger bubbling beneath was impossible to miss. A faint crackle of energy pulsed around her fingertips. How dare you accuse me of something so disgraceful? She meant the fact that Kira had implied that she tried to seduce Liam, even when Geralt was around. This was a very vile accusation. Liam, sensing the impending explosion, took a cautious step back. He glanced at Vesemir, who had already started moving away, nudging Uma along with him. The old witcher had seen enough sorceress spats in his lifetime to know when to retreat. Oh, please. If I truly hit a nerve, it must mean I'm right. Otherwise, why are you so upset? Kira said. You think this is funny? Triss took a step forward. I would never stoop so low for someone who had lost memory and even think of such revolting thoughts, and certainly not in the way you're implying. Just because you treat relationships like disposable playthings doesn't mean everyone else does. You self-righteous, Kira faltered, not expecting a verbal lashing in return. And then, with no further warning, the first spell was cast. A surge of fiery energy erupted from Kira's palm, streaking toward Triss, who barely managed to throw up a magical shield in time. The force sent her skidding backward. The impact sent a gust of hot wind sweeping through Kaer Morhen, rattling the training dummies and scattering loose snow. Oh, it's like that, is it? Kira sneered before flicking her wrist. A blast of raw magical force shot toward Kira, and this time, it was the ashen-haired sorceress who had to throw up a shield. Sparks flew as their spells collided, sending waves of magic rippling through the courtyard. Holy hell, Liam muttered, watching as magic illuminated the courtyard like a battlefield. They're actually going at it. Uma whimpered beside him, clearly unsettled. Vesemir, crouched behind a stack of barrels, exhaled heavily. Women. Kira spun on her heel, gathering energy in her palm before launching a barrage of arcane bolts. Triss responded instantly, weaving a barrier that absorbed the strikes before countering with a wave of flames. You are completely insufferable. Triss snapped. You think you can just say whatever you want and get away with it? And you think you're better than me? Get off your high horse. A fireball shot past Liam's head, close enough that he could feel the heat. He pressed himself flatter against the stone. I really should have left for Oxenfort with Steve and Natasha. Vesemir, to his credit, remained remarkably calm, though he did shift slightly to avoid a chunk of debris that came flying past. I give them 5 more minutes before they destroy half the courtyard. Vesemir said. Kira raised both hands, summoning a surge of energy that coalesced into jagged tendrils. Triss countered with a storm of embers that swirled around her like a protective whirlwind. Should we, stop them? Liam looked at Vesemir. You want to be turned into a frog? Be my guest. Vesemir replied. Great. Stuck in a fortress with 2 pissed-off sorceresses trying to vaporize each other. This is my life now. Liam lamented. He hoped that this too wouldn't destroy the castle. They might not know it, this was where they would have to fact the first wave of wild hunt, and they needed a better structure, instead of dilapidated fortress that it was now. Een Esiad een Fien. Kira chanted. Glowing glyphs swirled around her hands as a jagged arc of lightning crackled to life. She thrust her palm forward, and the bolt streaked toward Triss, cutting through the air. Gliana Aep Morkh. A wall of enchanted ice rose from the ground, absorbing the brunt of the lightning strike before shattering into shards. As the frozen mist settled, Triss stepped through. With a swift motion, she traced an arc in the air, igniting the ground beneath Kira's feet in a roaring blaze. Kira yelped and leapt back, conjuring a protective ward just in time. Oh, so that's how we're playing. Fine. Bryakh Ain Val. A surge of telekinetic force lashed out, sending Triss skidding backward. The red-haired sorceress gritted her teeth. Not one to be outdone, Triss retaliated. The ground trembled as jagged roots erupted from beneath Kira, twisting and writhing. Van Ted Ain Ven. Kira sliced through the incoming roots with a wave of water blades. Meanwhile, Liam and Vesemir weren't having a good time, seeing the destruction around. The water blade of Kira just sliced through the training dummies and both of them weren't happy about it. Uma was shaking in fear and Vesemir had to shield him from the magical wave that was running around wild here, casting a Quen sign on Uma. This is getting ridiculous. This is why I never involved myself in sorceress drama. Vesemir replied. I didn't have options. Liam said. Why are you so hell-bent on learning magic? Because I want to have something which is entirely mine and not provided by the system. Liam wanted to say that but could only shake his head a bit and reply. Because the world is in chaos. And if I don't strengthen myself, I will be a burden to myself. A sudden explosion sent a shockwave across the courtyard, forcing Liam to duck as chunks of rock and snow blasted past them. He could feel the heat from the spells, the sheer force shaking the very foundations of the ancient keep. Finally, as the battle raged on, their spells began to falter. They were running out of magic. Had enough? Kira panted. Have you? Triss was but exhausted too, and though she fared better in magical reserves, she couldn't stop Kira completely. Chapter 130, 130. Both women stood, glaring at each other, their reserves nearly spent. Are we done? Or should I start digging graves? Liam finally came out of his hiding spot and said. TCH. If I had just a little more power, I would have wiped that smug look off her face, Kira scoffed. And yet, you didn't, Triss shook her head. Well, that was entertaining. But unless you two plan on collapsing in the snow, I suggest you rest before you both fall over. Vesemir, too, had followed Liam. Triss and Kira exchanged one last glare before finally relenting. Liam ran a hand down his face, exasperated. Next time, let's just settle things with words. Or better yet, ignore each other. No promises, Kira said. Humph. Liam would have to instill some sense of following the laws if he were to take them to his world. Fighting in the open like this would be fatal in any city, endangering normal citizens. Triss could be trusted, but not Kira. She was unstable at times. As both of them staggered away from the battlefield that was once Kaer Morhen's courtyard, neither admitted defeat. And so, the silent war began. The tension in Kaer Morhen was suffocating. Days passed, and not a single word was exchanged between the two sorceresses. They avoided each other with an almost childish stubbornness, ensuring they were never in the same room for long. If one entered, the other left. If they happened to meet by accident, an icy glare was the only form of acknowledgement. Liam's alchemy or magical learning stopped, and he was sure that if the outside world wasn't in turmoil, thanks to Liam, both of these women would have left. Both witches were well known, unlike Natasha and Steve. Besides, both of them had decided to change their looks. One decided to don a beard, while the other dyed her hair white. Even at meals, the division was obvious. Triss sat at one end of the hall, Kira at the other. Liam, Vesemir, and Uma were caught in the crossfire, stuck choosing sides at every meal. Liam, unwilling to get involved in their Cold War, rotated between the two tables, while Vesemir simply muttered about foolish women and ate wherever he pleased. Liam had initially found it amusing. But by the fourth day, the novelty had long since worn off. Vesemir, however, was the first to reach his breaking point. On the fifth night of this ridiculous standoff, he slammed his mug down onto the table so hard that even Uma let out a startled yelp. "Enough," Vesemir growled. "This is a damned fortress, not a royal court. Whatever nonsense the two of you started, end it now." Both Triss and Kira, sitting at their respective corners, refused to acknowledge him. "Fine. If you won't settle this yourselves, I'll settle it for you." He turned to Liam. "You. Take them to your world." "Excuse me." "You heard me." Vesemir crossed his arms. "Neither of them will put their pride aside, so throw them into an entirely new world where they can't afford to ignore each other. Let them deal with something bigger than their own stubbornness." "You can't be serious." Both Kira and Triss spoke at the same time. "Oh, I am," Vesemir said. "I think you all are misjudging something. My world has different rules, strict laws, and the way these two women are, people might get hurt," Liam said. "You think I will harm civilians?" Triss seemed offended that Liam would think that. "No, but people might get caught up in the crossfire," Liam reminded her. This made both of them silent. Kira wasn't a person who thought much about morals, and for her ambition, she would kill anyone. To kill Radovid, she had even considered unleashing a plague. But it was not required, and in the original story, Gerald had been able to talk her out of it and send her to Kaer Morhen. So even if her morals were a bit skewed, she could be redeemed. "Liam, do you think I will harm people just because of my anger?" Kira asked. "I hope not," Liam replied. "You think so lowly of me?" Kira seemed a bit hurt by Liam's bluntness, and now she really grasped why Vesemir had said Liam was kind of like a witcher. "No. But you are ambitious." "Way too ambitious," Liam said, laying out his cards. "I only look out for my survival. I don't have any grand ambitions." "Whatever I had, I have achieved," Kira said. "What if there was a situation where any wish of yours could be granted, even making you a god? Would you not go for it?" Liam asked. "That kind of thing doesn't exist." "There are jinns, for sure, but they can't make you a god," Kira said. "And what if there was a jinn who could do that?" Liam asked. There were too many things in Marvel. It might not be in the MCU, but in the multiverse, with such a long history, there was no limit. "That is impossible." It was Triss who replied to that. "If you think our world is all sunshine and rainbows, then you both are gravely mistaken. I know that Natasha and Steve assured you that our world was a safe haven for you, which is true. You will be worshipped as gods there if you save everyone, but as you know, not all humans are the same. Many of them will despise you, for your powers, your looks, your charms, everything. Those voices can be muted, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. And there will be some who will even try to steal your power." "Steal our power? Ha ha ha. As if magic can be stolen," Kira laughed. "You know that, I know that, Master Vesemir knows that, but the general folks. They are ignorant. You have no idea how far common men will go to acquire power," Liam said. Chapter 131, 131. If they come for me, I will teach them a lesson." Kira said. "Yes, but what will you do when innocents are in the crossfire? For example, coerce you to spill your secrets while holding a hostage?" Liam asked. This made both of the women silent, and even Vesemir didn't expect such question from Liam. From what he was understanding, this world had its own quirks. Just as theirs. "If they try to harm innocents, we will stop them, even if it meant giving ourselves up," Triss said. Kira nodded at Triss's words. For the first time, she had acknowledged what Triss said, though she had her reservations too. Both of them seemed a bit eager now that Liam had spoken of his fears. At first, they had thought these people were trying to morally kidnap them and take them to their world. But now it seemed that Liam had his own reservations, and they realized he wasn't trying to take them away. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't even invite them. After all, Liam was right, they were all anomalies. "We will never harm folks who don't deserve it," Kira said, now curious after hearing Liam speak about the dangers of his world. "What did you mean when you spoke of the temptation of becoming a god?" Vesemir asked. "Natasha and Steve are new to the knowledge of our world, and even I have limited knowledge, but what I can tell you is that our world is more dangerous than yours could ever be. So think again if you truly want to settle in our place," Liam said, "so there will be temptation of bigger power too. There is nothing free in this world." Triss said as she knew what she had lost learning magic. Infertility was one of them. "Glad that you know," Liam said, and without another word, he opened a black-colored portal. Triss and Kira's eyes widened when they saw Liam perform magic. Until now, Liam had never shown this ability. "Wait, you can do magic?" Triss asked. "This isn't magic. This is our portal to my world. I can open and close it as I wish. This is one of my, inherent abilities," Liam said. "But a portal is magic," Kira said. "No. You can make portals with technology too," Liam corrected them. The two women still had their doubts. "Master Vesemir, are you coming?" "No. Uma will be alone, and besides, the other two witchers might return while you three are gone. Someone has to take care of the castle and repair the damage," Vesemir said. Kira and Triss hesitated. "You both should go. Maybe it will calm you down," Vesemir insisted. He had been dealing with a headache trying to keep these two fiery women from tearing Kaer Morhen apart, which was why he suggested they go visit Liam's world in the first place. "Humph." Triss and Kira both looked away from each other. Liam could only sigh and signal them to step in. He was also growing irritated. His learning process had stopped, and if this continued, he would have to replace Uma with Avalakh. He needed to confirm if Vesemir's previous words were true and find a way to channel his dead or suppressed emotions. Plus, he missed home a bit too, and Tony had already contacted him once Steve and Natasha arrived. He needed some items from their world, so Liam would have to go home anyway. As Liam stepped through the portal, Triss and Kira hesitated for only a moment before following him. They felt the same feeling they had when they would cross through portals. The moment they emerged, the portal behind them flickered and collapsed, vanishing into thin air. Triss and Kira found themselves standing in an immense hall, one unlike anything they had ever seen before. The room was vast, with towering glass walls that stretched from floor to ceiling, offering a breathtaking view of a sprawling cityscape. It was night, thus lights blinked from the many buildings outside, illuminating the streets below in a sea of color. Strange, metal contraptions moved swiftly through the roads, and the sky was lined with glowing billboards that displayed images and texts in a language unfamiliar to them. The interior of the hall was just as astonishing. The floor beneath them was smooth and polished, reflecting the ambient glow of hidden lighting along the walls and ceiling. The architecture was sleek and modern, with a mixture of dark metal, glass, and some material that appeared almost magical in its perfection. "This place is enormous." Kira turned in a slow circle, taking in the impossible sight. "So this is your world?" Triss sighed as she said that. "Welcome to Stark Tower," Liam said. "Stark." Triss was about to ask when a smooth, almost human-like voice echoed throughout the room. "Welcome back, sir." Kira stiffened at the disembodied voice, her hand twitching toward her magic reserves, while Triss simply frowned in confusion. "Relax. That's just JRVS. He's not a spirit, well, let's just say he's a very advanced golem that talks." Liam chuckled. Kira and Triss exchanged skeptical glances, clearly not convinced. "Fascinating," Triss murmured, tilting her head as if trying to detect any magical essence in the voice. Jarvis, where is Pepper? Call her and say that we are here. Liam said. I have already informed her. She is on her way. As Liam, Triss, and Kira stood in the grand hall of Stark Tower, the smooth metal doors at the far end slid open. From the corridor beyond, a familiar woman stepped in, Pepper Potts. She was dressed in a sleek white blazer and navy trousers, her red hair neatly tied back in a ponytail. Well, look who's finally back, Pepper said, her lips curving into a small smile as she approached Liam. Before Liam could respond, from the side of Pepper, a massive figure leaped forward, a wolf, its fur a mix of silver and deep gray. With a gleam in its eyes, the beast charged toward Liam with shocking speed. Chapter 132, 132. Triss and Kira gasped, both preparing their magic to defend him. Liam, watch out! Triss shouted. But instead of attacking, the wolf crashed into Liam, nearly knocking him over as it nuzzled against his chest. A deep, rumbling growl filled the room, not one of hostility, but of sheer affection. Easy, Fenrir. I missed you too, bud. Liam let out a small chuckle. Kira and Triss were frozen in shock. They watched as the fearsome creature whimpered softly and pressed its massive head against Liam like an overgrown pup. What in Melitel's name? Kira breathed. Triss, meanwhile, had turned her gaze toward Liam, more specifically, toward his eyes. The familiar blue irises were gone, replaced with something entirely different. Swirling colors moved within them, blues, purples, golds, and greens, shifting like living light. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic. Liam, your eyes, Triss whispered, unable to look away. Yeah, forgot to mention that part. Liam said as he took out his handicapped hand out of the veiled cloth, and then to the surprise of Triss and Kira, a new rainbow-colored hand grew. You can do magic. It wasn't a question, it was a statement, filled with confusion and a touch of disbelief, by both Triss and Kira. It's a long story, and I doubt you'd believe half of it if I told you now. Liam sighed. Try me. Kira scoffed. It'll take too much time. We can have this discussion later. Liam didn't want to spend time explaining, and he doubted if these two knowledgeable women would believe him. Liam, who are they? Pepper felt she was out of place and couldn't help but ask. Triss. Kira. This is Pepper Potts, Liam replied. She runs the things around here and keeps Tony Stark in check. That arrogant guy over your so-called communicator? Kira asked. She had seen Liam communicating multiple times with the man named Tony, and suffice to say, she found him annoying, while just listening to his voice. Tony. Is Tony all right? Pepper, seeing Liam was back, was hoping to see Tony but was disappointed. He is all right. In fact, he is having the time of his life. He is a professor now, changing the world as we know it. Liam replied. Pepper had a bright smile on her face when she learnt that. That is a smile I recognize. Triss said. Pepper. These two gorgeous women are powerful sorceress, are my current teachers of magic, and they are here to see our world. Liam said. Pepper was happy that Liam had made friends and thus offered a handshake. Triss hesitated before taking it, still absorbing the overwhelming change in scenery and also the new change of Liam. Kira, however, took Pepper's hand confidently. So, this is your world, Triss murmured. I never imagined something like this. And you've only seen one room, Pepper said with a small smile. But I think a proper introduction to this world is in order. Liam had talked to them about the world they had gone to. The medieval age and even the clothes of Triss and Kira were telling enough to prove the words of Liam. What do you mean? Kira raised a brow. Shopping, Pepper said simply. Shopping? Kira blinked. Yes, Pepper continued. You're in New York City, one of the fashion capitals of the world. And while I have no doubt that your robes and dresses are stunning where you're from, they stand out a little too much here. Kira glanced down at her ornate, high-collared dress, then at Triss's deep red sorceress outfit. "We're not exactly in the habit of changing our style." Triss frowned. "Well, consider this an opportunity to blend in, and to explore," Pepper said. "I'll take you around the city, show you what this world has to offer, and get you a proper New York look." "Explore? As in, see more of this world?" "Exactly," Pepper confirmed. "You're just lucky she's offering. Trust me, you'll need some modern clothes." Liam said. "Fine. But only because I want to see more of this place." Triss still felt a bit uncomfortable. "And because you like dresses." Kira was more accepting and the thought of shopping excited her. She had seen the various dresses of Natasha and thus couldn't wait to get her hands on them. "Great. Let's go." Triss shot her a glare, but Pepper just chuckled. But before she left with these while leaving Liam with Fenrir, she said to Liam. "Liam, you should visit your parents. They are worried that you haven't visited them for more than a month." This made Liam stiffen as he didn't expect his parents would be that much worried about him. A few hours later. Liam stood in front of a familiar door, Fenrir sitting patiently beside him. The massive wolf let out a small huff, sensing Liam's hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't want to see his parents, he did. But after everything that had happened, the idea of facing them after a month without contact left him feeling oddly nervous. Before he could talk himself out of it, the door swung open. Liam. A woman with short, dark brown hair and warm hazel eyes immediately pulled him into a tight embrace. Olivia, his mother. "You finally decided to show up," a deeper voice came from inside the house. Mason, his father, stood in the hallway with his arms crossed, but there was a smile on his face. Liam barely had time to respond before Olivia pulled back and gave him a look. "You were in the same city, Liam. The same city. And yet, did you think to visit us even once?" She placed her hands on her hips. "I was busy," Liam started, but his father scoffed. "Too busy for your own parents. You didn't even answer most of our calls." Mason shook his head. Before Liam could defend himself, Olivia's eyes suddenly landed on the massive husky sitting obediently beside him. Her expression froze. Mason, noticing her reaction, followed her gaze, and immediately took a step back. Chapter 133, 133. "Oh my God, Liam, is that a dog?" Olivia gasped. Fenrir let out a small huff, tilting his head as if deeply offended by the label. "More like a very big wolf dog." Liam smirked. "Oh, Liam. He's beautiful." Olivia was beyond happy seeing her son had adopted such a beautiful furry creature. "Come here, sweetheart." "Oh, just look at you." Before he could say anything else, Olivia was already kneeling down, reaching out to Fenrir. Fenrir, perhaps sensing the overwhelming motherly energy, let out a low, amused growl and stepped forward, allowing Olivia to run her fingers through his thick fur. Mason, though slightly more cautious, let out an approving nod. Now this is a proper companion. Big, strong, looks like he can handle himself. He reached out as well, scratching behind Fenrir's ears. "Good boy." Fenrir let out a pleased rumble. "He's so soft," Olivia gushed. "Where did you find him?" "It's a long story," Liam said. "We have time. Come inside already. You've got a lot of explaining to do, and I'm not just talking about your new dog," Mason said. He had already noticed that Liam was wearing gloves. He had never seen his son do that, especially not in the autumn of October. Liam sighed, but he couldn't help but smile. As he stepped inside with Fenrir close behind, he knew he was in for a long conversation, but for now, he was just glad to be home. Liam barely had time to take off his shoes before Olivia grabbed his arm and pulled him into the living room. Mason followed behind at a slower pace, while Fenrir padded in, sniffing curiously at the furniture. "All right, mister," Olivia said, sitting him down on the couch with a firm but affectionate look. You have some serious explaining to do. Mason settled into his usual chair. For starters, where have you been? You're in the same city, yet you don't visit for over a month. I've been busy. Liam rubbed the back of his neck. Busy with what? You disappeared, barely answering texts, and now you show up with a giant wolf dog? Olivia raised an eyebrow. Work. Stark Industries keeps me occupied, and I've been studying a lot. Liam said. Studying? Since when do you? He's always been a bright kid, Olivia cut in. But something tells me there's more to it. I applied for early graduation. Liam said. Liam's words made Olivia beyond happy. She had thought Liam had dropped out, but knowing that Liam had the certification, made her happy. Oh my God, Liam. Why didn't you tell us? She immediately pulled him into a hug. Damn. And here I thought you were dropping out. Mason murmured. I am so proud of you, sweetheart. But you should have told us. Olivia said. I meant to, Liam admitted. Things just got hectic. You're working at Stark Industries and finishing school early. That's incredible, Olivia said, beaming. Tony must think highly of you. Kid's got ambition. I respect that. Mason nodded. Just as Liam was about to relax, Olivia's sharp gaze dropped to his hands. She frowned. Speaking of which, why are you wearing gloves indoors? It's just, Liam tensed. And what's with your eyes? Mason interrupted. You're wearing contacts, aren't you? Do you have bad eyesight? Liam stiffened further. He hadn't expected them to notice the lenses so quickly. He had hoped they'd buy the excuse, but clearly, his parents could still see through him, literally and figuratively. His contacts were the color of his original blue eyes, but it seemed he still got noticed. Liam, Olivia said. Take off the gloves. Liam hesitated. He had always known this conversation would come, but he wasn't sure if he was ready to have it yet. Fenrir, sensing his unease, let out a soft whine and nudged Liam's side with his snout, as if reassuring him that everything would be okay. Liam hesitated for a moment before slowly pulling off his gloves. As the fabric slipped away, revealing his left hand, Olivia and Mason's expressions shifted from curiosity to absolute shock. His left hand was no longer flesh and blood. Instead, it shimmered with an ethereal glow, the surface shifting like liquid crystal, reflecting every color of the spectrum. Olivia gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. Mason's jaw tightened as he leaned forward, eyes widening in disbelief. Liam, what the hell happened to your hand? Mason finally asked. Liam. Olivia whispered. What is this? Liam exhaled. He had prepared for this moment, but their horrified faces still made his chest tighten. It's complicated, he started. But the short version? It was an experiment, my own experiment. An experiment? At Stark Industries? No. My own lab. Liam replied. Your own lab? Since when do you have a lab? And why were you doing something dangerous enough to? She gestured at his hand. It wasn't supposed to happen like this, Liam admitted. I was working on something, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. And then, well, let's just say things took an unexpected turn. Jesus, Liam. Do you have any idea how reckless that sounds? What exactly were you trying to do? Mason wasn't happy about it at all. Liam hesitated. He couldn't tell them the full truth. Magic, other worlds, it would sound insane. So, he stuck to something they could understand. Advancing energy manipulation, for Marvel, he said, carefully choosing his words. Trying to find new ways to harness and control energy efficiently. But there was an accident, Anne. He lifted his hand slightly. The swirling colors pulsed brighter for a moment before settling back into a steady glow. This happened. Liam, this isn't normal. This isn't just an injury, your hand is glowing. Olivia wasn't convinced at all as she felt her son was in some kind of pain. I know, Liam said quietly. Are you okay? I mean, really okay? Mason asked while Olivia too wanted to know the same thing. Are you okay? I mean, really okay? Liam said. And Tony, was he involved in this? Chapter 134, 134. No. This was all me. Tony didn't even know about it. Liam said. Kid, you're smart, probably too smart for your own damn good. But this? Mason pointed at the glowing hand. This isn't normal science. You're telling me you made a mistake, and suddenly your hand turned into a walking rainbow? Mason already knew that his son was a genius. As the days went by, his company, wealth and connections made him very unique and hailed as one of the greatest young genius of the century along with Tony. But this was different. I wouldn't call it a mistake. More of an unexpected evolution. Liam said. Mason and Olivia exchanged a look, one that told Liam they weren't buying his explanation completely. But for now, they wouldn't push. You're absolutely sure you're okay? Liam, please don't shut us out like this. Whatever you're doing, just, be careful. I promise, Liam said softly. Yeah. And next time. Maybe tell us when you're about to rewrite the laws of physics. Mason said. I'll try. Liam said. For now, that was the best he could offer. Liam wasn't allowed to leave their home until he lived with them for a couple of days. Liam gave the excuse of experiment in science, but Olivia was hearing none of it and forced him to be with them. He could only relent and Fenrir too seemed comfortable. At the end he suggested that they should go and visit the world since Marvel was an established company now and he was rich. Mason wasn't going to let go of the offer as he himself thought that he needed rest. His garage was on full swing and he even hired a manager. People of the community had come to know that he was the son of Liam and they often visited him with their cars. This made the business in his garage consistent and thus helped his business a lot. Thus it was his time to have fun. You should also come with us. Mason said. No. I have work. Sorry. Liam replied. 2 days had passed since Liam visited his parents, and he was now back at Stark Tower. The moment he stepped out of the elevator into the main lounge, he was greeted by an unexpected sight, one that made him pause mid-step. Triss and Kira stood in the center of the room, completely transformed. Gone were their ornate sorceress robes, the rich velvets and layered corsets of the continent. Instead, they now looked like they had stepped straight out of a high-end New York fashion magazine. Triss wore a sleek, form-fitting red dress that stopped just above her knees, paired with a stylish black leather jacket. Her usual high boots had been replaced with elegant black heels. Her fiery hair was styled in loose waves, and subtle makeup enhanced her already striking features. Kira, on the other hand, had fully embraced the modern aesthetic. She wore a designer beige trench coat over a white blouse, tucked into a pair of high-waisted skinny jeans. A pair of fashionable sunglasses rested on top of her head, and her heeled ankle boots clicked slightly. Her blonde hair had been styled into a loose ponytail, giving her an effortlessly chic look. What the hell? Liam blinked. Well? What do you think? Before he could say anything, Pepper walked up beside them with a triumphant smile. I think. I was gone for 2 days, and you turned them into supermodels. Liam glanced at her. It was quite the experience. Triss had never felt such happiness in a very long time. Experience? Liam asked. More like an adventure. Kira twirled slightly, showing off her new outfit. Pepper took us all over the city. We explored, we dined in these marvelous places, and, oh, the shopping. She gestured toward a corner of the room, where an obscene number of shopping bags, from every luxury brand Liam could think of, were piled up. That's a lot. Liam whistled. You have no idea, Pepper said, shaking her head. I underestimated them. Once they got the hang of shopping, they practically bought everything. Well, it's not every day we get introduced to an entirely new world of fashion. And I must say, your tailors know their craft well. And your fabrics, so soft, so light. None of that heavy nonsense. I don't know if I'll ever go back to wearing those stiff robes. Kira smirked. Liam was glad to see that shopping had brought the two women closer and resolved the differences. He knew that Kira had crossed the line when she said those words to Triss, and hopefully she had apologized or at least come to the common ground. These women had way too high of an ego. Even Triss herself carried a weight that was hard to put down. You two are adapting way too fast. Liam said. We're intelligent women, Liam. Of course, we adapt quickly. Kira shrugged. But what about you? Still dressing the same? Triss nodded, then glanced at Liam's casual hoodie and jeans. I like my hoodie, thank you very much. Liam said. Ugh, typical man. No sense of adventure in clothing. Triss said. Didn't they adapt way too fast? These women were scary. You should have seen them, Liam. By the second day, they were already arguing over which outfit suited them best. Pepper said. Sounds about right. Liam said. Don't act like you wouldn't have enjoyed it. You should have seen Triss try to figure out how high heels work. Kira said. They're unnatural torture devices. Triss said. You still bought 3 pairs, Kira pointed out. Well, I guess you both had fun, huh? Triss said. Oh, absolutely. I could get used to this world. Kira said. This made Liam's eyebrow flare up. Both of them had now been hinting that they would love to settle here. But of course Liam didn't call them out, and before he could say another word, Jarvis lit up. Sir, Director Fury is asking for an audience. Oh. Took him long enough. Liam was surprised that Fury would show up so late. He had noticed the guard of Pepper. She was a widow, and thus Liam was sure that Fury would show up sometime soon, but he seemed to have given them time to settle in and maybe have a surveillance on them. Send him up. Chapter 135, 135. Dressed in his signature long black coat, Fury walked in with his usual no-nonsense stride. His single eye scanned the room, pausing briefly on Triss and Kira before landing on Liam. Liam. I assume there is something to report since none of your colleagues have returned. Fury said. Nice to see you too, Fury. Liam replied. Fury didn't take the bait. He merely raised an eyebrow, waiting. Fine. The short version. Tony's having the time of his life playing professor at the University of Oxenfort. We got separated due to various reasons, and also because of the political plot of the place we are in is kind of messed up. And me? I've been learning a few things from their world before coming back. Liam gave a very brief rundown of what was going on, and Fury listened, and the more he listened, the more he felt that the place Liam was living in was filled with filth and the times of medieval ages. Fury could only sigh at the end and turned his gaze to Triss and Kira. And them? His tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable edge of scrutiny. Triss Marigold, Kira Metz. Powerful sorceresses. They're here to see how our world works. Fury's sharp eye flickered over them. And you trust them? He asked flatly, not hiding, and straight spoke up on their faces. If I didn't, they wouldn't be here, Liam replied without hesitation. Triss and Kira exchanged glances. They had dealt with skepticism before. A pleasure, Triss said. I take it you're some kind of authority figure here. More than just some kind. Liam smirked before gesturing to Fury. This is Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a high-level security and intelligence organization. Think of them as the people who handle world-threatening situations. And by handle, I assume you mean manipulate, control, and generally stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Kyria said. You're quick. Fury replied. Liam exhaled through his nose. He had expected Fury to be wary of Triss and Kira, but he was surprised by how blunt he was being. Fury was known for playing things close to the chest, not for putting his suspicions on full display like this. Director Fury, is it? Triss spoke this time. We are not here to cause trouble. We are here to learn about this world and to ensure that our own safety isn't compromised. I understand your skepticism, but we have no ill intentions. Fury studied her for a moment before shifting his gaze back to Liam. What do you mean by sorceresses when you introduce them? They know magic. Liam replied. So, you went to another world and brought back 2 witches. And somehow, this is supposed to be fine? Fury asked. Don't look at me. It was Steve and Natasha who planted that seed. Don't shoot the messenger. Liam replied, washing his hands off the topic. Noted, Fury could only sigh. Liam had spoken of the problems these women had faced and he could also understand why Steve would lay down the cards. He didn't mind the extra manpower, but anything related to multiverse was a dangerous territory and thus he would need to be extra careful. All right. For now, I'll let you all settle in. But don't think for a second that I'm not watching. With those words Fury left. He had heard about their arrival the time they had stepped in and he wanted to step in much earlier. But seeing how these women only focused on shopping and Liam was having a family time, he wasn't going to be a party pooper. He needed to show that their world had their eyes on them, and that was enough. Since Liam was back at the Stark Tower, he had finally decided to show up and also see who these travelers Liam had brought it without any heads up. Though Liam had said that they would be back to the other world soon, he had a feeling that the presence of these 2 exceptionally beautiful women wouldn't be missed by Earth in the future. He would need to make proper arrangements for them if they come back again. He could only sigh and look at the traffic as he was driving. The world was changing fast and their organization needed to keep up with the times. He's charming, Kira muttered sarcastically, after Fury left. At least he's straightforward. Triss mentioned. What happened to his eye? Yeah, that was more direct than usual, Liam admitted. That is a long story. As Liam processed Fury's departure, sparks of golden energy whirled in the air, forming a circular portal near the center of the lounge. Before Liam could react, Triss and Kira's expressions twisted into shock and immediate hostility. Their instincts flared as they sensed the presence stepping through. The sheer weight of its power was suffocating, but what made their blood run cold was the taint within it. Dark. Corrupt. Foul. Before the figure had fully stepped through, both sorceresses moved on instinct. Triss' hands burned with flames while Kira flicked her wrist, conjuring crackling magical energy ready to strike. They didn't hesitate, they attacked. A fiery bolt and a concentrated burst of arcane magic shot forward. Stop! Liam shouted, as he had foreseen the attack and raised his hands and threw a shot of Bifrost-laden shot at the attack of Triss and Kira's assault. The figure that had stepped through remained unscathed. What the hell are you doing? Liam hissed. You don't sense that? Triss shot back. That power, it's wrong. Corrupted. It's evil, Kira reinforced. Liam turned back to the newcomer, who looked entirely unbothered by the sudden hostility. I see I've made quite the impression, the Ancient One said smoothly. Yeah. Liam muttered. Stand down. She's not the enemy. The sorceresses hesitated, their instincts screaming otherwise. But they trusted Liam enough to at least wait. Their magic dimmed, but their bodies remained tense. She reeks of dark magic, Kira whispered. Fascinating. I wonder, do your people always strike before understanding? The Ancient One said. We understand enough, Triss shot back. No good magic feels like that. Chapter 136, 136. Okay, let's take a breather. Everyone, meet the Ancient One. She's the Sorcerer Supreme of our world. Liam introduced her. Sorcerer Supreme. Triss and Kira looked at him like he'd lost his mind. A guardian, the Ancient One clarified. I and my colleagues protect the fabric of reality in this world. Then why does your magic feel like decay? Like something rotting underneath a mask of light? Because, unlike you, I do not reject the dark. I understand it. I wield both light and shadow in balance, the Ancient One said. Liam could only roll his eyes on that. He knew exactly why the Ancient One gave them this feeling. Dormammu. Though he didn't burst the bubble. Humph. As if we believe that. Triss said. Believe what you will. I came here because Liam here had brought some guests. Ancient One said. Since you both don't seem hostile, I take everything is in order. This was mostly pointed at Liam. You don't have to worry. They aren't a problem. Liam assured. Yes, I noticed, the Ancient One said, speaking of the fact of how Liam was easily able to stop their attacks. Liam could see the tension wasn't fading anytime soon. Look, I get it. But trust me when I say she's one of the good ones. Triss and Kira exchanged glances, still unconvinced, but they didn't argue further. Fine, but that doesn't explain what kind of magic she used to arrive here. That wasn't a normal portal. And what was your magic? You still haven't explained that. It's called Bifrost manipulation. A highly advanced form of magic. Liam replied, but didn't answer for the Ancient One. What other kind of magic can you do? Triss asked, now curious, and Liam then proceeded to show something that would shock the two women. His form would rapidly change, and within a couple of seconds he changed into a falcon that flew around the lounge and then reverting back to what he was. Both of the women were beyond amazed. And you said you couldn't do magic? Kira asked. I told you this is kind of an ability for me. I wasn't taught about it, you can say I was born with it. Thus even if I can manipulate magical energies, I don't know how it actually works. Liam said. If you know such powerful magic, why would you want to learn magic? Triss asked. 2 reasons. One is I want to learn it myself and get stronger. Secondly, I can't do the same magic in your world. It is blocked. The people who are responsible for my trials, which this time is in your place, has take my abilities away until I pass the trial. Liam said. What? Both Triss and Kira were horrified, and even the Ancient One was intrigued by the words of Liam. Liam then gave a false rundown of what was going on, of course filled with lies and also many holes in the story. Especially the Ancient One was sure that Liam was lying about multiverse entity or organization. She would have known if that was the case. But she didn't call Liam out. Though she couldn't see the future of Liam for some reason, it didn't mean she couldn't see the world with the help of Time Stone. Liam was powerful and he would help in safeguarding the world, and that was what important to her. What kind of lies he spun for the others to hear, wasn't her concern. Besides, it's not like Liam was a part of Kamar-Taj. She was sure that Liam wasn't interested in them, thus she left Liam alone. It did unsettle her for quite some time when she couldn't see the future of Liam, but later decided it might be because Liam had vague control over time. Magic like that feels dangerous. What if you go rogue? Triss asked. She wasn't exactly happy to know the whole story of Liam either. Humans were known to control magic well, but there were cases where folks went wild by the influence of magic. They'd have to be strong enough to even wield it in the first place, Liam pointed out. Trust me, it's not something just anyone can pick up and play with. I want to see it. Kira said while licking her lips. This gave goosebumps to Liam, seeing how this woman was up to some tricks again. Alright, but if you want to learn, I suggest we take this to a more open location. Liam sighed. You're suggesting a duel, aren't you? Triss said. I like the sound of that. Kira said while giving a wide grin. If nothing else, I suppose it'll be a learning experience. Triss sighed as she could see the bad habits of Kira showing up again. Now she believed that this woman had tried to seduce Liam before. Interesting. Very well, I shall not interfere. But do try not to destroy anything important. Ancient One said. After the discussion, Liam, Kira, and Triss left Stark Tower, heading to a secluded area where they could fight without interruptions. This was a remote island and Ancient One took them here. Fenrir was back with his parents as Liam felt it would be better now since his parents would decide to go to Europe. They would visit by a private plane and thus didn't have problems with carrying Fenrir with them. I'll admit, I'm curious to see what you're truly capable of. Kira said. Let's find out then. Liam said. With a flick of her wrist, Kira conjured an array of glowing sigils in the air, each forming into orbs of concentrated magical energy. Without hesitation, she launched them forward in a staggered barrage. Liam's eyes shimmered with more vivid colors of rainbow light, foresight activated. With minimal movement, he sidestepped each attack effortlessly, the orbs passing harmlessly by. Fast, she admitted. But she wasn't done. Liam exhaled, his body flickering with an eerie blue glow, wraith form. His form became incorporeal as he slipped momentarily into the shadow realm, traversing much distance taking less than a second, allowing the lightning to pass harmlessly around him, making it seem that the lightning attacks were slower. He reappeared in an instant, already moving. Chapter 137, 137. Kira barely had time to register his speed before Liam was in front of her. Reacting on instinct, she conjured a protective barrier, a translucent dome of ashen light. Bombardier. Liam jumped up in the air and with his legs hit at the barrier Kira had built and then spin back at his position, only for the place that Liam had hit, burst out in flames, making the whole barrier shatter and within seconds fall down. The sheer pressure forced Kira back a few steps. Her breath hitched. What the? Liam didn't answer. He simply raised his hand, conjuring a blades of fiery arrows, fusillade. A dozen golden arrows materialized in the air and shot toward Kira at breakneck speed. Kira teleported at the last second, reappearing a few feet away. But before she could catch her breath, the temperature around her plummeted a bit. Liam had summoned a small ball of water and threw it at Kira and before she knew it she found herself a huge ball of water that floated up, taking her along. She was in water domain, and it was revolving and moving in such a fast speed that she couldn't just extricate herself at all. Kira barely had time to conjure a counterspell, forming a barrier of space to not let her drown. She was drenched in water when she was out of the water domain. Her magic came from her chants in Elder Speech, but Liam didn't need any of that. Now she believed when Liam said that magic came to him as abilities and not as learned magic. No wonder Liam had such a high talent for magic. He was given. His blood had mana written in it. It all made sense now. Kira was pissed a bit but as she tried to chant once again, she saw Liam close to her with a bow in his hand and arrow made of bifrost pointing at her face. A small chant and the arrow would leave the bow. This was Liam's way of telling. Move and you will perish. Checkmate, Liam murmured. Kira exhaled sharply, then raised her hands in surrender. All right, you win. That was fun. Liam said as he stepped back and took back the bow. That wasn't a duel. That was one-sided domination. Triss mentioned from the sidelines. She had questions about the magic Liam had displayed. Unlike Kira, who was busy with defending herself, she sensed different kinds of magic from Liam. Especially the wraith form of Liam. It gave her a very familiar feeling, but she couldn't point out where. Tell me again of how you lost that hand. There is no way one could have done that easily. Kira said. Liam had always evaded about his missing hand and she felt that Liam was very much ashamed to talk about it. But with what she had seen today, she was pretty sure that Liam wasn't even trying to overwhelm her, and even then she lost horribly. It was more of an exhibition, and a being like Liam actually lost a hand. He was ignorant, the Ancient One said. No wonder. Triss nodded, as only that explanation could explain why Liam lost a hand. When Vilgefortz lost his life, it was also because he was ignorant and thought himself to be unbeatable. But at the end lost to a witcher. Though she was curious, just like Kira, of who was the person who delivered that shock to Liam. But didn't ask, as she could. Liam had a gloomy face once Ancient One said those words. Back at Stark Tower, the group gathered in the lounge, the atmosphere calmer than before. Kira was still wringing out the water from her hair with mild irritation, while Triss sat thoughtfully, still pondering the abilities Liam had displayed. You fight like a damn monster, Kira muttered. No spells, no chance, yet you can summon elements, distort space, and move like a ghost. You're just mad I won. Liam said. TCH, she huffed. You are quite the anomaly, Liam. Even for a world filled with the things that I have witnessed. I get that a lot. Liam glanced at Triss and Kira. Anyway, we've spent enough time here. We need to head back to Kaer Morhen. Back to the cold and monster-infested lands. Can't say I'm excited. Triss said. A part of her really didn't want to go. Natasha was right. She loved it here. Kira, who was the first person to say no to moving here, had her eyes showed that she was reluctant to leave. Pepper had returned from her office and was also sad to know that they would be leaving. I promised to bring Tony next time I return. Tell Fury if he calls that we have left. He doesn't need to put extra security here. Liam said, as he had noticed that after he had arrived the Stark Tower had more security, which he could understand. Pepper nodded and Liam soon opened a portal, but before Liam stepped in along with the two women, he looked at Pepper and said. Tell Fury that we need Banner. Not for the monster, but for his brain. Huh? Pepper was confused about what Liam meant. Relay Fury my words. He will understand. Liam said. Pepper nodded out of habit and remembered his words. The cold, crisp air of Kaer Morhen greeted them instantly. Snow crunched beneath their boots as they emerged onto the fortress's worn stone steps. The sky above was painted with streaks of gray and white, the morning sun barely breaking through the thick clouds. Great. Back to freezing my ass off. Kira said. At least we know we can go back now. Triss said while looking at Liam, who just shrugged his shoulders. His gaze had already landed on Vesemir, who was standing in the courtyard, tending to Uma. Where in the devil's name have you three been? Vesemir demanded. You left for a simple scouting trip, and it's been over 2 weeks. Liam's expression remained neutral, but Triss and Kira both stiffened. 2 weeks. Triss repeated. Vesemir, we were only gone for 3 days. Chapter 138, 138. / sorry for the absence. Had a health problem. I am back now *. I don't know what tricks you're playing at, but you've been gone for 15 days. Whatever magic or technology as you mention you were messing with, it's clear you lost track of time. The old Witcher scoffed. So, that thing you said before. About time moving differently between worlds. You were serious? Kira slowly turned her head to Liam, who remained unsurprised. I wouldn't lie about something like that, and that too for some prank. Gods. This means if we stay in your world too long, we'll return to find everything here changed. That's, Triss said. Both an advantage and a problem, Liam finished for her. We can spend weeks over there learning or planning, and only a few days will pass here. But if we're careless, we might come back to find the world unrecognizable. But it's not permanent, as this will go on for 15 years. After that the portal between 2 different worlds will stop, as it will stop my trial. I already have a headache. Kira said, thinking of Liam's abilities, the time difference and the fact that the secretive organization behind Liam could even pull something like that. But the two women didn't pay more thought to the time delay surprise. They were not powerful enough from what they understood from Liam. No wonder, Liam didn't care if Kira or Triss could wreak havoc in his world. He was too powerful for them to cause any long-lasting trouble. Kira and Triss wasted no time before launching into an enthusiastic retelling of their experiences in Liam's world. Vesemir's weathered face set in a doubtful expression as the two sorceresses excitedly described everything they had seen. "You wouldn't believe it, Vesemir," Triss began. "The people there live in towers taller than the highest mountains. Some of them are entirely made of glass. And these metal carriages called cars, they move on their own without horses. Towers of glass. Carriages without horses. Sounds like something a drunk bard would come up with. Oh, come on, old man. Do we look like a bard to you?" Kira scoffed. She pulled out the small rectangular object Pepper had given her, a sleek black Stark Industries mobile phone, and tapped its glass surface. The screen lit up, causing Vesemir to take an involuntary step back. "Relax, it's just a device. Think of it as a magical mirror that captures images and stores them," Triss said. "Look. This is what New York looks like," Kira said as she scrolled through her photos. The old Witcher leaned in cautiously, his mutant eyes narrowing at the glowing image on the screen. The cityscape of New York, with its massive skyscrapers and dazzling lights, filled the display. The sheer scale of it left him momentarily speechless. "And here, this is me and Triss at a place called Central Park." She swiped again, showing a photo of them standing in front of a green landscape nestled within the city structures. "Humph. So it's real, then. Still doesn't explain how people survive in a place like that without magic," Vesemir said. "Oh, but they do," Triss said, excitedly swiping through more photos. "They've replaced magic with machines. They have devices that let them talk to each other instantly across vast distances. They have massive flying metal birds that carry people across the sky," Kira said. "And their fashion, Vesemir. You should see what they wear. No heavy cloaks, no armor, just these comfortable fabrics that somehow keep them warm even in the cold." Triss added to Kira's words. "Pepper even gave us some clothes from her world. I'll admit, I actually like them. They're more practical than I expected. And these little devices you're carrying," Vesemir then pointed at the mobile phone in Kira's hands. "What else do they do?" "Oh, plenty. We can take moving pictures, listen to music, read books. And, thanks to Pepper, we even have these." She pulled out a small, flat object with a tiny cord attached to it. "Solar rechargeable chargers. They absorb sunlight and keep our devices working indefinitely." "Ha. You two sound like a pair of wide-eyed apprentices who just discovered their first spell." Vesemir at the end could only shake his head seeing the enthusiasm of the two women. "Well, at least now you believe me when I said my world was different," Liam finally said. "Aye. Different is one way to put it." Vesemir eyed the phone once more before shaking his head. "Still don't trust those strange little mirrors of yours. But I'll admit, your world sounds fascinating." "Oh, Vesemir, if you saw it yourself, you wouldn't want to come back," Triss said. "Ha. I think I'll stick to the world I know. Magic, monsters, and all." Vesemir wasn't as keen as these two women. He had witnessed too many things of the whole world to get excited about different worlds. The new world of Liam looked exciting for sure, but for now, he was more concerned about finding Siri and bringing her back in one piece. After a day's rest, Liam was back on track on learning magic. He had already asked and got the confirmation that the sources of magic still worked fine in their world, and thus Liam was now more eager to learn magic. After settling back into Kaer Morhen, the biting cold of the keep welcomed them once again. Few days had gone by since they had arrived at Kaer Morhen, and Liam had sent the information that the things Tony had wanted was here. Tony was in a pickle. He wanted those things, but the distance between Kaer Morhen and Oxenfort was too much, and thus it would take days for his things to reach. He needed to find a proper and secure route between Kaer Morhen and Oxenfort, and he was contemplating of sending Barton to deliver the goods. Liam didn't care of what Tony wanted. He wasn't going to move from this castle, as he had finally had some head start to his magic learning. Chapter 139, 139. Liam had stepped away from the warmth of the fire, drawn to the open training grounds outside. The wind howled through the mountains, cold and merciless. His frustration with magic had been eating away at him for months. He could summon abilities naturally, but true spellcasting, the way Triss and Kira wielded magic, remained elusive. Today was just one of the days where he would come and try to conjure a spell. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, letting the wind whip around him. He then spoke the elder speech he had committed to the memory long ago. Jinval Aep Morvat. The wind stirred. Aine Ged. A faint shift, a ripple in the air around him. Nag Finud. The wind roared to life. A sharp current circled around his arms, wrapping him in a vortex of air. His heart pounded in his chest as he felt the magic truly respond to him for the first time, not as an ability he was given, but as something he commanded. He lifted his hand, and with a final push of will, the wind shot outward in a concentrated burst, sending snow scattering across the courtyard. It wasn't powerful, not yet, but it was real. He had done it. Liam. He turned to see Triss and Kira standing at the entrance, both watching him with surprise. Triss and Kira, who had been on the sidelines going through some romantic novels on the mobile, looked up to see what Liam just done. You are finally able to do it? Kira was in disbelief. Liam had been struggling so much, and after seeing him in his world, she even felt that Liam was faking it. But now that Liam had finally been able to call forth some magic, she was sure that Liam had really been struggling. The telltale signs were all there. Looks like you're finally learning. Triss, meanwhile, had a smile on her face. And let me guess, you weren't even thinking about magic when it finally worked, were you? Kira said while keeping her mobile away. Not really. I just stopped forcing it. Liam admitted. He had let go of his efforts and just chanted the elder speech out of habit at this point. Maybe that's the key. You've been treating magic like a skill to be mastered through effort, but it's not just about logic and willpower. Triss said as her conjecture about emotions might be true. Every sorcerer, every mage, we all channel magic through our emotions. That's probably why you've struggled so much, you've been blocking yourself off. And yet, just a few hours ago, you finally let loose. You fought without restraint, got frustrated, got excited, which is very rare for you. Maybe that's what unlocked it. Kira said. You need to understand your emotions, connect with them instead of ignoring them. And that's why. Triss hesitated for a moment before saying. It's time you went to Cover. There are druids there, different from mages, but deeply attuned to nature and emotions. They could teach you how to align yourself with the world's flow instead of forcing your way through it. Kira said. Druids? Liam said. He had thought about druids before and learning from them, but decided he should visit them once he got the basics right, since these druids were known to be very powerful and he held almost no knowledge about them. Druids were old men who lived in forests, held immense magic, act like hermits and considered nature as their god. Yes, Kira confirmed. And if anyone can teach you about finding balance in magic, it's them. We'll go with you. Cover is one of the safest places for mages, and honestly, after what we saw in your world, I'd like to get away from all this cold for a while. Triss said. Actually, I think I'll stay here. Kira said. Both Liam and Triss turned to her in surprise. You're not coming? Triss asked. Don't get me wrong, Cover sounds tempting, but someone has to stay behind and help keep Kaer Morhen in one piece. The place is falling apart, and I've already started working on a few repairs. Besides, Vesemir could use the extra hands, especially with Uma here. You always did have a knack for getting comfortable wherever you go. Liam said. By now he had understood the mind of his mentor. She really didn't like getting out of the comfort zone. Unlike some of us, I don't need to be constantly moving to feel like I'm making progress. Kira didn't seem to like the jab and said. Fair enough. But don't think we won't drag you there eventually. Triss chuckled. I'll consider it. For now, you two can deal with the druids and their nature-loving nonsense while I enjoy the comforts of a castle. Kira mocked. With their plans set, Triss and Liam packed for the journey ahead. They would travel first to Rivia, where they could secure passage on a riverboat to Sintra. From there, they'd find a ship heading north to Cover. A day later, the two found themselves on horseback, riding through the mountain paths that led away from Kaer Morhen. They rode through the forests, making their way south toward Rivia. Rivia, the place where Gerald hailed from, and if any place had an understanding of not to mess with witchers or sorcerers, then this was the place. Liam would have loved to be in Rivia, as this place seemed prosperous, and since it was beyond mountains, though the Nilfgaard had conquered the place, they paid very less attention to it since it was always difficult to reach this place. From Rivia, it didn't take much time to hire a medium-sized river boat. Soon the duo along with the owner of the boat started their journey east toward Sintra, which was also a port. Sintra was the place where Siri was born, and though after Nilfgaard took over the capital had changed from this place, but it didn't take away the fact that Sintra was still a major port here. Chapter 140. While Liam and Triss were traversing foreign lands, something else was happening in Oxenfort. At the autumn night, flames raged in the distance. Tony Stark and Clint Barton stood atop the university, watching the dye factories collapse in on themselves, spewing smoke and embers into the night sky. Everyone get out safe? Barton asked while continuing his look at the burning flames. Yeah. No injuries. No deaths. Just a lot of people out of work now. Tony's jaw tightened. Good. Then we can move forward. Barton said. Move forward? You mean after burning down 2 industries and putting half the damn district out of work? Tony turned to him, incredulous. We both knew this was going to happen. Those bastards weren't going to stop. They would have come after us sooner or later. Barton, not being fazed at all, said. And instead of outmaneuvering them, you torched their livelihoods. Tony said. You are the one to talk, Tony, since you have done worse. Besides, it's not all of them. He turned back toward the fire. Before this, I talked to some of the workers. The ones who weren't completely loyal or scared out of their minds. Told them if things went south, I'd have a place for them. My new shop is hiring, and I'll take as many of them as I can. And the rest? Some of them were too afraid to leave. Others? Too loyal. You know the type, men who'd rather sink with the ship than abandon their betters. Couldn't do anything about them. Barton said. I should have known you wouldn't just light the match without thinking ahead. Still, you left a lot of people stranded. Tony ran a hand through his hair. I did what I could, Barton said. And you? I've got some connections. Some of them can be placed elsewhere. Maybe in the university's workshops, maybe in private businesses that could use skilled hands. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. But damn it, Clint. You didn't need to take it this far. Tony sighed. I did. Otherwise, we'd be the ones burning next. Clint said. Tony looked back at the fire, the collapsing structures hissing as they caved inward. He wasn't happy, but he also knew Barton wasn't wrong. This world didn't play fair. And besides, it was a trial. A trial for them and also Liam. The better their performance, the better the results. But still Tony wasn't happy at all. Living with them only cemented his love with the locals and the people around. All humans weren't bad. It was just some bad apples manipulating the ignorant ones. Tony could also sense that as the days went by, the professors of the university weren't exactly fond of him. The only reason they had been silent was because Radovid was dead and thus they just lost their political backing and funding. Though the houses remained, it didn't mean all the houses went along with each other. It was chaos inside and the only reason Tony was left was because he was neutral to begin with and had loads of money. But Tony knew, once some of them were pushed to a worse situation they would turn on him since for most people Tony was a walking gold with ideas that could make an industry bloom. Tony wasn't immune. Not yet. The fires in Oxenfort had long since died down, leaving behind the blackened skeletons of what were once the largest dye factories in the region. The merchants who had ruled that trade, Vespasian Leovold and Dorian Massengil, had lost everything overnight. At first, they refused to believe it. They still had gold, still had connections, but those meant little when the heart of their business had been turned to ash. The merchants had spent years consolidating their power, ensuring their businesses were too vital to fail. Yet, in a single night, their dominion had crumbled. And they knew exactly who was responsible. Clint Barton. The name burned in their minds like a brand. The foreigner had not only defied them, he had humiliated them, taken what was theirs, and worse, he had gotten away with it. Leovold and Massengil had no choice but to leave. The university's council, ever pragmatic, had not lifted a finger to aid them. With Radovid dead and no clear successor holding power, the old alliances meant little. They left in secret, taking with them a handful of loyal men, guards, accountants, and enforcers who had no future in Oxenfort now that their employers were ruined. They traveled by carriage under the cover of night, heading northwest toward Novigrad, where wealth still ruled and where desperate men could find new footing. The merchants had connections, but after their fall from power, trust was hard to come by. Even former allies saw them as liabilities, afraid of the chaos that followed in their wake. By the time they reached Novigrad, their men were restless, and their reputation was all but shattered. But they still had one advantage. They knew the name of a monster that could tip the scales back in their favor. Many days had passed since the two merchants and their associates had settled in. But that didn't mean, the two merchants, had forgotten of what had gone down in Oxenfort. This man named Barton decided to sweep in one day and turn the whole dye industry of the kingdom upside down within a few months. The dye which was costly and could be called as luxury, suddenly became cheaper than theirs. It started slowly as the prices didn't take a nosedive. The two merchants didn't even pay attention to it at the beginning, but as the days went by, and the prices started dropping faster than they could ever retaliate. And to top it off, Barton sold all the colors in a singular price. Even the color blue was cheap. This was the nail in the coffin, and thus the two merchants started coercing Barton to give up the formula or the business so that they could get a share of their profits. They did every means possible to subvert Barton. Chapter 141, 141. Novigrad was a city of excess and blood. Gold and crime went hand in hand, and in its darkest corners, secrets thrived. The merchants had no intention of seeking out common assassins or mercenaries. They needed something more. Something lethal. Something with no weaknesses. For weeks, they whispered in the right ears, let gold pass into the hands of men who dealt in hushed voices and fear. They made careful inquiries, using coded language to avoid drawing the attention of the coroner in Novigrad. Hubert Rejk. This man was an enigma to everyone who knew about him. He was a higher vampire. A Katakan. The reason he was an enigma was not because he was a higher vampire or the fact that he had a thirst for torture and making a spectacle of his victims. No, it was because he was a supporter of the Eternal Fire cult. The same cult which opposed anything magical. It was strange because Hubert himself was a magical creature and the human form wasn't even his real form. This was a mystery to everyone who knew anything about him. And the two merchants wanted to exact revenge through him. At first, the merchants were wary. Vampires did not take contracts. They did not kill for coin. But they knew men like Hubert could be guided. They found him in the basement of a butcher's shop, deep in the slums of Novigrad. It was an unassuming place, but the air reeked of something primal. Hubert sat at a plain wooden table, sharpening a dagger that was far too ceremonial for a mere butcher's tool. The merchants did not approach alone. They had brought two of their best remaining enforcers, but even then, they felt a chill as Hubert's gaze lifted toward them. "I don't take contracts," he said before they even spoke. He knew that these two merchants knew about his identity and it could be leaked, but he also knew that these men were scared of death more than their greed. "We aren't here for contracts," Leovold replied smoothly. "We are here for justice." "Justice?" "Yes," Massengil interjected. "There is a man, an outsider. A foreigner who has no place in our world. He is immoral, reckless. A man who destroys livelihoods without care. A man who burns businesses to the ground simply because they stand in his way." Hubert said nothing, but the merchants could tell they had his attention. "He acts without consequence," Leovold continued. "People like that deserve to be judged, don't they? This man," Massengil pressed on, "this Clint Barton, he torched our factories. Not because we wronged him, but because we stood in his way. Hundreds of men are now out of work because of his greed." "And now?" Hubert asked. "Now," Leovold said, "he prospers. While honest men suffer." Hubert exhaled slowly, the candlelight flickering as if the air. He waved his hands showing that these two men should leave, but this was an indication enough that he would contemplate later. The journey to Cover had been long and arduous, but Liam and Triss had finally arrived in the kingdom known for its wealth, frigid climate, and, most importantly, its tolerance toward mages. Yet, finding the druids here was proving to be an entirely different challenge. For days, they had combed through the libraries of Pont Vannis, speaking with scholars and old herbalists who might have known anything about the circle of druids. They searched the outskirts of towns, following rumors about reclusive mystics, only to find ordinary hedge witches and alchemists peddling common remedies. Even among the magical circles, information about the druids was scarce. Unlike sorcerers who sought influence, druids lived in secrecy, avoiding civilization as much as possible. "This is getting us nowhere," Liam muttered as he and Triss sat in the corner of a dimly lit tavern. A fire crackled in the hearth, providing little warmth against the chill that seeped through the wooden walls. "We've asked herbalists, scholars, and even a few smugglers. Nobody seems to know where these druids are. That's because they don't want to be found. Druids aren't like us, Liam. They don't seek power or students. They follow the flow of nature and shun human conflicts," Triss said while drinking a bit of the local wine. She was actually enjoying herself here. Here, she was free and none of the folks here would look at her the wrong way. There weren't any wanted posters of hers and thus even if people here came to know her, they wouldn't treat her any different. Cover would have been the best place for her to pass her time, if she hadn't gone to the city of New York. Then why did we even come here? If they don't want to be found, how are we supposed to convince them to teach me? Liam meanwhile wasn't liking the wild goose chase at all. "Because there's always a way. We just have to look deeper." Triss smiled. It wasn't until their 5th day in Cover that they finally found their first real lead. An old fisherman by the docks, after some convincing, and a hefty exchange of crowns, told them of a strange group of men who had passed through the region months ago. "They don't come to the cities, no. But the woods, they visit the deep forests," the old man said. "You want to find him, you best head north, past the frosted highlands. They say there's a grove there, old as time itself." Liam and Triss wasted no time preparing for the next leg of their journey. The frosted highlands were treacherous, covered in thick snow and inhabited by beasts that had never seen human civilization. Traveling there would not be easy. "You sure they'll even listen to us?" As they rode out of Pont Vannis, Liam couldn't help but glance at Triss. "That's what we're going to find out," Triss said. But she was very sure that Liam would be accepted among them as druids were known to nurture talents. The druids might be reclusive but once in a while they would come in contact with civilization. Not because of necessity, but because they loved to kidnap young children who had huge talents of magic and thus make them the next druids. Chapter 142, 142. The deeper Liam and Triss ventured into the frosted highlands, the more the land seemed to reject them. Snow piled high on ancient, gnarled roots, making each step a careful tread. As they went deep into the place, through the ancient path that had almost gotten covered by the foliage, the trees grew taller, their branches intertwining. Even the air felt heavier, charged with something old, something watchful. "This place feels unnatural," Liam murmured. "Not unnatural," Triss corrected. "Ancient. This is sacred ground for the druids. It belongs to something older than Cover itself." Triss walked beside him, her own discomfort evident in the way she kept glancing at the shadows between the trees. "Yeah, well, whoever it belongs to, they're not making visitors feel welcome. Their horses had refused to go further an hour ago. Forced to continue on foot, they moved cautiously, with the eerie silence. The only sounds were their boots crunching against frozen leaves and the distant cawing of ravens. Then, without warning, the ravens fell silent. Liam stopped. "Triss," he said quietly. "I feel it too." She turned, her breath forming mist in the cold air. A guttural, inhuman growl resonated through the trees. The ground trembled slightly, as if something massive had stirred beneath the surface. Then, out of the shadows, a Leshen emerged. It stood at least 12 feet tall, a monstrous entity of bark and shadow. Its elongated skull bore twisted antlers, adorned with the remains of past victims, bones, bits of fur, remnants of armor rusted by time. Vines slithered across its wooden frame like living veins. Its empty eye sockets locked onto them. Then, it raised a clawed hand. The forest erupted to life. Roots burst from the snow-covered ground, lunging at them like serpents. Liam barely managed to jump back in time, unsheathing vigilance in a fluid motion. The sword's runes flickered to life as it sliced through a writhing vine. Triss wasn't idle either. Flames erupted from her hands, searing the encroaching roots. "Liam. We need to move." Liam didn't need to be told twice. He twisted to avoid another strike and proceeded to summon the interceptor. The javelin armor surged forth from the separate dimension he had stored it in, assembling around him in seconds. But then the Leshen's clawed hand came crashing down at that exact moment. Liam raised his armored gauntlet to intercept the attack, and the impact sent a shockwave outward. Snow and dirt exploded into the air as Liam stood his ground, his enhanced armor absorbing the force. "All right, you big bastard," Liam muttered. "Let's see how well you burn." Liam darted forward, Dominion now in his left hand, and slashed at the Leshen's leg. Sparks of lightning flew as the enchanted steel bit into the wooden flesh, leaving a deep, smoldering gash. The monster screeched a reverberating sound that sent shivers down He2's spine. But it wasn't done. The Leshen thrust its clawed hand forward, and suddenly, blackened crows burst from its body, a swirling mass of wings and talons. They rushed toward Liam. Liam activated his javelin armor's shield, the energy air barrier flaring to life just in time to deflect the first wave of birds. Still, some managed to claw at him. He swung vigilance to disperse the swarm. This sent fiery explosions and thus killing most of them. "Triss," he shouted. "Already on it." A fiery explosion detonated mid-air, incinerating a portion of the monstrous flock. The Leshen recoiled. Taking advantage of the moment, Liam activated his armor's ultra-high speed movement, instantly behind the creature. He slashed at its spine with Dominion. This sent a huge surge of lightning attack on the body of Leshen. The Leshen let out an enraged shriek. In retaliation, the monster vanished into a cloud of black mist. Liam barely had time to react before the Leshen reappeared right in front of him, slamming its massive arm into his torso. The impact sent him flying into a tree, the force knocking the air from his lungs. "Liam." Triss called, but she had her own problems. The Leshen's roots erupted beneath her feet, forcing her to leap back and hurl a blast of fire to keep them at bay. Liam groaned, pushing himself up. His javelin armor had absorbed most of the impact, but his ribs still ached. Fucking trial. In normal times Liam would have just given up and come the next day. But here he couldn't give up. Alright, you ugly bastard. No more playing nice. He activated Predator mode, a combat enhancement in his armor that increased his reaction speed and attack precision. With a flick of his wrist, he sent his grappling line forward, wrapping it around the Leshen's antlers and yanking himself forward at incredible speed. Mid-air, he flipped over the Leshen, twisting his body to land a powerful downward slash with vigilance straight onto its skull. The blade cracked through the wood, sending fiery doom crackling through the air. The Leshen reeled, and at that moment, Triss unleashed her most powerful spell yet. A pillar of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing the Leshen in blinding flames. The creature thrashed, its wooden body blackening almost instantly. Liam didn't hesitate. He activated his thrusters both on the feet and his back, propelling himself forward one final time in extreme high speed, almost like teleportation. With both hands gripping Dominion, he drove the sword deep into the Leshen's chest, piercing straight through its heartwood, sending another wave of lightning attack through the inside of the wood. One had to understand how potent Dominon was, since it was able to send lightning attack on a wooden man. The monster let out a final, ear-splitting wail before its body shuddered and collapsed. The forest then fell into silence. Liam pulled Dominion free, breathing heavily. His armor was fine since it was made of silver and every attack of the Leshen was an attack of Liam itself, but his body ached from the sheer effort of the battle. Mind you, this was after his body was enhanced by the rings. No wonder Leshen was such a high-level contract in the game. This thing was terrifying. Chapter 143, 143. That was harder than expected. Triss said. No wonder Gerald always said never to fight a Leshen in a forest. Yeah. But what the hell was a Leshen doing out here anyway? I thought they only guarded sacred places. Exactly. Which means we just trespassed somewhere very important. Triss said. As if in answer, a dozen hooded figures stepped from the trees, their eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. They bore staffs of ancient wood, their robes adorned with intricate symbols of nature. The druids had found them. And they did not look pleased. The druids stood in absolute silence, and their robes, woven with the colors of the forest, barely moved in the wind. Liam barely had time to straighten before one of them, a broad-shouldered man with a gnarled staff, stepped forward. His face was aged like old bark, with deep lines carved into his skin. You dare trespass upon sacred ground and slay our guardian? Look, that thing attacked first. We didn't exactly have time to ask for directions. Liam was still catching his breath as he checked his ribs. The interceptor had told him that his ribs were fine, but Liam didn't feel fine at all. You wield fire and silver against the spirits of the land and expect us to believe your ignorance, another druid snapped. Your very presence is a violation. We just need to talk, Liam said carefully. No more fighting. There will be no words for those who slaughter our guardians. Only judgment. The lead druid slammed his staff into the ground. The first wave came instantly, roots and vines bursting from the ground, lashing out toward Liam like whips. He tried to dodge, but the sheer number overwhelmed even his speed. Thick roots coiled around his limbs, yanking him off his feet. Liam! Triss shouted, summoning a protective shield of flames to keep the roots at bay. Liam gritted his teeth and activated his thrusters, blasting free of the entanglement, but before he could counter, a surge of raw force slammed into him like an invisible wall. He was sent flying back, crashing into a snow-covered tree. His HUD flickered from the impact. Why are they so violent? Aren't they supposed to be nature-loving? Leshen itself is a very filthy monster. The druids were already preparing their next attack. One of them raised his hands, and a howling gust of wind swept through the clearing, laced with shards of ice. Liam activated his shield just in time to block the brunt of it, but the cold seeped through his armor, slowing him down. Another druid slammed his staff into the ground, and suddenly, the entire terrain shifted. The snow, the dirt, the trees, everything warped. Liam found himself sinking, the ground pulling him in as though the earth had become liquid. Enough. Triss unleashed a wave of fire, forcing the druids back for a moment. But then one of the druids unleashed a spell that made a transparent spherical dome around her, and she felt like she lost connection to all the sources. "You wield chaos in a place that denies it," he said. "Your fire means nothing here." Liam cursed under his breath. This wasn't a fight. This was an execution. He tried activating his predator mode again, using his speed to maneuver, but another blast of magic struck him in the chest, sending him skidding across the frozen ground. His armor, normally his greatest advantage, felt useless against the sheer raw magic these druids controlled. He lunged forward, swinging dominion at the nearest druid, but the man merely raised a single hand. The blade stopped mid-air, frozen in place as if time itself had halted around it. "Pathetic," the druid muttered, before flicking his fingers. An invisible force struck Liam, sending him tumbling like a ragdoll. As Liam struggled to rise, his body aching from the relentless barrage, one of the druids finally stepped forward, distinct from the rest. He was taller, his robes woven with patterns that seemed to shift like living roots. "You rely too much on your armor," the druid said. "It is not strength. It is a cage. Even if it's made of unknown magic." With a simple gesture, he raised his staff, and Liam felt a sudden pressure around his entire body. The interceptor's HUD flickered wildly, warning of multiple breaches and magical anomalies. Before he could react, his limbs seized up, locked in place by an unseen force. Then came the first strike. A burst of green energy slammed into his chest, not merely sending him flying, but cutting through his armor like a blade through parchment. Sparks and shattered metal scattered into the air as the interceptor's outer plating split apart. Liam gasped as a searing pain lanced through his ribs. The druid didn't stop. A second strike followed, this time directed at his right arm. The gauntlet exploded in a shower of fragmented steel, revealing his bare, trembling fingers beneath. The pain was immediate, raw, and unforgiving. Liam gritted his teeth, but the onslaught continued. Another wave of magic crashed into him like an avalanche, sending him sprawling to the ground. His HUD screamed warnings, critical damage, integrity failure, but he barely had time to register them before the druid advanced, his staff glowing brighter. "And now, you will learn what it means to stand powerless before true magic." The final blow came without warning. The druid clenched his fist, and Liam's entire body convulsed as an unseen force crushed his remaining armor inward. His left arm snapped under the pressure, bones shattering with a sickening crunch. Blood spewed from his mouth as he hit the frozen earth. Triss's scream tore through the clearing. She pounded against the dome, desperation written across her face as she watched Liam crumble. "Stop," she howled. "You're killing him." The druids did not waver. The lead druid, the one who had shattered Liam's defenses so effortlessly, raised his staff for the final strike. Then, a voice echoed through the clearing. Chapter 144, 144. Enough. The ancient druid emerged from the shadows of the trees. His robes were woven with living vines, and his beard, long and grey, seemed to move like roots in the wind. The attacking druids lowered their staffs immediately, stepping aside to allow the elder to approach. He walked slowly. "Have we fallen so far," the elder murmured, "that we butcher intruders without understanding their intent?" The lead druid scowled but did not argue. He stepped back. Triss was already at Liam's side, her hands trembling as she reached for her potions. Blood stained the snow beneath him, his breath shallow and ragged. His armor was barely recognizable, crushed, torn, and flickering with dying sparks. "You do not belong here, outsider," he said at last. "Nor does she. Take him and leave." You nearly killed him. And now you expect us to just walk away? Triss's hands curled into fists. Yes. Because if you stay, the next time you cross our paths, there will be no mercy. Triss trembled with fury, but one look at Liam, his face pale, his body barely clinging to consciousness. They had no choice. Stay with me, she begged. Just a little longer. Not dead yet. Liam's lips barely moved, but she heard it after a minute of infusing healing magic and potions. The elder druid rose and turned away, already disappearing into the woods. This is your only warning, he said. Triss gritted her teeth, her arms trembling as she held Liam's nearly limp body over her shoulder. Her boots sank into the damp forest floor. Liam, just stay with me, she whispered. Triss stumbled, the weight of Liam's broken body and her own exhaustion to an abandoned hut that they have noticed before they entered the forest. Behind them, deep within the woods, the elder druid led his brethren away. The eldest druid suddenly stopped on his tracks and looked back at the direction the duo disappeared to. I felt it. The presence of Ainel, within the boy. He murmured. 2 days had passed since Triss dragged Liam into the abandoned hut. The place was crumbling and the roof barely holding together, letting cold drafts slip through the cracks. Yet, it was shelter, enough to keep Liam alive while she tended to his wounds. Triss worked tirelessly, barely allowing herself rest. Every few hours, she checked Liam's temperature, administered alchemical potions, and channeled healing magic into his broken body. Despite her efforts, he remained unconscious for most of the time, occasionally mumbling in his fevered sleep. His breathing had stabilized, but his body bore the aftermath of his brutal defeat, deep bruises, shattered bones, and flesh torn by magical strikes. She exhaled sharply and clenched her fists. She had never felt such helplessness before, not even during the worst battles in Novigrad or the war between mages and the Eternal Fire. Watching Liam be reduced to this state had filled her with rage. The druids had shown no mercy, and now all she could do was nurse him back from the brink of death. By the end of the second day, Liam stirred slightly, his fingers twitching. Liam. His eyes fluttered open for a second, but the glow that usually lingered in them was dim. He muttered something incoherent before slipping back into unconsciousness. Triss exhaled, a mix of relief and frustration bubbling inside her. He was still too weak. She needed more time. The third day. The sun had barely risen when the disturbance came. Birds fell silent, and the very air in the forest thickened with magic. Triss, who had been crushing herbs near the fireplace, immediately sensed the shift. She turned her head sharply toward the doorway. The eldest druid stood there. His eyes studied the hut, then settled on her. You, Triss growled. Her hands instinctively crackled with magic, fingers curling into fiery whips of energy. The druid did not move, nor did he raise his hands in defense. He simply stood there, as though waiting. Triss had spent 2 days stewing in anger. Seeing the old druid standing in front of her, so calm and detached, sent a surge of fury through her veins. She hurled a blast of raw fire toward him. The flame shot forward, but just before it reached him, it dissipated into harmless embers. The druid hadn't even lifted a finger. Do you think I'll just let you waltz in here after what you did to him? She raised both hands this time, summoning a stronger spell, a wave of fire hot enough to turn the entire hut into an inferno. The fire surged forward, but before it could reach its target, the air around the druid shimmered. With a flick of his wrist, the eldest druid dissipated the flames into harmless flickers of light. It was as if her magic simply ceased to exist the moment it reached him. You are strong, sorceress, the druid said. But your emotions make you reckless. If you wish to strike me, at least have the wisdom to use more than fire. A groggy voice interrupted them. Triss. Both turned toward the source. Liam, still weak, had dragged himself to the doorway. He leaned against the wooden frame. His skin was pale, his lips slightly parted as he tried to catch his breath. You shouldn't be up. Triss immediately abandoned her fight and rushed to his side. Not dead yet. Liam managed a small smile. Triss sighed, forcing him to sit on a nearby stool. You, Liam muttered. He was fuming in anger inside. He was ready to go back home with Triss so that he could get a proper treatment, now that he was conscious, but he had stopped himself. He was curious. Why are you here? When Liam first faced the druids, he didn't expect them to be so ruthless just because he killed their monster. The game was a bad indicator of how people were in real life. These druids weren't peace-loving at all. What nature? What balance? They almost killed him. He didn't care anymore to learn magic. But this fight also made him understand of his shortcomings. His armor, now in pieces, wasn't all powerful. He didn't even have time to launch all the powerful attack of the Interceptor. Chapter 145, 145. You probably would have died. The chaos magic is poisonous to any person who isn't well versed with it. The druid said with a deadpan expression. No, thanks to you. Liam begrudgingly said that. The magic that sustains you is unnatural. And now I know why. The druid said while looking deep into his eyes. Liam smirked at the words of the druid. This man, no matter how knowledgeable he was, would never in million years would be able to predict the abilities he possesses. You know nothing about me. So don't act like you do. And if that is all you want to say, then you are done and now get the hell out of here, because last I checked, it was you who threw us out of the forest for hurting your precious doll. Liam said. The druid didn't seem fazed by the harsh words at all. Child, do you know what you possess? The druid asked, circumventing the fact that Liam just told him to step out of his space. You mean the scent of an elf that you get from me? Yeah, I know that. You didn't think I was that dumb. Did you? Liam said. For some time he had come to know, with the help of Triss and Kira, especially after taking a small vacation in the world of MCU, that the affects of the Wraith was always present. In fact, there were other lingering specters in his body since he possessed magic from different dimensions. The only reason the power of elves was very apparent and in forefront was because of the fact that the magic they knew was very closely related to the Ainel. Hearing the answer of Liam, the druid, for the first time was a bit surprised, but then he saw Triss and vaguely guessed what might have happened. He breathed out a sigh before saying, I am sorry for the actions of my fellow friends. Humph. You aren't really sorry. You are just annoyed that Liam here knows what he is doing. Triss came behind Liam and took him back to the bed. She was more annoyed than Liam here. Liam. So that is your name. My name is Cathbad. The druid didn't take the harsh words again to his heart. This man really had a thick skin. Their power lingers in you. It is no mere trick of magic or armor. It is in your blood, in your very essence. Liam scoffed at it, as he knew what it was. But he refused to explain further. The old druid had seen many things in his lifetime, but never had he encountered a human who carried such a deep connection to the Ainel. Maybe that descendant of Lara Doran. Liam, on the other hand, didn't care for the scrutiny. He leaned back against the makeshift bedding Triss had prepared for him. Though his body still ached from the brutal fight 2 days prior, his mind now was as sharp as ever. You seem to think you know a great deal about me, Liam said. But you're mistaken if you think I care about your opinions. Perhaps. But the energy within you, it's not something that can be ignored. Tell me, how did you know about its presence? Cathbad said. Liam exhaled slowly, debating how much to say. I was once taught by an elvish smith, Liam said. He had a way with magic, weaving it into steel. I picked up a few things along the way. But your armor doesn't follow the magic of the Ainel. The druid said. He doesn't need to explain himself to you. Triss chimed in. Perhaps not. But I sense that you both came looking for druids for a reason. What is it you seek? Cathbad turned to Triss. I want to learn how to control the chaos magic. Liam replied. You already possess magic. The druid said. Yes, but I want to master it. The kind of magic this world offers. My abilities don't exactly come with a manual, and there's no one I can turn to for guidance. Liam said. Cathbad regarded him in silence for a moment, then turned toward the crackling fire at the center of the hut. And you thought the druids of Cover would teach you? Something like that. Liam replied. It is true that we are among the few who still understand the deeper mysteries of magic. But after what happened in the forest, do you truly believe they would accept you? Cathbad said. I don't care anymore. After what your friends have done. I don't give a flying fuck. Liam said. The words of Liam came as a bit of out of place for Cathbad and even for Triss, as the words chosen by Liam wasn't common tongue at all. But Triss knew why it was that. You are brash, reckless, and carrying power you barely understand. Under normal circumstances, no druid would take you as a pupil. Cathbad said. But these are not normal circumstances. The presence of the Ain-El within you, it is troubling. Cathbad said. What do you mean? Liam asked. Have you heard of the Wild Hunt? Cathbad asked. What about them? Liam wasn't scared at all. The words Wild Hunt would normally invoke fear or disbelief. But Liam didn't seem bothered by those specters at all and even seemed to know them. Seems like you have some knowledge about them. The descendant of Laradoran. The druid said. You mean Siri? Triss interrupted. Yes, that cursed girl, is already being hunted for her abilities. It won't take much time for the Wild Hunt to get a scent of you and come after you. Cathbad said. This just put a smile of Liam's face. Wasn't this what he wanted? He was trying to use Siri to get to the Wild Hunt, and now he was hearing that there was a chance the Wild Hunt would come for him. That was what he was waiting for. I would like to see them try. Liam replied. Chapter 146, 146. The Ain-El are not merely elves of another world. They are conquerors, masters of ancient magics that even we druids struggle to comprehend. Their influence stretches across worlds, and if a fragment of that power lingers within you, it may call to them. And if you feel that all the tales of Wild Hunt are just some tales, then you are sorely mistaken. The druid said. I know what they are. I know the power they possess. Liam cut him off. A single Ain-El wouldn't be much of a headache. But an army of them with the support of the kingdom? Then it's a different situation. The druid said. What does it matter to you? It's not like they are coming after you. Liam said. It doesn't, but the white frost is coming. And your presence brings new factors. Cathbad said. Doesn't matter to me. You should leave. Our welcome has overstretched by a lot. Liam said. He didn't want to reply anymore, as every words would tickle his ribs, and only because of his strong pain tolerance that he had been silent without any groan. Liam then closes his eyes, refusing to engage with this old man. Cathbad sighed and slowly walked out of the hut, followed by Triss. Cathbad and Triss walked in silence for some time before Cathbad saying, I will teach what I know to the child. This made Triss falter, as she didn't expect Cathbad saying that, especially after their hospitality. I don't think Liam would like to learn any more from you. Especially after what had transpired. Triss said. Cathbad shook his head and replied. It was my friends who did that. They wouldn't care what I do. Cathbad said. Cathbad stopped walking and turned toward the trees, raising a hand. He whispered in Elvish, his voice merging with the sounds of the forest. A few moments later, the underbrush rustled, and from the shadows emerged a small, white rabbit. Its fur was pristine, and its bright, intelligent eyes shimmered in the dim light. Triss watched with a mixture of confusion and suspicion as Cathbad knelt, gently lifting the creature in his hands. He turned to her, extending the rabbit toward her. "Take it," he said. "Give it to the boy." "A rabbit? What is this supposed to mean?" "This creature is bound to the land. Its essence carries the strength of the forests, the vitality of life itself. Its presence will aid his recovery far more than any potion you brew." Triss hesitated but, seeing the solemnity in Cathbad's expression, she eventually took the rabbit in her arms. The small creature didn't resist, instead, it nestled against her. "I will return in 2 weeks. By then, the boy will have healed," Cathbad said. "We'll see." With that, Cathbad turned and disappeared into the trees, leaving Triss standing there, staring down at the tiny creature in her arms. She glanced toward the hut, where Liam lay resting, and shook her head. "Well, let's see if you're really as special as he says," she muttered before walking inside. The first few days were difficult. Liam was in and out of consciousness, his body still fighting against the damage inflicted by the druids. Triss did everything she could, healing magic, potions, herbs, but the rabbit never left his side. It nestled against his chest at night, its small body warm against him. When he stirred in pain, its tiny paws would pat his skin as if soothing him. By the 4th day, Liam was awake enough to notice. "What is this?" he muttered. "A gift. From the druid you hate." Liam stared at the rabbit, which looked up at him with unblinking eyes. He blinked back. "You're telling me that tree-loving old man gave me a rabbit?" "Yes. You didn't think to refuse. He said it would help you heal. And judging by the fact that you're actually sitting up now, I'd say he wasn't wrong." Triss shrugged. Liam scowled, but when he looked at the rabbit, his expression softened just a fraction. He reached out, brushing his fingers over its soft fur. The rabbit nuzzled into his palm, and despite himself, Liam let out a small chuckle. "All right, fine. But I'm not naming it." Sure. You'll say that now." Liam scoffed but kept his hand on the rabbit, stroking its fur absent-mindedly. For now Liam had abandoned the plan of going to his own world and allowing the godly abilities to heal him faster. Pain was a friend of his and thus never minded the pain. Over the next 2 weeks, Liam's recovery was faster than either of them anticipated. His wounds closed at an unnatural rate, and his strength returned quicker than any healing magic should have allowed. And throughout it all, the rabbit stayed by his side. It followed him when he finally stood and took his first steps outside. It sat on his lap when he sharpened his swords. At night, it curled up next to him, a small, warm presence against his chest. Triss found it both amusing and fascinating. Liam, despite all his stubbornness, had grown attached. He hadn't admitted it out loud, but she saw the way he absent-mindedly scratched the rabbit's ears, the way he made sure it had food, the way he let it climb onto his shoulder as if it belonged there. "You're a weird little thing, aren't you?" The rabbit wiggled its nose at him. Yeah. I guess you can stay. Told you you'd name it." "I didn't." Liam scowled. "You call it weird little thing all the time. That's a name." "Whatever." Liam groaned. But as he scratched the rabbit's ears and it purred in contentment, Triss knew, he'd already accepted it as his own. But his resting days were soon over as Cathbad showed up as he had promised. Seeing Liam all healed up, he nodded his head, as if he had expected the results long ago. Liam didn't react badly this time as at the end of the day, this old man did help him heal. Though he hardly needed it. "Child, are you ready to learn magic?" Cathbad said. "Why did you change your mind?" Liam asked. Chapter 147, 147. Cathbad exhaled deeply, his gaze drifting toward the distant treetops before returning to Liam. "It would be a great shame if talents such as yours were to go to waste," Cathbad finally said. "You are unlike any I have encountered before. Your essence, it is neither wholly human nor elven, yet both at once. The power within you is a confluence of forces that should not coexist, yet they do. Liam remained silent, his fingers idly stroking the rabbit in his arms. He wasn't interested in flattery, nor did he trust this druid, not after what had happened. Cathbad sighed, sensing Liam's skepticism. I had a dream, he admitted. The night after we parted, I saw a vision of what is to come. A war unlike any before, stretching across the lands like a storm. And in that war, you stood among those who would face the horrors that approach. Is that so? He said dryly. And what do you expect me to do with this information? I expect you to prepare. Cathbad met his gaze. Fate has a way of drawing people into its grasp, whether they wish it or not. If my vision is true, then you will be at the heart of what is to come. And if you are unprepared, you will be consumed by it. Liam let out a slow breath, weighing his options. He didn't believe in fate. He never had. The world that he lived in had fate too. He even played as Kratos in the game, so he knew that fate was always a bad power to poke. And what do you gain from this? Liam asked. Why bother teaching me? Perhaps I am merely an old man who does not wish to see the world burn, Cathbad chucked. Or perhaps I am selfish, wanting to see how far one such as yourself can go. Honesty. Now that's rare. Liam smirked. Then introduce yourself, child. Formally, this time. Cathbad said. Liam Woodsworth, from New York. New York? Where is that? Cathbad asked. A very distant land. Beyond the continent. Liam replied. Cathbad's eyebrows rose as he heard that, but he didn't ask further as he knew that Liam wouldn't reply more to this. And thus after this his lessons began. Cathbad asked of what he knew about magic and Liam gave a rundown, and sufficed to say Cathbad was impressed. It was at later that Cathbad came to know about Liam's problems and spells and also his emotional vacancy. Cathbad contemplated for a minute and then gave Liam a piercing gaze. To harness chaos magic properly, you must first understand the language that governs it, Cathbad said. And that means learning Quenya. I know Elvish. Liam replied and showed his extensive knowledge. What you know is Sindarin. It is normally used by the Ain side, and though the language holds its power in its speech, it is nothing in comparison with Quenya. That language of the High Elves. Cathbad said. Wait, does that mean the spells the mages of this era knows comes from a simpler version of Quenya? Liam asked. Yes. And we, the Druids, holds the knowledge to Quenya. But it is a very difficult language and only someone with immense talent have any chance of understanding it. Cathbad said. This made Liam smile. He was a humble person for most of the times, but he always knew his strength. And magic was definitely one of them. So you're saying if I learn Quenya, I'll be able to cast spells? That, and more. The way words are spoken affects the flow of magic. Sindarin, though effective, is reactive. It commands. Quenya, however, is creation itself. Cathbad said. Liam exhaled. He had spent enough time learning different magics to know that language mattered. Words carried weight, shaping the very essence of the spell. If Quenya was the foundation, then mastering it could open new doors for him. I will show you. Cathbad raised a hand, and a flicker of energy coiled around his fingers. He whispered a spell in Sindarin, and a small flame ignited in his palm. The magic obeyed, shaping itself into a controlled orb of fire. Then, in a softer but somehow heavier voice, he spoke again, this time in Quenya. The flame didn't just grow, it shifted, turning into a vibrant, twisting strand of light and fire, dancing in the air as if alive. Liam's eyes narrowed. He could feel the difference. The Sindarin spell had summoned fire. The Quenya spell had created it. All right, he muttered. Teach me. Cathbad smirked. Then let us begin. For the next several hours, Liam found himself in what felt like a linguistics nightmare. Quenya wasn't just difficult, it was precise, structured in a way that demanded clarity. While Sindarin flowed more naturally in speech, Quenya required intention behind every syllable. The smallest mistake in pronunciation could shift the meaning of a spell entirely. Cathbad drilled him on pronunciation first. "No, you are still saying it like a command," the druid corrected. "You must speak as if shaping, not ordering." "How the hell do I shape a word?" "With patience." Cathbad chuckled. By the time the sun had begun to dip below the horizon, Liam had barely managed to grasp the correct way to pronounce a handful of words. But even those few were enough to prove their effectiveness. Liam was finally able to make some progress in a spell as he was able to use a spell that was most basic, and that was to conjure light. At the end, Liam was successful. Liam almost had tears in his eyes seeing that he could do magic. He had struggled so much, just to invoke some basic spells that he had almost given up. Now knowing that he was not impotent gave him relief and also joy. He could finally have a power that belonged to him and him alone. He was beyond thrilled and knew that he would have to give his every ounce of concentration in learning Quenya. Chapter 148, 148. The next few months were unlike anything Liam had experienced before. He had always been a fast learner, his mind sharp, his ability to adapt nearly unparalleled. But learning Quenya, and through it, magic itself, was an entirely different challenge. At first, it was frustrating. The ancient elven tongue demanded not only precise pronunciation but also a level of emotional and mental discipline Liam wasn't used to. Sindarin had always felt more natural, closer to the languages he already knew. Quenya, however, was something else entirely. Cathbad was relentless. Every morning, before sunrise, the druid would wake him with new words and phrases to memorize, correcting his speech over and over again until the words flowed as smoothly as breath. Liam often found himself muttering under his breath throughout the day, practicing even while doing mundane tasks. Triss stayed for a few days longer, watching his training with curiosity, but ultimately, she knew she had to return to Kaer Morhen. She had made sure Liam was safe, that he was healing and had a path forward. But she had her own obligations. "You're in good hands," she told him the morning she left. "Yeah. Sure. Tell the others I'm still alive." Liam said and also thanked her again for saving his life back then. He hadn't forgotten the pain he felt from the druids and was sure to teach those guys a lesson. "I will. Don't burn the forest down." She smirked. As his grasp of Quenya improved, so did his control over chaos. And Liam showed his talent. His first source of power which he was close to was fire. Even though fire was kind of a taboo, it was still loved by Liam. One evening, under Cathbad's watchful gaze, Liam whispered a word in Quenya, "Nar," and a small flame flickered to life in his palm. Unlike before, when he had tried to use fire magic through Sindarin, this felt natural. The warmth didn't scorch his skin, it was like an extension of himself. Good. Fire listens to passion, but it is also the most dangerous of the elements. If you let your emotions waver too much, it will consume you. Cathbad was impressed. The next challenge was water. At the edge of a stream, Cathbad instructed Liam to focus not on bending the water to his will but on feeling its rhythm, its natural state. It took him days of practice, but eventually, he managed to summon a small stream of water into his hands, shaping it into a floating sphere before letting it splash back into the river. "Water does not force itself," Cathbad explained. "It adapts, flows, finds the path of least resistance. It can be gentle or relentless, but never reckless." Wind and earth came next, both presenting unique challenges. Wind was elusive, difficult to grasp. It wasn't about summoning gusts of air but rather becoming part of the motion itself. When Liam finally managed to stir the breeze with a soft "sull," he could feel the way the air wrapped around him, responding to his breath. Earth, on the other hand, was stubborn. It required absolute control, complete focus. There was no commanding the ground, only earning its cooperation. It took him weeks to finally shift a handful of stones without brute force. By the end of the second month, Liam had accomplished something remarkable. He had access to all 4 elemental sources. Even Cathbad, who had trained many apprentices in his long life, was astonished. This is unheard of, he admitted. Most mages struggle to attune themselves to even 2 elements, let alone all 4. Whatever power resides in you, child, is impressive. Even Cathbad, who had trained many apprentices in his long life, was astonished. He was even more surprised that Liam would go for all the elements. This wasn't conventional at all. Liam didn't reply. He simply clenched his fist, feeling the hum of magic beneath his skin. With every success, however, came hardship. Magic was not simply about reciting words, it was about intent, about channeling one's own energy into the world. Some days, Liam collapsed from sheer exhaustion, his body racked with pain from overuse. There were moments where he felt magic slip beyond his control, fire that burned too hot, wind that howled too fiercely, water that refused to settle. Each mistake was a lesson, but every lesson had consequences. Power without balance will destroy you. You must understand that magic is not about strength alone. It is about harmony. Cathbad had said. By the time winter began to set in, Liam had reached a level of magic control that would have taken most mages years. He could summon fire at will, call the wind to his aid, manipulate water, and shift the earth beneath his feet. His understanding of Quenya was far from perfect, but he could weave spells far more effectively than ever before. But he also knew he had only scratched the surface. Cathbad observed him one evening, as Liam practiced drawing symbols into the dirt, ancient glyphs that enhanced spellcasting. You have come far, the Druid said. But you still have much to learn. I know. Liam exhaled. Good. Then you are ready for the next step. Cathbad smiled. Liam turned to him, curious. The power you have awakened is rare. But it is still unrefined. If you wish to master it, you must understand not just the elements, but the very nature of chaos itself. Thus Liam had finally started his transition from the basics to moderate level. Oxenfort streets were quiet at this hour, save for the occasional drunken student stumbling home or a watchman making his rounds. The city was a scholar's haven by day, but by night, the shadows stretched long, concealing things far worse than mere thieves. Clint Barton moved through an alleyway, hiding the bow slung across his back. This wasn't the first time someone had put a price on his head, but usually, he knew who was after him. This time, there were no whispers in the streets, no mercenaries lurking near the docks. Alive, he also felt some vague connection with her. A connection which came from his soul itself. Liam knew what it was and thus was surprised that it had affected him. He was taken aback because, when he met Avalak, he didn't feel any sense of connection with him, while he did so. This was very intriguing for Liam. Siri was beyond what he had expected in face, and the game actually didn't do any justice to show how beautiful she actually was. But at the end, we are talking about Liam. He was a mute when it came to emotions, and though he felt a slight attraction towards her, he didn't show it in his face or in his introduction. As the moment between Geralt and Siri settled, she pulled away slightly, wiping at her eyes before turning her attention to Liam. "And who's this?" she asked. "A new companion, Geralt? Or did you finally decide you needed a student?" "Liam. And I think I'd make a terrible student, too stubborn, apparently." Liam introduced himself. "A trait we might share." Siri chuckled. "You don't look like a witcher, though." "That's because I'm not." Liam shrugged. "Let's just say I have other skills." "Oh." Siri arched an eyebrow. "Mysterious. I like that." "Siri, please." Geralt sighed. "What?" she asked innocently. Geralt had known her and practically brought her up, so he knew what she was doing here. More importantly, are you alright? You had us worried for a second there. I'm fine, she assured them, rolling her shoulders. It was just a spell. Arachnid told me it was the safest way to hide until someone could find me. Seems he was right. Yeah, about that, Geralt said. What exactly happened? You've been gone for so long, and we've been chasing shadows trying to find you. It's a long story. I was constantly on the run, from the wild hunt, from the white frost. Arachnid tried to help me, but even with his protection, it was only a matter of time before they caught up. Where were you all this time? Liam asked. A bit of everywhere, she admitted. Skellige, Velan, Novigrad. I tried to stay ahead of Heatherton and his riders, but they always seemed to be just a step behind. The white frost was worse. The hunt is terrifying, but the frost, it's like death itself coming for you, relentless and inevitable. And Arachnid? Geralt pressed and changed the subject. You trusted him? More than I wanted to. He had his own reasons, his own secrets, but he never tried to harm me. In the end, his magic kept me alive. So I trust him. Siri said. I don't trust him. Geralt said. Why? Siri was confused as Arachnid had genuinely helped her a lot of times. Let's just say I got the impression he was more interested in me than was normal. And not in a good way. It was Liam who replied. Oh. Maybe he saw something special in you. Siri gave the justification. Maybe. But I don't like being anyone's experiment. Liam said. He didn't know much about him, and since he didn't read the books, he wouldn't try to be friends with him either. Though he did save her life during the war against the Wild Hunt and even made sure that one part of the army of Ain El wouldn't arrive, that didn't take away the ambitions of a politician. Siri laughed, and the sound was warm, a stark contrast to the tension that had been weighing on them moments ago. I think I like you, Liam. I'll take that as a compliment. Liam replied. Chapter 157, 157. Right. Maybe we can finish catching up once we're off this island. We've got work to do. Geralt said. Of course Siri wasn't okay with it, as she felt she would be a danger to everyone, but Geralt convinced her otherwise. She couldn't run for her life, not always. It was time they faced the Wild Hunt and be done with it. And they would do it together, as many people would help them. Siri was surprised that her father had even have friends. All right. Lead the way, then. Siri finally spoke at the end, gave up trying to run away. So, Liam, she said casually, while holding his hand, since they would use her long-distance transport abilities to go to Kaer Morhen directly, where exactly did Geralt find you? You don't seem like the usual type he keeps around. Oh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Liam said as they vanished from the small hut, never to step foot again at the Island of Mists ever again. The moment they appeared in Kaer Morhen, the heavy, familiar scent of old stone and burning wood surrounded them. But what followed next was the warmth of the people around. Yennefer came running in, and she was the first to do so. You little fool, Yennefer whispered. You had me worried sick. I missed you too, Yen. Siri felt Yennefer's grip tighten, her nails digging in just a bit, but she didn't mind. We have a lot to talk about. Before Siri could respond, Triss was there, wrapping her arms around her tightly. As she did so, Yennefer went and kissed Geralt. Triss's eyebrows lifted up a bit when she saw that while hugging Siri, but she didn't say a word. After all, there was nothing between them anymore. Siri. Gods, it's good to see you again. Triss said. You're getting sentimental on me, Triss. Of course Siri didn't notice the shift of emotions of Triss. Then, Lambert and Eskel were there, with Lambert grinning wide. Well, the little Witcher princess returns. Lambert said. We missed you, Siri. Eskel joined in. You too missed me. Did hell freeze over? Siri laughed. Shut up and come here. Lambert scolded. Then came Vesemir. The old witcher didn't rush forward. He simply opened his arms, and Siri didn't hesitate. She stepped into his embrace, letting herself feel like a child again, if only for a moment. "Look at you," Vesemir murmured. "You've grown into a fine woman. I wouldn't be here without you." Siri replied. "You're home now," he assured her. "That's all that matters." Liam stood off to the side, watching the heartwarming reunion with a smile on his face. He had to admit, it was nice seeing this side of them. He had been around for a while, but seeing the famed Siri get smothered with affection was a whole different thing. Steve and Natasha exchanged a glance, both clearly touched by the moment. Even they had grown fond of Kaer Morhen's ragtag family. Geralt let Siri have her moment before finally clearing his throat. "There are a couple more people you should meet." He stepped aside. "And who might they be?" Siri turned. She had already seen them after she had arrived and was waiting for their introductions. Especially Steve. If Liam wasn't here, she would probably gone up to him and introduced herself. He was one hell of a gorgeous man. "Steve and Natasha," Geralt said, keeping it simple. "They're from another world." That statement made Siri's smile falter for just a moment. She blinked, then let out a small laugh, as if waiting for the punchline. When none came, she turned to Geralt, then to Liam. "Another world? What the hell does that mean?" "Exactly what I said. They aren't from here, this world, this realm, whatever you want to call it." Siri turned to Avalakh, expecting him to scoff or wave it off as nonsense, but the elven sage was staring at Liam now. That alone made her tense. "And just how did they get here?" she asked cautiously. "That'd be my doing, actually." Liam, who had been by the side, spoke up. Now it made sense to her. The attraction she feels for him wasn't only due to his charm and mystery. But also they had the same power. But as far as she knew, there was nobody of her bloodline. This meant somewhere, some Ain El had gone out of their strict rules and pride and had a descendant with a human being. "All right, Liam. Start talking." Siri replied. "I'm from another world, just like them. I ended up here through, well, let's just say some unexpected circumstances. Ran into Geralt a while back, helped him out a bit, and now I'm here." "You're serious?" Siri stared at him. She didn't expect that in some other world, an Ain El had pulled the same shit as her ancestor. "Dead serious. So you are like me. Good to know that I am not alone," Siri said. Lamb shrugged his shoulders in response. Siri had more questions, but she was exhausted and thus needed some rest time and peace. While she did so, Liam and Rest got back to what they were doing. Fortifying the fortress. Since Siri had used her powers to come here, it was beacon for the Ain El. Tony had been called too for help, and instead of coming back, he asked Steve and others to visit him at Oxenfort as he needed some assistance of his own. This surprised everyone, as Tony was not known to ask for the help kind, until it was very urgently necessary, so Liam and others had decided to visit him after the fortress was fortified. And for that they might need more help than their current hands. It wasn't that the current manpower couldn't make the fortress like the old times, but Liam knew that this makeshift place wouldn't be able to save Vesemir. In-game Vesemir died saving Siri, and Liam didn't want that to happen, thus he needed to add more things here so that it could actually threaten the wild hunt, and not just tickle them. Chapter 158, 158. The journey to Oxenfort was uneventful at first. Liam rode alongside Geralt, Siri, Steve, and Natasha, all of them still pondering Tony's unusual request for assistance. The man was not known for asking for help unless it was absolutely necessary, which made this situation all the more intriguing. Siri was intrigued by this man who spoke over the radio. He had heard a lot about this man on the journey and was surprised to know that the man was genius. But what really caught Geralt's attention was that Siri wasn't fazed at all by the technological products of Liam and others. I have seen better than that in one of the world I had hopped into. A/N, Siri once hinted that she had visited the world of Cyberpunk 2077. Oxenfort, as always, was a bustling hub of scholars, merchants, and travelers. The smell of roasted meat and ale from the taverns mixed with the distinct scent of parchment and ink, was still very evident. The group rode through the city, past students engaged in heated debates and street vendors shouting their wares. The atmosphere was as lively as ever, making it easy to dismiss any lingering doubts about Tony's call for aid. They reached an inconspicuous inn on the edge of the city, where Tony had asked them to meet him. As they dismounted and stepped inside, the sight of Tony Stark, clad in a usual noble attire of this world, leaning against the bar with a mug in hand, greeted them. His gaze lifted when they approached, and for a moment, there was something in his expression, an unease that was rare for him. At first, Siri was introduced and Stark was happy to see Geralt finally able to end his search for his daughter. "You're late," Tony greeted. "Figured you'd take your time." "Didn't seem like an urgent request," Geralt responded. "Not exactly," Tony sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Look, I didn't want to say much in the letter because I needed to be sure you'd come. But now that you're here, we've got a bigger problem. Stop being dramatic. We all know that we will show up when you called," Natasha said. "Follow me. And don't make a scene," Tony said after looking around and sighed through his mouth. He seemed to be quite distressed. Without another word, he led them out of the inn and through a series of narrow alleyways. The further they went, the quieter Oxenfort became. Soon, they were at an old, abandoned warehouse near the riverbank. The place reeked of damp wood and mildew, with dust covering the broken crates inside. Tony led them to a trapdoor hidden beneath some old planks. He pulled it open, revealing a set of stone steps leading into darkness. "All right, this is where things get complicated," Tony muttered. "Where's Barton?" Steve asked. "You will see him soon," Tony replied, not eyeing any one of them. The group followed, the air growing colder as they went deeper underground. The basement was dimly lit with only a few torches flickering along the damp stone walls. The scent of something unnatural lingered, iron, decay, and something else they couldn't quite place. Then they saw it. Geralt was the first one to sense what it was once they came close. A dimeritium cage stood at the far end of the chamber, reinforced with thick bars. Inside, crouched in the shadows, was a man. The moment they saw him, Siri let out a sharp breath, while Natasha visibly stiffened. Steve's hand hovered near his weapon, ready for anything. Geralt took a step forward, golden eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. The man had a pale skin, darkened veins, running along his neck and arms like cracks in stone. His eyes glowed a faint crimson, unnatural and haunting. He was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling as if he were struggling against something within. His hands gripped the bars of the cage tightly, but he didn't make a move to lunge at them. "What is this? Why is a vampire here?" Liam asked, as it didn't take much scrutiny to recognize what it was. "This is Barton," Tony said. "You got to be kidding me," Natasha said with a half laugh, expecting a prank from Tony, and so did the others. But Tony's face didn't change at all. But his eyes seemed to have welled with tears a bit. "No," Steve said, in denial. "This can't be happening," Natasha said, while Liam just looked at the new Barton. For some reason, after seeing the monster, the first thought that came to his mind was the happy face of the man, who was overjoyed when Liam had first given him an elvish bow. That was the only scene that came to his mind, and it was replayed over and over. Geralt, being the logical one that he is, asked Tony what had happened, and the more he listened, the more his face turned grave. He understood that it was an higher vampire who did this and there was nothing he could do. But he promised himself to hunt this bastard down, personally. The new group of friends that he had made were one of the closest he had in such a long time. That vampire bastard got to him. "I tried everything, but," Tony said while his voice was breaking at some points. He blamed himself for this whole debacle, and wanted nothing but to tear that bastard from limb to limb. Barton let out a guttural growl, cutting Tony off. His body twitched, as though he were resisting an urge to attack them. He bared his teeth slightly, and they could now see the sharp fangs protruding from his gums. Natasha clenched her fists, eyes filled with concern, but she didn't step closer. "He's not completely gone," Tony continued. "I've been watching him. He's different. Not like the others. He still has some sense left." "How do you know?" Gerald wasn't convinced at all by the words of Tony. He had seen vampires his whole life and even had a higher vampire that had saved him once. Chapter 159, 159. "Because he hasn't actively tried to rip my throat out." Tony gestured at the cage. "Every other vampire I've encountered. No hesitation. Full beast mode. But Barton? He's holding back. He's fighting it." Tony said, as he knew what Gerald was thinking, and in fact he would have thought the same after reading every other book in Oxenfort about monsters. There was nothing that proved the conjecture of Tony. A low growl rumbled from Barton's throat as he lifted his gaze. His eyes flickered with recognition, if only for a second. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only a harsh snarl came out. "He's trying," Natasha whispered. One didn't know if she was trying to console herself or the others around her. "Yeah. And as long as he's in that cage, he's not going anywhere. The Dimeritium keeps him from using any abilities he might have gained." Tony seemed to be totally convinced by the words of Natasha. "Is there a way to reverse it?" Siri spoke up for the first time since her arrival here. "I've been looking into it. But, let's just say cures for partial vampirism aren't exactly common reading material." Tony said. "Liam, do you think she will help?" Liam knew what Tony meant, but he wasn't sure. That woman was known to be ruthless and someone who wouldn't bend no matter what was at stake. Unless it was related to Doctor Strange. "I don't know. But don't put all hopes on her. She isn't a helping kind." Liam said. "Then we will do the old ways. I couldn't transport him, but I figured you can." Tony said. Liam nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he sent Tony and Barton with the cage to the Stark Tower. Steve and Natasha were still silent and didn't know how to react. Especially Natasha, as she had promised his wife that she would bring him back safe and sound. And now, everything was crumbling. But she didn't want to give up hope. Liam had spoken of how there were gods in their universe. If it was required, she would plead to a god to bring her friend back, as he didn't deserve any of it. Hell, he didn't even want to be a part of the team in the beginning, but was dragged by Fury and her. It was time for her to pay the price. The return to Kaer Morhen was somber. Vesemir stood near the entrance, arms crossed, as he watched the group arrive. He and the rest had heard over radio of what had transpired, and just like others, he too was shaken. He had been with Barton for some time, and in all of his life he had never seen such a fine archer. Not even among Ain's side. This was the compliment he gave Barton before they parted, and now knowing that he had become a monster, came as a pang to his heart. "So, you've returned. What news?" Vesemir asked. "We're leaving, Vesemir. We're heading back to my world." Liam replied. There was a moment of silence. The old witcher studied Liam carefully, then looked at the others. Gerald nodded along with Liam as he came to know of the abilities of the person they would ask help from. Triss and Kira were nearby, and they both shared a knowing glance. "I suppose this was bound to happen," Vesemir said. "This place, it isn't what it used to be. With fewer witchers and even fewer reasons to stay, I won't be stubborn about it and try to find solutions myself. If you're going to a place where you can all be safe and get a better view of the world, then I won't stand in your way." "You mean?" Liam staggered a bit. "I'll go with you," Vesemir interrupted. "There's nothing left for me here. My days of training young witchers are long gone. And from the counts of the two ladies, I am also quite intrigued by your world. I would like to see. A small wave of relief passed through the group, but before anyone could respond, another voice cut through the air. Then count me in as well, Avalakh said, stepping forward. Though still weak, he could move around. The curse he had been placed on him by Heatherton had still not been completely removed. He too was very curious about the world of Liam, and since he was the courageous one, he wanted to see how the Ainel were in the world of Liam. Liam gave him a nod, knowing how difficult it must have been for the proud sage to even ask a help from Liam. Avalakh was not the kind of elf who followed others, he carved his own path. Well, I already made up my mind the first time I stepped into your world, Liam. I'd be a fool not to go back. Triss said. Oh, I wouldn't miss this for the world. Or rather, I'd miss this world entirely. Baths that aren't shared with 5 other people, lights that don't require magic, and food that isn't half burned over a campfire. Count me in. Kira said. If Geralt goes, I go too. Yennefer said. After giving the reins of the fortress to Lambert and Eskel, the whole group was ready to leave within an hour. Liam opened a portal, and though Geralt complained a bit about portals, he still stepped through. Geralt's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the strange, steel-and-glass fortress. This isn't magic, he muttered. Yennefer was equally stunned. Her violet eyes darted around the room, taking in the impossible sights. The sheer scale of the city outside, stretching endlessly into the sky, the strange floating screens displaying information she couldn't comprehend. She had seen grand palaces and arcane wonders, but nothing like this. She had heard about it from Triss and Kira, but seeing was believing. This is, beyond anything I imagined, she whispered. Before anyone could respond, a presence made itself known. Standing in front of them was a group of sorcerers in golden robes, their expressions unreadable. Their leader, a bald woman with piercing eyes, furrowed her brow as she studied them. The Ancient One. Chapter 160, 160. The Ancient One's gaze swept across the group, the Ancient One's gaze swept across the group. But Avalakh, though weak to move around, still walked forward. You reek of foul magic, he sneered. A corruption deeply woven into your very being. I find it distasteful. A pleasure to meet you as well. I haven't met an elf since the Dark Ages, the Ancient One replied with a wide smile. Your people, after all, are no strangers to delving into magic of questionable origins. Though the Ancient One didn't know where this elf has come from, if her experience of these years had taught her was one thing. It was that the world was never black and white. Avalakh's golden eyes burned with contempt, but he said nothing, unwilling to let her words provoke him. Can we a bit calm down for a minute? Tony couldn't help but tense. They were already in a pinch, and all this hostility wasn't helping at all. But of course, nobody paid attention to him. The Ancient One's attention turned toward Siri. She studied the younger woman intently, something unreadable behind her gaze. A human, and yet, not entirely, she murmured, almost to herself. You bear the bloodline of Alfheim. The what? Siri was confused and also subconsciously hid behind Geralt. The Ancient One didn't look more into Siri nor she replied to her but looked at the cage where one could see Barton was sleeping. A vampire. A creature tainted by forces that is supposed to trace back to Thawne and the Darkhold. Such things are not tolerated lightly. Anything that derives power from that book is dangerous beyond measure. The Ancient One said. Barton doesn't have the taint of that book. Liam answered. Yes, in the Marvel multiverse at large, there were vampires and the ability came from Thawne and the Buff Darkhold. And now that Barton had become a vampire, the Ancient One would think of that book. Why did you think I said, supposed to? I know that this man here isn't under the machinations of Thawne or else we wouldn't be having this conversation. The Ancient One said, and she looked particularly annoyed as she looked at Barton. Suddenly, out of the blue, Nastasha bent her knee facing towards the Ancient One and pleaded. I don't know anything about magic. But what I do have is years of training and courage. I plead you to please save my friend and I will do anything to save his life. He had saved me from myself before and I will do anything to pay the debt that I owed. Nobody expected Natasha to have such a reaction, but one could understand. These two have been together for such a long time and thus their bond went deep. The Ancient One looked deeply into Natasha and then others. The Ancient One exhaled slowly, as if considering Natasha's plea. There is a path, she said finally. But it will not be simple. Nor will it be pleasant. And neither can I give full assurance that it will be successful. I don't care how hard it is. If there's a chance to bring him back, I'll take it. The Ancient One nodded but didn't match Natasha's hopeful energy. Instead, she stepped forward and extended her hand toward Barton's cage. Golden sigils formed in the air, twisting and shifting as she murmured incantations under her breath. A soft hum resonated through the room. The others remained silent, watching as the magic took hold. The air around Barton shimmered, revealing dark veins spreading under his skin, veins that pulsed with something unnatural. His transformation is incomplete, but the affliction has already taken root in his soul. If left unchecked, it will consume him entirely. And the magic is different from what I know, so I will need to properly understand the magic before I proct further. The Ancient One said. Then what do we do? Steve spoke up for the first time. I need to run experiments. To study the nature of this affliction, identify its origins, and, most importantly, ensure that Barton is not under Thon's influence now or in the future. And also if possible help me to understand magic of your world, the Ancient One said while looking at Yennefer and the two mages. What kind of experiments? Liam frowned. He didn't like this already. Magical, spiritual, and alchemical in nature. I will examine his essence, his connection to this plane, and the energy that fuels his vampirism. Her gaze hardened. This arrangement is non-negotiable. And if we refuse? Natasha asked. Then you gamble with his fate. Without intervention, he will eventually lose himself. Silence fell over the group. All right, let's say we go along with this. How long are we talking? Tony exhaled. He felt more guilty with every passing moment. I do not know, the Ancient One admitted. Months. Years. Perhaps longer. Then I want to see him when he is in this long stretch. Natasha said. You wish to remind him of his humanity. The Ancient One could tell what she was thinking. Yes, Natasha said firmly. If there's even a sliver of Barton left in there, I won't let him fight this alone. We all need to be there for him. Steve said. Very well. You may visit, but only under strict conditions. The process must not be interrupted, the Ancient One said, and it actually might help Barton, because what was probably the strongest magic one could ever conjure. And it was always known to make miracles. And if things go wrong? Liam asked. He, too, like Tony, wasn't have a good time at the moment, and felt he was responsible for what was happening to Barton. Unlike others, Barton was a normal human being, and thus him being in that world was already a huge danger for him, and Liam had actually thrusted him into this world of unknown, and now he was suffering. Then we will do what must be done, the Ancient One replied, her tone leaving no room for debate. Chapter 161, 161. Without another word, the Ancient One waved her hand, and a golden portal swirled into existence behind her. Two other sorcerers in their deep robes stepped forward, and leaving. Barton, still unconscious in his cage, was slowly lifted by magic and pulled toward the glowing gateway. Natasha clenched her fists but remained still. There was no alternative. If they wanted any chance at saving him, they had to trust the Ancient One. Steve placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent show of support. We will do everything in our power to restore him, the Ancient One assured her before stepping through the portal herself. The other sorcerers followed, and within moments, the gateway collapsed, leaving behind only shimmering embers of golden light. A heavy silence settled over the room, but the moment didn't last long. You insult the Ancient One, speak to her with disdain, and yet stand here expecting our aid? Mordo said as he hadn't left with the others. You owe her an apology. Apology? For what? Speaking the truth. And don't attach my name with the rest of the folks here. He is not my friend and nor do I know him. His life and death doesn't bother me. Avalakh said. He might have lost his magic temporarily but definitely not the arrogance. Your arrogance is remarkable. I do not take kindly to those who show disrespect to my master. But Mordo didn't forget the first disrespect. And I do not take kindly to those who believe themselves above reproach simply because they wield power under a different name, Avalakh countered, as he could easily tell that although her magic wasn't steered to the dark side but the power she carried was the darkest of them and this person was supposedly the guardian of humanity. Liam sighed. He could already see where this was going. Mordo took another step forward, his hands clenched into fists. Then perhaps I should remind you that respect is not given freely, it is earned. Mordo said. Do you intend to lecture me like a child? Or are you actually going to act on this righteous anger of yours? Boy, I am older than your ancestor. Avalakh said. That was all the provocation needed. Mordo swung. The punch came fast, aimed straight for Avalakh's jaw. But despite his weakened state, the elven sage moved with an almost unnatural grace, twisting his body just enough for the attack to graze his cheek instead of landing cleanly. He countered with a swift jab to Mordo's ribs, but the sorcerer barely flinched before retaliating with a forceful shove. Avalakh stumbled slightly. You seem like you rely too much on your magic, Mordo growled. Without it, you're just an arrogant elf with no real power. And you? Without your master's teachings, you're just another man swinging blindly in the dark. Avalakh said. Mordo lunged again, this time with a feint followed by a brutal strike toward Avalakh's abdomen. The elf barely managed to block, but the force of the hit sent him staggering back a few steps. Siri, watching from the side, had seen enough. With a flicker of movement, she vanished and reappeared between them in a blink, using her Elder Blood abilities to intervene before things escalated further. That's enough, she snapped. You're lucky I used only my fists, Mordo muttered. If it were up to me, I'd have blasted you with magic. Then it's fortunate that it wasn't up to you. Avalakh said. With that, Mordo turned sharply and strode away and left, opening a portal. You really don't know when to back down, do you? Siri said. We are not in your home. Avalakh didn't reply and instead looked at Liam, who now seemed and even looked very different from what he had seen at the continent. His missing limb had now regenerated into rainbow colors and even his eyes seemed to holding a power that he had never seen before. If the smell of Ain El was lingering during his time in the continent, then at the moment, he thought that Liam was an elf himself. This really surprised him and even Siri. And Liam like always had to give them a rundown of why his abilities worked like that. Of course Avalakh refused to believe that their worlds could be treated as some trial worlds by some of so-called gods. Liam didn't mind his words at all, but he did advise not to step out of line because at his home, he himself was enough to take on Heatherton and his whole army and come out victorious. Avalakh hardly believed that, but it didn't matter because Fenrir was here. And as expected, Fenrir was the focus of everyone once he was here. Everyone held him, especially Triss and Kira, as they had met him before. Liam had already brought Ellie, and suffice to say Fenrir now playing with Ellie. While they were doing so, Pepper had arrived and told them they were welcome to stay here for the rest of their stay here. She also noticed that Tony was very tensed and unhappy but didn't ask immediately. Gerald was the only one said who suggested that they should return back since Barton was taken care of, but was shut down by the rest as they wanted to explore this magical place. Liam didn't mind being in this place for some time. Siri wanted to look around the place and do some shopping along with the girls here. Natasha meanwhile had left the group and said she would leave for the HQ of Shield of Washington along with Steve, leaving Liam alone with Vesemir and Gerald. These two looked too much out of place, and Pepper had asked someone to come in and give them proper outfit for the place they were in, which the two didn't reject. They had seen the quality of the clothes before, and thus they wouldn't say no to good things. Vesemir and Geralt were both surprised beyond words, and though Yennefer had seen the pictures in the mobile, she was still very much moved by the place here. Chapter 162, 162. Liam didn't want to include Avalakh, and he also didn't seem eager to move around, but rather read some books. He was very much fascinated by Jarvis and started talking with him relentlessly. Tony didn't care as long as he didn't ask some secrets and gave Jarvis the permission to give him the common knowledge about humans. Since this elf acted high and mighty, let him know how unafraid they were of their powers at their own home ground. This would make him to be more humble. With Natasha and Steve heading off to Washington, the rest of the group found themselves with time to spare. Siri, Yennefer, Triss, and Kira were already discussing what shops they wanted to visit. The excitement in their voices was infectious. Even Geralt, who was initially against staying, seemed mildly curious about what this city had to offer. With that settled, they made their way out of Stark Tower and onto the busy streets of New York. The moment they stepped outside, Siri gasped, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the sheer scale of the towering buildings, the flashing billboards, and the massive crowds moving in every direction. She had been to such kind of world before, but as she was on the run, she didn't have time to take in the city. And that world that Siri had landed was a bit dystopian for her taste. This place seemed perfect, and Siri didn't bother holding herself off as she came to know that the Wild Hunt could never come here, and if they did, it would be a death march for them. "This is incredible," Yennefer whispered. "I've seen glimpses of this in your device, but seeing it in person is something else entirely." Even Geralt, who had remained largely indifferent so far, seemed a little impressed. "The sheer scale of it," he muttered. "I can't imagine the manpower needed to build all of this." It didn't take that much time as you would think, half of it is done by machines," Liam said. "And a lot of engineering. I still think magic would have been more efficient." Yennefer scoffed. "Maybe," Liam admitted, "but there's something to be said about doing things the hard way." It wasn't long before they found a boutique that caught their interest, and before Geralt could protest, the group was being ushered inside. Once inside, their reactions were just as amusing. Vesemir examined a coat and ran his fingers over the material. "I've never felt anything like this," he admitted. "What is it made of?" "Probably some synthetic fibers," Liam answered. "This world doesn't rely on natural materials the same way yours does. Most clothes are made through industrial processes." "And they hold up in battle?" Geralt asked. "Not all clothes are made for battle, old man," Liam said. Geralt's eyebrow flicked once he was called an old man, but then again, in a manner of speaking, he was very old. Yennefer was the first to find something she liked, a sleek, all-black ensemble that made her look even more commanding than usual. It was a high-end place, and thus a saleswoman came and helped her. She was finding their accent very foreign, and seeing their amusement she couldn't tell if these people have arrived from a village. Maybe some place in Eastern Europe. I wonder how far it is from Paris. Siri, on the other hand, gravitated toward a more casual look, a leather jacket and boots that reminded her of what she wore back in the continent but with a modern edge. Then came Geralt's turn. "No," he said flatly as Yennefer held up a designer suit. "You haven't even tried it on," she argued. "I don't need to." "You will," Yennefer smirked. "Consider it payback for all the times you refused to dress properly at court." Geralt sighed in defeat, muttering something under his breath as he reluctantly took the suit and disappeared into a fitting room. What is up with the eyes of these two men, the saleswoman thought again. Vesemir, meanwhile, was more cooperative. He picked out a tailored coat and modern boots, looking every bit the sophisticated veteran. Even he had to admit that the clothes were well made. "You all clean up nicely," Liam said, as he looked at them. Geralt emerged from the fitting room, visibly uncomfortable in the sleek black suit. "This feels ridiculous," he grumbled. "Ridiculous?" No. Handsome? Absolutely. Yennefer said as she had stars in her eyes. Triss was jealous for a bit but didn't show her emotions. But the saleswoman caught the reaction of the ladies and she could easily tell that the ginger had the hots for this grayish color-haired man. Leave her, even she herself was mesmerized by the aura of the man. He was way too handsome and in fact she even deliberately felt his skin when she was taking the measurements. The measurements weren't even required but she needed to get the feel. Though she found them a bit amusing, and if not for their beauty and elegance, she would have looked down upon them for a bit. But she didn't dare to do so, because she recognized Liam. He might not be a very famous face among the household of America like Iron Mage, but by now a decent portion of the population knew about him. The revolution he had brought to the energy sector, with Tony, making electricity cheap was God sent for them. Thus Liam was quite famous now. Besides all of them arrived in luxurious cars, which made her respect them more. You actually look quite dashing. Triss said. Just get this over with. Geralt said and only when Siri complimented him, did Geralt stop grumbling. After paying for their new outfits, they left the boutique and continued exploring. The group made their way through various stores, occasionally stopping at food stalls where Siri and the others marveled at the sheer variety of dishes available. But as they passed by a quiet neighborhood besides the Central Park, the group came across quite an interesting scene. Chapter 163, 163. The evening air in New York was crisp and refreshing, a stark contrast to the chaotic adventure Geralt and the others had experienced earlier in the day. After an extensive shopping trip, one that had left Geralt, Vesemir and Liam visibly drained. Thus at the end, they decided to take a stroll through a quieter neighborhood beside Central Park before heading back to Stark Tower. The city skyline shimmered under the streetlights, a mixture of old-world architecture and modern glass towers blending into a strange harmony. The streets were calm, but the unfamiliarity of it all put him on edge. He wasn't used to such towering buildings, nor the strange metal cars, as Liam had called them, that lined the roads. The soft hum of distant traffic was constant, yet this part of the city felt oddly peaceful compared to the chaos of Manhattan's heart. Then Geralt's sharp hearing picked up something strange. A metallic clank, followed by hushed whispers. Then another sound, something scraping against metal. He turned his head slightly. A parked car sat in the shadows of a street lamp, and beside it, 3 men were hunched over, one of them fiddling with the door handle while another worked at the keyhole with some kind of tool. Their heartbeats were elevated, quick and frantic, not the rhythm of casual pedestrians or someone simply getting into their own car, as he had seen before. Something was off. Geralt stopped, causing the others to pause as well. What is it? Siri asked. Those men, Geralt said quietly, nodding toward them. Their hearts are racing. They're trying to break into that metal moving cart. That's stealing. Liam casually replied. He wasn't that surprised to see such a scene, but he did find it a bit odd seeing it in such a high-end neighborhood. Seems like it, Geralt replied. I still don't get this whole car thing, but isn't that illegal? Kira said as she had come to realize that the laws of this world wasn't like the laws of their world. There were actual laws that was enforced. Very, Liam muttered. The 3 men seemed oblivious to their onlookers. One of them muttered a curse under his breath as he failed to pick the lock. Another looked around nervously before trying to force the door open with his hands. The third, a stocky man in a dark hoodie, kept watch, scanning the streets. Should we do something? Triss asked, frowning. Normally, the authorities would handle this, Liam said. But it's not like we don't have the means to stop them. Leave it. We are in foreign lands. Vesemir, as always being the caretaker, replied. Thus everyone turned to Liam for his opinion. What? Liam was confused. Nobody replied but Liam could tell that Geralt and Siri were itching to just jump on. Geralt wouldn't care about what had happened as people around were assholes in general in his world. But in this world he had witnessed something novel and different. People here were friendly to the point where he felt overwhelmed at times. The number of times he had been complimented by the waiters and waitresses, the shopkeepers, the salespersons, even normal folks that they had walked by. Many of them would just throw a compliment at them. Geralt and Vesemir were even asked what kind of contacts they were using in order to have such great eyes, prompting Liam to provide them with shades so that people wouldn't judge Vesemir as he looked a bit old now. Geralt had never felt those emotions, if at all that was possible, in his long life. He felt that such kind of world would never exist, but Liam coming to his life had actually changed his view of normal people in general, and this world wasn't bad at all. And now that some people had come and wanted to taint this place by the same filth that he had witnessed in his world, he was a bit enraged. And also because he was exhausted by all the shopping and needed to let the steam out. Geralt took a step forward. The robbers, still focused on their work, didn't notice him at first. Siri and the others stood back, watching in amusement, while Vesemir sighed, already knowing how this would end. "Hey," Geralt called out, his deep voice carrying through the quiet street. The three men jerked their heads up, startled. The one working on the lock dropped his tool, while the lookout instinctively reached for something under his hoodie. The third, a wiry man with a nervous twitch, took half a step back, sizing Geralt up. "This your car?" Geralt asked. The name Car seemed jarring on the ears of Liam coming from Geralt. "Mind your business, middle-aged man," the stocky one growled. Middle-aged man? Was that an insult? Who insults like that? Use fucker if you want to insult someone. Liam thought. Middle-aged man. Geralt flexed his fingers, rolling his shoulders. The three men exchanged glances before the stocky one sneered and pulled out a knife. "You should leave before I kill you." "I was hoping you'd say that." Geralt smiled. The man lunged, stabbing toward Geralt's gut. Fast. Sloppy. Amateurish. Geralt sidestepped with ease, grabbing the man's wrist mid-motion and twisting it sharply. A sickening pop echoed through the street as the knife clattered to the ground. The stocky man howled, clutching his now useless hand, but before he could react further, Geralt slammed his fist into his gut. Air exploded from the man's lungs as he doubled over, only for Geralt to grab the back of his hoodie and hurl him against the car hood with a metallic thud. The wiry man cursed and rushed forward, throwing a wild punch. Geralt barely moved, he leaned just enough to the side for the fist to miss, then delivered a brutal elbow strike to the man's ribs. The wiry thug let out a strangled gasp, staggering back, but Geralt wasn't finished. He grabbed the man by the collar and drove his knee into his stomach before tossing him onto the pavement. The last man hesitated. "Still want to try?" Geralt raised an eyebrow. Chapter 164, 164. The man snarled and swung wildly. Geralt caught his wrist mid-air, twisting it sharply before sweeping the thug's legs from under him. The man crashed onto the pavement with a grunt. Before he could get up, Geralt placed his boot on his chest, pinning him effortlessly. "You're done," Geralt muttered. The three men lay groaning on the cold pavement, barely able to move. "I knew you were bored," Siri said, jealously as she could tell that his father was just blowing off steam. He would have never done that if it was in his world. "Edith, call the cops and also deliver the footage. Make sure that they get proper medical treatment, as I don't want any case on trial," Liam said. "On it, sir," Edith replied from his watch. Geralt was smiling a bit after teaching them a lesson, not knowing that he had been filmed from one of the windows on the homes in the neighborhood. The face of Geralt would soon be all over social media and a massive debate would start saying Geralt was a great hero for stepping in. It would mostly be women who found him very attractive. While some keyboard warriors said that this fight was a skit for sure because no men could move or deliver punches so fast. It was not possible and it could possibly be a skit or a movie scene. But the main point was, Geralt would be famous in the next few days. Liam didn't have any idea of it, nor did he care even if Geralt ended up on social media. They called the driver around and soon left for their next destination. A pub. Geralt and Vesemir had asked Liam to take them at a bar while the women wanted to roam around the city. Both of them came to a settlement at the end. They would use their cars to see the city, the nightlife essentially, and at the end, they would land at a bar. Liam was okay with that. Though he would hate the traffic, but at the end, Happy was happy to drive around the city. The ride through the city was a mix of quiet admiration and occasional commentary from Vesemir and Geralt, who took in the glowing lights, towering buildings, and the general energy of New York at night. Unlike the congested chaos of the day, the streets now had a different kind of life, bars bustling with patrons, neon signs flickering, and the occasional street performer entertaining small crowds. You call this a city? Looks more like a battlefield of lights and noise. Vesemir scoffed. Better than Oxenfort. Geralt smirked. Trust me, you haven't even seen the real nightlife yet. Liam assured. After nearly an hour of cruising through the city, they finally arrived at Josie's bar. It was a random bar that Liam chose to stop, not thinking too much as he was never a drinker and didn't have a general idea. Nothing in this city could hurt him anyways. But he did realize that they had ended up in Hell's Kitchen. As they stepped inside, the smell of aged wood, alcohol, and faint cigarette smoke filled the air. The place was dimly lit, with a few neon beer signs casting a soft glow. There were no loud speakers or blasting music, just the low hum of conversations, the occasional burst of laughter, and the clinking of glasses. Now this, he muttered, feels like a proper drinking hole. Vesemir loved the vibe here, and one could see it in his smile. Geralt had to agree. It wasn't anything fancy, but it had a familiar atmosphere. Something about it reminded him of the rough inns he was used to. They found a booth near the back, away from the main crowd but close enough to observe. Liam waved down the bartender and ordered drinks for everyone, whiskey for Vesemir and Geralt, a beer for himself. The others took their seats, relaxing after the long day. Not long after, a man with red-tinted glasses and a casual but well-kept demeanor walked in, accompanied by a blonde woman and a scruffy-looking man in a suit that had clearly seen better days. Liam immediately recognized them, Matt Murdoch, Karen Page, and Foggy Nelson. It was then Liam realized why he was finding this place a bit familiar. This was the famous bar the trio would often come to. What the hell was this coincidence? But then again, Hell's Kitchen hadn't been the same since Liam had uprooted major crimes from this place. The Hand, the Russians, and even the Kingpin. There was a rumor around that the Wraithborn watches over Hell's Kitchen, and thus this place hadn't been the same since. Though Edith did mention once that a man in hooded mask had shown up once or twice in some public camera feeds taking over criminals, thus keeping the place cleaner. Seeing Matt here was a surprise for Liam. Matt, despite being blind, seemed to sense something as he walked in. His head tilted slightly in Geralt's direction before he turned to Karen and Foggy. Matt, of course, recognized Liam, along with Foggy, but they didn't know if he remembered them as Liam wasn't famous back then when they met at the garage. Liam could see the hesitation in Foggy's eyes and thus promptly raised his hand calling him to come. Chairs were soon drawn in with the group as they sat together. Liam also called Geralt and Vesemir from the near reception table to come and join as they had new acquaintances here. Everyone was introduced, and Matt being the blind charmer that he was able to charm the hearts of Kira and Triss. Karen felt a bit jealous of how Matt was able to charm anyone. And even Liam was surprised how much of a rizzler this Matt was, even though these two women were mages in essential. While Matt was being the magnet, he was actually a bit confused and could be even called as scared. He could hear the heartbeats of everyone present here, well, everyone except for one. Chapter 165, 165. As the drinks were served, the group settled in, and the conversation naturally shifted to introductions and small talk. But soon enough, curiosity got the better of Geralt's group. So, Vesemir began, nursing his whiskey. You three are, what's the word again? Lawyers? That's right, Matt confirmed, taking a sip of his own drink. He was very weary of this group as he felt they were very dangerous, especially the two men, but for some reason since Liam was here, he didn't just leave. But he had too many questions. And what exactly does a lawyer do? Geralt asked. The table went silent for a second. Foggy nearly choked on his beer, while Karen's lips twitched, trying to hold back a laugh. You're joking, right? Foggy finally asked. No. I know how to track a beast, read its habits, and determine how to take it down. I know how to deal with monsters, contracts, and even royal politics, though I try to avoid that when I can. But this law work? Not something I've come across. Geralt replied. Foggy and the others were dumbfounded. What kind of medieval magical fantasy did they come out of? What kind of joke was this? And Matt looked at Liam, trying to understand who these friends came from. And what the hell was going on? But Liam was silent, sipping on a beer calmly, as if what this group had just spoken wasn't outrageous at all. Well, Foggy said, rubbing the back of his neck. He knew that it would be very rude to not answer a genuine question, and just maybe these people had come from a remote village, like the Amish society. A lawyer's job is to represent people in legal matters. You know, defend them in court, argue their case, make sure they don't get unfairly punished. So you're paid swordsman, but for arguments? Vesemir interrupted. He seemed to have been a bit drunk by now, thus was speaking more. That is, not the worst way to put it, actually. Foggy admitted. Wait, Siri leaned forward. You mean to say people will come to you, and instead of fighting, you just talk until someone wins? It's more complicated than that. Matt knew that. Is it? Because from what I'm hearing, you're highly paid debaters who fight with words instead of steel. This was how their night would go on now, and he could see Foggy was having fun. That's, wow. Foggy turned to Matt. Do we sound that useless? We are definitely not useless, Karen defended. So, Triss tilted her head, what happens if you lose? Do they execute you? No, Karen replied quickly, horrified at the thought. But if you lose, your client could be executed, Geralt pointed out. Well, yeah, sometimes. But we try our best to prevent that. Foggy replied. So, you're telling me, if someone commits a crime, instead of being thrown into the stocks or executed on the spot, you have this whole process? Geralt said. What is up with these people? Yes, Matt confirmed. Sounds tedious. Geralt shook his head. Oh, it is, Foggy said. But it pays the bills. Speaking of which, Vesemir interjected, how much are you paid for this work? Ah, now that's the best part. A good lawyer can make, Foggy brightened. Not as much as we are supposed to, this man here can hear multiple of us and still won't put a dent in his wallet, Karen cut in. What's a wallet? Yennefer whispered to Liam as she didn't know the term. A purse. Liam replied while smiling at the jab of Karen. Matt heard that it confirmed for him that these people had really arrived from a very remote place. Way to ruin the moment, Karen. Foggy said. So you're not paid like kings? Triss asked, amused. Oh, no. Definitely not, Foggy admitted. Then you should have been monster hunters instead. Geralt said. Oh yeah, because I look like the type to swing a sword at a lion or a cheetah. But wait, I can kill them with guns. Foggy said. No. You'd still be dead within minutes even with a gun. Geralt replied while sipping. He knew by now what a gun was, but he felt that this man might not be able to hand the recoil either. So, do you ever bend the law? Siri was curious. No. Matt straightened up immediately. Liam let out a quiet chuckle. What? Matt asked. Nothing, Liam replied. Matt didn't push further as he felt that Liam might know something. But why would he know? And then again, he was very rich. He regretted a bit now joining in with them. And you? You're also a lawyer? Kira, still fascinated, turned to Karen. No, Karen said, taking a sip of her drink. I'm a journalist. What's a journalist? Siri finally asked. Do you want to explain, or should I? Karen looked at Foggy. Oh, you go ahead. They'll love this one. Foggy already lost once, and he wanted to see what these people would come up with. What would be the new joke? A journalist is someone who investigates and reports on events. We uncover the truth, expose corruption, inform the public. So you're a bard? Kira said. What? Karen blinked. A bard, Vesemir repeated. You tell stories and inform people. Oh, no, Karen shook her head. Bards sing and tell tales for entertainment. Journalists deal with facts. So, you're a serious bard? Siri asked, smirking. I walked right into that one. Karen gave up. Welcome to our life. Foggy replied. The night continued, with more drinks, laughter, and plenty of confusion about the modern world. Geralt and Vesemir concluded that lawyers were essentially well-paid talkers, journalists were bards, and the whole justice system was an overly complicated mess. Finally, it was time to leave for the whole group as it was late. Liam had offered to take Matt to his apartment while Foggy and Karen could walk back as their homes were closer. Matt thought for a minute, before accepting the offer. Chapter 166, 166. As they stepped out of the bar, the cool night air greeted them, offering a refreshing contrast to the warmth and chatter inside. The streets of Hell's Kitchen were quieter than usual, with only the occasional sound of a passing car or distant sirens echoing through the buildings. Foggy and Karen waved goodbye, cracking a few more jokes before disappearing down the street. Liam led Matt toward a sleek black car parked near the curb. Happy was already waiting in the driver's seat, watching the two approach. There were multiple cars and thus everyone took theirs. Liam went with Matt, while Geralt, Vesemir and Yen in another. And the last one carried the two ladies. So, Liam said as they got in, did you like your new friends? They're amusing. He exhaled, leaning back against the seat. Not exactly what I expected, though. Where did you even find them? Oh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Liam answered. Try me. Matt was intrigued. Let's just say they're from a different kind of world. Matt didn't press further. He had already suspected something was off about Liam's friends. The way they talked, the way they carried themselves, it was like they had stepped out of a different time entirely. But he had other concerns. So, what about you? How's your work? Need any help? Liam asked, changing the topic. No, I'm handling things fine. Matt replied instinctively. You must be frustrated. Liam asked. Frustrated? About what? Matt was confused. That you can't hear my heartbeat. Matt went still. His lips pressed into a thin line as he turned his head slightly toward Liam. He had never spoken about it, but ever since he stepped inside the bar, something had always bothered him. Liam's heartbeat was non-existent. Not just mine, Liam continued. The heartbeats of my friends are very slow, aren't they? You. Matt had the words choked out of him as he felt Liam turning into a bright light in his senses, and then out of nowhere, he was back to what he looked like in his senses. In fact, after the sudden burst of light from Liam, he could even hear his heartbeat, which was also strong and slow. Matthew. You aren't the only one in this world who is special. There are far more big players on the playground, and if you don't watch your step, someone will bully you easily. So watch out for those big players and save yourself when you can. Liam said. Matt was dumbstruck. He didn't expect those words from Liam at all. He had known, thanks to Stick, that there were gifted players out there, but he hadn't expected to be outed from Liam, someone who was just a casual friend. In fact, in Matt's eyes, he was just a young friend, and someone need to be protected. But the sudden burst of light from the body of Liam made him realize that he wasn't normal to begin with. Tony Stark, being dubbed as the Iron Mage, wasn't a coincidence at all, and neither was him having high connections with Tony. These people were special. Just like him. No, not like him. They were more powerful than him. They had the money and power. Though the heartbeats of Liam's friends were slow, but they were strong, and that was enough to tell Matt that in hand-to-hand fight, if they had the moves, he would be at a huge disadvantage. Matt, when you need any help, be it medical or an upgrade to the run-of-the-mill suit that you are wearing now, go to Stark Tower and ask for Pepper. I will direct her to help you. Happy, I will put you as his emergency contact. Liam said. Happy to help, Liam. Happy replied from the driver's seat. What? What? Matt didn't know what he should respond as Liam flicked his finger and Matt's mobile was already on the hands of Liam. He then added the emergency contact of Matt as Happy's number. He was dumbfounded. It wasn't scientific at all. He wanted to stop Liam from doing anything, but he hesitated. He knew that Liam wasn't lying. From when did you know? Matt suddenly asked as he knew that his secret, the one which only Stick and Elektra knew, was over. He didn't question how Liam knew as he felt that Liam having the ability and power that he holds now, even though he couldn't gauge, it was easy for someone like Liam to get a hold of. Since the time I met you. Liam said. This reminded Matt of the first time he met Liam on the garage working on Foggy's car. It made sense now, when Liam looked at him with an amused expression, the first time they met. Liam's words settled between them, heavy yet casual, as if he hadn't just shattered one of Matt's biggest secrets with a flick of his wrist. Matt's mind raced, trying to process everything. Liam knew. Not just suspected, but knew. And worse, he had known from the start. Matt clenched his jaw. He had spent years keeping his secret safe, hiding it from even his closest friends, and yet Liam had peeled back the truth as if it were nothing. You don't seem surprised, Liam finally said. I've been told before that I'm not the only one out there. But hearing it and actually facing it? That's different. Matt replied. Welcome to the real world, Matthew. It will only get worse from here on. Liam said. Matt turned toward him, adjusting his glasses slightly. And what exactly are you? That's a long story. Maybe I'll tell you over drinks another time. Liam replied. Matt wasn't sure if he liked that answer, but he let it slide. He had already learned more tonight than he had in years about the true scale of the world he operated in. For now, that was enough. We're here. The car slowed to a stop in front of Matt's apartment. Happy turned slightly in his seat. Chapter 167, 167. Matt, be safe out there. Ask for help when you need one. Liam said as Matt got out of the car. Only this time, he didn't use the stick to get out. Happy had been hearing the whole conversation and had seen a lot of strange things around Tony in just a year or so. Now, he couldn't even recognize the world he was living in. An institution of sorcerers. Monsters. Mutants from another world. And now a perfectly blind man who is faking it. I don't know what you do, Liam, but I hope whatever you do, is for the better of mankind. Matt said. Liam just smiled at him. Better for mankind? That's a very tall order because the meaning of mankind varies from people to people and both of their descriptions of mankind were entirely different, though they do share some common goals, and that was also the reason why Liam had given Matt a handout. Loki was still out there, so the New York War should still be on his agenda, or at least one forms of the war. And thus it would be better if some more heroes to be out there saving people. Besides, Daredevil was quite a good street hero. Might not be at the level of Spider-Man, but he was quite decent. In fact, Daredevil was even a temporary god at one point when he visited Hell to save Foggy. The warm wind of the African coast carried the salty scent of the sea. The coast was filled with old damaged ships, never to ride the ocean again. In the distance, the waves lapped gently against the rocky shore. Almost 200 meters out, a massive rusted oil tanker laid on the sandy coast. Time and salt had eaten away at its steel frame, and vines had begun to creep over parts of it where nature dared to reclaim. "I don't like this place," Vesemir grunted. "It smells like old blood and some kind of oil." "You sure this is the right place?" Geralt asked Liam, who held Ellie on his arms. "You promised us better gear for the war." "What I see is a floating pile of rust." "Floating pile of rust, yes," Liam replied with a sly grin. "But inside that floating pile of rust? The greatest gear we can acquire at this time." "You're serious?" Geralt asked. "Dead serious." "So what are we talking about?" "Swords. Armor." Siri was intrigued. "The stuff is called Vibranium. It is one of the greatest metal known to mankind. Steve's shield is made of that stuff and you have seen how strong it is," Liam said. Steve's shield made the eyes of Geralt and Vesemir twinkle. They had witnessed how powerful that shield was, and in fact while in Kaer Morhen, they had tried their swords on that shield and they couldn't even deliver a scratch on it. "And it just so happens to be inside that decrepit thing?" Triss asked. "Of course not, there are men inside with guns, and loads of weapons that could kill any normal human. So if you want to snatch the metal we came here for, you will have to probably kill or incapacitate," Liam said. Isn't it illegal to kill humans?" Kira asked. "It is. But they are the scum of the earth and we are way past human jurisdiction here," Liam assured. This made Geralt and others, which meant they could let loose. The sun hovered low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and orange. Fenrir stood at the edge of the beach, sniffing the air, then growled low in his throat. "They know we're coming," Yennefer said calmly, adjusting her gloves. "Good," Vesemir grunted, drawing his steel sword. "I hate surprises." As they approached the massive rusted hull of the tanker, the scent of metal and oil intensified. Hidden behind sheets of corroded steel and cracked hatches were the mercenaries, armed and prepared. "Ulysses Clow's men," Liam said behind them, holding Ellie securely in his arms. "Black market war dogs. If they start shooting, don't hold back." He stayed on the edge of the combat zone, a passive observer with no intention of lifting a finger unless things got dire. The others knew the drill. This was their fight. A shot rang out. A warning. Then chaos erupted. Bullets flew from the elevated platform welded onto the upper deck of the tanker. The mercenaries took defensive positions and had started shooting. Siri vanished in a blur. Her laughter echoed before she reappeared behind two guards, blades slicing through air. One went down before he knew what hit him, the other fired wildly before she kicked the weapon from his hands and slammed him unconscious against a steel wall. Geralt charged head-on, sword raised. Bullets ricocheted off his Quen shield, sparks flaring in the dim light. He reached a cluster of 3 men and dropped them with brutal precision, slashes, pommel strikes, and a final igni blast that sent the last man tumbling over the side of the ship into the sand. Vesemir followed close behind. He hurled an Axii sign that stunned a group of mercs, then took them down with heavy-handed strikes that echoed against the metal deck. Kira raised her hands, and purple sigils lit up the air around her. A bolt of kinetic magic slammed into a group on the starboard side, sending them flying. Another wave of her hand conjured blinding light, forcing mercenaries to drop their weapons and clutch their faces in pain. Of course she did all of this while chanting the spells in elven language. Meanwhile, Triss chanted under her breath. A wall of fire burst forth in a line across the gangway, cutting off reinforcements from below deck. Screams echoed as flames licked across crates and sent men fleeing. One attempted to shoot her from a distance, but Triss raised her hand, catching the bullet mid-air with a telekinetic pulse before sending it flying back at its owner. Chapter 168, 168. Yennefer teleported mid-air, blinking in and out like a storm of violet smoke. Each reappearance brought her closer to the snipers on the upper deck. With a flick of her fingers, she twisted one man's rifle into scrap. Another she flung overboard with a precise gust of magical wind, and the last was paralyzed in place as she whispered a single word of power. Fenrir, finally getting the freedom, leapt onto the deck with a howl. The massive wolf moved like a blur of gray, teeth flashing. He tackled one mercenary and pinned him, jaws dangerously close to his throat until the man passed out from fear. Another tried to shoot him, only to be met with a shield of swirling air conjured by Triss to protect the wolf. That was 5 for me. Who's keeping count? Siri returned to the group, blood on her blade. Not a contest, Geralt said, tossing a knocked-out merc over his shoulder. Too late, Kira huffed. I'm at 4. Explosions rocked the deck as Yennefer disabled one of the mounted machine guns. The fire from Triss's wall had begun to die down, but most of the mercenaries were either unconscious, disabled, or wisely surrendering. A few jumped ship and fled into the forested coast, leaving their comrades behind. Within minutes, the chaos subsided. Only groans, flickering fires, and the sharp tang of metal and sweat remained. Liam walked aboard with slow, deliberate steps, stepping over the unconscious bodies without sparing them a glance. Ellie had fallen asleep in his arms, unaffected by the mayhem. Well, he said, standing at the center of the ruined deck, that was fun to watch. That was one word for it. Geralt cleaned his sword as now he was sure that there were no men around, as his senses were able to tell about it. So where's the Vibranium? Vesemir asked. Below deck, Liam gestured with a nod. In the storage hold. And we're just taking it? Triss asked. We're reclaiming it. Big difference. Liam replied. Siri slid down a ladder and reappeared moments later, carrying a single, heavy crate in her arms. She dropped it with a thud, cracking it open with her sword. Inside were ingots, pure, dark vibranium, glowing faintly under the dim lights. Liam, who had been on the sidelines all this time, slowly started going to the main office. He wasn't exactly idle. His eyes looked at the future and made sure that none of the stray bullets were able to hurt his new friends. Thus, even though he didn't move a finger, he was protecting everyone. After reaching the main office, he opened the door easily, which seemed to shut. The moment he stepped in, he was welcomed with bullet shots on his head only for Liam to duck to the side. It was Clow who shot, and he wasn't done. Clow shot multiple times, only to be dodged with superhuman speed. Wraithborn. Clow said. This surprised Liam since the term Wraithborn weren't known to many, so how was this man? Of course, while confronting, he had his mask on. You know me? Liam asked. I have seen you fighting that green monster. Clow said. Oh. You have your hands on that too. I am surprised. It was supposed to be in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives. But then again the military was involved. It can be Hydra too. Liam said. The term Hydra seemed to inflict a very small change of emotions on Clow. So Hydra it is. Sigh. What a mess they had created. Liam said. Liam sighed as he took a slow step forward, unbothered by Clow's trembling hand still gripping the gun. Clow knew that he had lost the fight. But he wasn't ready to give up. He barely had time to pull another trigger before Liam's hand wrapped around the barrel of his gun, crushing the metal as if it were made of clay. Clow's eyes widened in disbelief. Superhuman speed and strength too. I'm not interested in a fight, Liam said. I just need you outside. With one swift motion, Liam grabbed Clow by the throat, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. The mercenary kicked and thrashed, cursing loudly, but Liam was already walking back toward the deck, dragging him like a sack of grain. By the time he emerged, the others had already finished securing the vibranium crates. Siri, Geralt, and Vesemir stood near Fenrir, while Yennefer and Triss inspected the metal, their magic subtly brushing against the surface to sense its properties. "Who is this man?" Siri asked as he saw Liam dragging a middle-aged man. "Andy Serkis." Liam replied. "That's a very weird name." Siri replied. Liam unceremoniously tossed Clow onto the sand below the ship. The man groaned in pain as his cuffed hands and feet prevented any chance of escape. His face pressed against the rough, hot ground. "You're making a mistake. Do you know who I am?" Clow said as the name Liam said wasn't his name to begin with. "Yeah," Liam said, dusting off his hands. "You're a thief. A murderer. And, more importantly, a fugitive of Wakanda." The name Wakanda gave Clow a fear. "Why will you ever work for those savages? They don't deserve any of that wealth. The world would be a better place without them." Clow screamed. "Work for them? We came here for Vibranium too. The only difference is that I am handing you over to them while I take away the Vibranium." Liam said. "Ha ha ha. You think handing me to them will allow you to take away my Vibranium? They will find you and force you to give their Vibranium back to them." Clow laughed. "And I want them to try." Liam replied with a wide smile. Clow wanted to protest but Liam strengthened the noose around his neck, making his words die. "We're not keeping him?" Geralt asked as Liam seemed to be leaving the man here itself. "Nope," Liam said, raising his hand toward the empty sky. "Someone else has been waiting for him." Chapter 169, 169. The group followed his gaze upward, but there was nothing there, just the clear blue sky stretching endlessly above them. Yet, Geralt, Vesemir, and Siri tensed. "I can feel something," Siri muttered. "There's something above us, but it's silent." All of the three tensed because only they could sense the object. Geralt and Vesemir could because of their senses and Siri could because of her attunement to space and time. "A ship, no, what is it called here?" "Ah yes. Airplane." Geralt confirmed. "A very advanced airplane," Vesemir added. "Not our headache. Let's leave." "Fenrir." Liam said, and Fenrir barked for a second before opening a portal. The group were confused about this behavior of Liam as they thought they would have to fight the invisible airplane. And this was just anticlimactic. But they were happy to not get into more bloodbath. Many people had died in this small war and thus they didn't want to dirty their hands more. After returning, Liam went back to the garage. He was greeted by the rhythmic sound of hammering, the distinct hum of welding arcs, and the faint scent of burnt metal. "You're still at it?" Liam asked, stepping further in. The garage was filled with half-finished suits, holographic schematics projected in mid-air, and pieces of tech scattered everywhere. A mess of organized chaos, classic Tony Stark. "Still at it?" "Kid, I never stop," Tony replied. But one could easily tell that Tony was restless. Beside him, Ensign was carefully adjusting something on a half-assembled chest plate. "Liam," Ensign greeted. Ensign looked tired but he still had a warm smile. "You're back." "Yeah, and I brought souvenirs," Liam smirked, setting down a heavy metal crate with a thud. The lid slid open, revealing the dark ingots of pure vibranium, faintly gleaming under the fluorescent lights. "Wait, hold on, is that," he pulled up his goggles, stepping closer. "Is that actual vibranium?" "Yup," Liam grinned. "And I was hoping you could put that genius brain of yours to work. We need better weapons and armor for the upcoming war." "Liam, you had me at vibranium." Tony asked Liam to bring him the whole bunch of the metal that Liam had found. He didn't ask where he got them as it was not his concern. His only concern was to work upon it and make themselves powerful, besides he wanted to see if vibranium was a good conductor of magic. But Ensign wasn't happy that Tony, instead of finishing one and taking some rest, he had started to work on another project immediately. "You've been working non-stop," Ensign said quietly. Yeah, well. He exhaled, glancing toward Liam. I should have seen it coming. What happened to Barton? It's on me. It's not your fault, Stark. Liam said. Yeah. Feels like it. Tony replied. On the contrary, Natasha said, you saved his life. A voice came from the door. Everyone turned around to see Fury standing on the doorway, with his iconic overcoat and eye patch. Jarvis, who allowed him to enter. Tony didn't like it at all that this man just casually walked in. He has the highest clearance, sir. Jarvis replied. I seriously need to change some codes around here. Tony mumbled. I think having a back door is good, for the safety of yours. After all, your equipment does create problems for me, from time to time. Fury replied. Why are you here? Tony was in no mood to talk. Fury meanwhile looked at the stacks of vibranium, his eyebrow lifted seeing that and then looked at Liam. He would have loved to have some of these materials, but he knew that this wasn't the time to ask, especially when the war on the horizon against the so-called Wild Hunt, as Natasha had briefed him. Imagine my surprise when one of my prized agents came back turning into a monster. You didn't think I would let the enemies just roll away. Do you? Natasha had already briefed of what had happened. I have a suggestion. Fury said. What is it? Liam asked. I want to suggest to allow some SHIELD agents to go alone with. Fury replied. No. Tony and Liam spoke at the same time. That was fast. Fury replied with a small sigh. He was expecting that. You think we're gonna babysit a bunch of agents who have no idea what they're up against? Liam scoffed. The Wild Hunt isn't some terrorist organization, Fury. It's a pack of eldritch warriors from another world, led by a king who's been conquering realms for centuries. Your guys won't last 5 minutes against them. And I suppose your newfound team is? Fury shot back. More than your men, Toy replied. No offense, but they wouldn't even see the attack coming before they're frozen solid and cut down. Fine. No SHIELD agents. But don't come crying when you're outnumbered. Fury gave up. Speaking of problems, we have brought Banner in. Liam was surprised that Fury was able to bring in Banner. But it was good for them. The big green guy. I thought he was off the radar. Tony was surprised. Not anymore. Fury exhaled. Took some convincing, and an access to a high-level project. But knowing about Barton, I think he will be a massive asset or helping Barton come back to normal. When Barton returns to us, and if he needs assistance, send Banner over. If Barton is treated, I would like to see with my own eyes. Tony replied. And that was his only condition. Fury nodded. They might not even need their help as the magic side could take care of it, but if they needed, they would be ready for it. Fury and Tony chatted a bit more while Liam left for his own home. He had been away from his beloved home for a very long time and it was time for him to take some rest and get to his own cozy bed. After bidding goodbye to the team and with Ellie and Fenrir, he was back in his own room. I missed you. Liam muttered, looking at his bed which was exactly the same as he left it. Chapter 170, 170. The next day, Liam woke up feeling more refreshed than he had in weeks. The war, the endless battles, the strange encounters, it all weighed on him, but for the first time in a long while, he had a moment of peace. That peace, however, was just momentary. There was work to do. He made his way to his personal forge. He needed to work on his new project. Since Tony was working, it was only fitting that Liam himself would work and make something stronger for himself. Rather upgrading his previous work. He lifted away the glove from the left hand. He really missed having his natural hand. It was hard for him to accept sometimes that he didn't have a limb, but it was reality. Though his new hand was more powerful, versatile, sturdy and everything that his previous fleshy hand could ever be, but at the end of it was still a reminder of his failure. Thus for the war, he would over-prepare himself. Also he needed to talk with Arachnid to get more knowledge about spells. On a nearby table lay chunks of pure Vibranium, the same ones he had brought to Tony. The metal had already proven its worth in armor and weaponry, but Liam was more interested in something else, its magical properties. He placed his hand over one of the chunks and closed his eyes, channeling his own energy through it. Instantly, he felt it, a hum, a resonance like mithril. Vibranium didn't just absorb kinetic energy, it conducted magic like a living conduit. Figures, he muttered. A metal that sings with energy. Liam then proceeded to use 3 kinds of energy, and the best one that could be used on the Vibranium was Bifrost. Though Jotunheim magic and source magic worked well, it wasn't the same for Bifrost. This was both a good news and a bad one. Good news because at this world, he himself was a living Bifrost energy, but in the world of Witchers, it wasn't the same. There the Bifrost was a dud and thus staff couldn't hold on to immense quantity of Bifrost magic. But it was fine. He would make do with what he had. With a flick of his wrist, he levitated the Vibranium, directing it toward his staff. He whispered an incantation, and the wood of his staff shifted, allowing the molten metal to seep into its structure. It fused naturally, forming elegant streaks of silver that glowed faintly with arcane light. Melting the Vibranium proved to be tough, because it wasn't like mithril at all. He had used the djinn's energy inside in order for it to melt and seep in. Red, do you like it? Liam asked. Red was the name of the djinn. Liam didn't know that djinns even had names. What is this metal? I feel more powerful. Red replied. Glad that you like it. In the future I will allow you to have more metals like this. Liam assured. Hee. I can't wait. Red said. But that was only the first step. Next, he inscribed runes along its length, sigils of Jotunheim, carved with precision. These runes would reinforce the staff's durability. It was a long process as he had to carve them by hands, melting the Vibranium again precisely. But after 2 hours of sweat, it was finally done. Then came the final touch, the energy of the Bifrost. But since he was master of this energy, he was able to infuse Bifrost inside and making more sigils based on Bifrost. He also had to ask for help from Red as he wasn't sure if Red liked this new magic. According to Red, unlike Jotunheim magic which gave it power, Bifrost wasn't a very good food. Though he didn't have problems with it, it didn't mean that Red liked it either. For Red, the Bifrost was just another man in his own home. They could coexist easily, who would like an extra roommate for no reason. Especially someone like Red. But thankfully Liam was able to convince Red otherwise, and since Bifrost didn't have intelligence, at the end Red caved. But he made Liam promise not to add such strange magic again. At its end, a brilliant light erupted, arcs of rainbow-colored energy wrapping around the staff, reinforcing it, strengthening it. The moment was intense, raw power coursing through him as the staff absorbed the energy, reshaping itself to accommodate the new power source. Liam took a step back, admiring his work. The staff was no longer just a weapon, it was a masterpiece. It gleamed under the dim light, pulsating with power, waiting to be tested. He gripped it firmly, feeling the way it resonated with his own magic. With all forms of magic that he had known. Perfect, he whispered to himself. Fenrir and Ellie looked at what Liam was doing from the start. Ellie came to Liam's feet to congratulate, while Fenrir just yawned. Let's have some food. Liam suggested. The mention of food made both the animals happy and thus followed Liam while he kept his upgraded staff away. There would be time to test the power of the staff. But right now he deserved rest. Liam led Ellie and Fenrir toward the dining area. The moment he stepped into the kitchen, he could already sense Ellie's excitement. She hopped onto the counter, her tiny paws tapping impatiently as she waited for him to prepare something. Fenrir, on the other hand, sat calmly by the table. Alright, I get it. Food first, Liam chuckled. Today, he decided to make something comforting, thick, juicy steaks for Fenrir, a small portion of roasted fish for Ellie, and a well-seasoned meal for himself. It was rare moments for Liam to have such a free time with both of them together. As Liam was cooking, he heard his doorbell ring. Liam looked over and with his Bifrost eyes, he was able to see who had arrived. Coming. Liam said after keeping aside the meat that he was cutting. Once Liam opened the door, he was welcomed by two guests. Chapter 171, 171. It was Happy and Siri. Basically it was Siri and Happy was the chauffeur here. Hey, Siri greeted. Got room for us too? You're always welcome. Come in. He stepped aside, letting the two enter. Siri immediately wandered into the living room like she owned the place, eyeing Fenrir sprawled out on the floor and Ellie curled up in a sunbeam. Happy gave Liam a nod as he followed behind. Liam after coming back here could feel his connection to Siri stronger than ever and now knew that it was a very mutual attraction. In fact, it was because of his own self-discipline that he was able to avoid her. It was like the story of Peter Parker and Silk, of how they weren't able to get away from each other and had to be together to satiate their hunger. Liam felt the same. Smells amazing in here, Siri said, sniffing the air. Did you actually cook? I did, Liam replied proudly. We'll whip up something for you both. Siri was happy to have Liam around and she even helped him in cooking. While Happy was busy playing with Ellie. Fenrir was too huge and he would often be a bit intimidated by this strong furry creature. Besides, he had read stories about the wolf named Fenrir and it was enough for him to know that a wolf named Fenrir didn't always bring prosperity around. How was Liam able to name a huge husky with that name, he didn't understand. While the food was being cooked Liam spoke to her about the new staff that he had upgraded and Siri was interested in that. So what are the others up to? Liam asked as he was a bit surprised that Siri was allowed to go out alone after the fear of Geralt. Siri rolled her eyes dramatically when asked that. Vesemir's out buying some weird instruments. Said he wanted to try his hand at modern experimentation. I think he got inspired by Tony's lab. He made me stop at a music store first. I think he misunderstood the word instrument. Bought a banjo. Happy had joined in and replied. Honestly, that sounds like him. Liam sighed. He was a man out of his depths and thus was fumbling. Steve must be very happy seeing this and found a friend in Vesemir for sure. Triss, Kira, and Natasha went to check out S.H.I.E.L.D.'s HQ, something about gathering intel or establishing diplomatic ties or whatever. I think they just wanted to mess around. Siri continued. And Geralt? Liam asked. Busy. With Yennefer. Siri gave a deadpan look. Ah. Liam got the hint. They said not to expect them back until evening. I took that as my cue to leave. She kicked her feet up on the coffee table, stealing one of Liam's grapes from a bowl and popping it in her mouth. Where's Avalak H? Liam asked. He is still busy with Jarvis, and Tony had to come and stop him from drowning Jarvis with more useless questions. Siri said. Must have been really hard for him to see humanity possessing so much strength and that with no interference of magic. Well, almost no interference. Liam said. Magic had shaped his world since he was born, so seeing a world without it and thriving must have been a punch to the guts. Siri said. You know, she said, I could get used to this. A man who fights monsters and cooks. I don't fight monsters. That's not my hobby, nor do I like it. Liam said. Ha. Geralt said that your swordsmanship is top-notch. I might like to try it sometime. Siri replied and Liam almost coughed when Siri said that, as he was sure that Siri looked somewhere else when Siri meant swords. Happy, mid-chew on a snack Ellie had nudged his way, coughed and quickly stood. You know what? I'm gonna, go check out the skyline. Maybe take the long way back to Stark Tower. You two have fun. You sure? Liam asked. Yeah. Happy said. He might be dumb, but he wasn't that dumb not to see the attraction that they had for each other. And also happy that Liam had found someone and wasn't as stoic as before. The silence that followed was strangely cozy. Liam brought over the plates, setting one in front of Siri and the other for himself. Can I ask you something personal? Siri asked as they sat and began to eat. Go ahead. Liam said while taking a sip from his glass. Have you ever, been with someone? Had someone you loved? No, he said honestly. Never really had the time. And besides, my lifespan is very long. Nobody likes to see their close ones die while you remain young. That is a very bad combination. Liam replied. Is that the reason why you don't have friends? Siri replied. I have friends. Chris and Bonnie. Liam defended himself, but as soon as he said that he knew that he fell into the trap. He only came out with 2 names outside his group. Even Gerald had more friends outside his group. Liam felt embarrassed. What about you? Liam asked gently, turning the question to her. There was someone. In Skellige. A young man. He fancied me. She smiled faintly. He was kind. Brave, too. Tried to help me when things got dangerous. But we got separated when I had to run. The wild hunt wasn't far behind. I don't know what happened to him. Liam's grip on his fork tightened for just a second, but he masked it well. He knew what had happened to that man. Killed during the chaos. Torn apart by the wild hunt. The villagers had turned on his body afterward, spitting on the corpse for harboring a witch. But Liam didn't say that. He wouldn't taint that memory for her. Not today. I'm sorry, he said gently. It was a long time ago. Besides, he just liked me, but while I was on the run, you have very less time for emotions. Chapter 172, 172. Siri took another bite of the food, chewing slowly as her eyes flicked over to the staff resting in the corner of the room. You really did upgrade that thing, huh? She said. You weren't lying when you said you have been taught by an elf before. What did you add there? Vibranium. Jotunheim sigils. A bit of Bifrost energy, Liam replied, and then went on to explain of what these things were, and the more Siri heard, the more fascinated she was. She didn't know that the man she fancied had so much knowledge. No wonder his eyes always glowed with rainbow, and so did his hand. Did he even poop rainbows? Wait, that was boy's humor. What happened to her? You're a walking cheat, Liam. Siri said by the end. I prefer the term versatile. They chuckled together before the silence returned, not awkward, just warm. Familiar. You know, I've been thinking, she said. About this world. Liam raised a brow. Yeah. I mean, the sorcerers here. They don't use chaos. They don't draw from the same source we do. And yet, they bend time, space, reality. Liam had already explained about the magic, and since she had met the Ancient One, she was more curious. You're talking about the Ancient One, Liam guessed. Yeah. I want to see it for myself, she said. Not just hear stories or wait around until one of them shows up in a fight. I want to go. I want to visit this. Kamar-Taj. That's a serious place, Siri. Not a sightseeing tour. Liam said. I know, she said. But if possible, I want to learn this magic if it's not as dangerous as the chaos magic. I have been running around a long time and don't want to only rely on my blood. Siri said. You want to train with them? Liam looked amused. I trained with witchers. Survived the wild hunt. Crossed dimensions. I think I can handle a few floating monks and sparkly portals, she teased. Alright, alright. I'll see what I can do. No promises though, the Ancient One doesn't exactly hand out guest passes. That's all I ask. You know, Liam, she said with a sly smile, for someone who doesn't like emotions, you're very good at making a girl feel seen. That caught him off guard. This was because what Liam just said was very basic things, which he would even do for his friends. But then he realized, since it was the old ages, the bar was set very low for women's expectations of men. Even in modern society, the expectations have been changing over time as men were expected to do more for the relationship instead of being deadbeat as it once was. Or at least, that was the stereotype. After the plates were cleared and the last of the dishes, Liam stood and walked over to the corner where his staff rested. He picked it up, giving it a small twirl in his hand, just enough to stir the red within. Ready? He asked, glancing at Siri. She rose to her feet without hesitation, tying her hair back with a practiced flick. Always. With a deep breath, Liam tapped the bottom of his staff against the floor and uttered in Quenya. Light rippled outward from the impact like a drop of water. The air tore open, revealing a circular portal swirling with hues of gold and streaks of shifting blue. Ladies first, he said. Siri rolled her eyes but stepped through, vanishing into the light. Liam followed, and the portal snapped shut behind them. The cool mountain air hit them immediately. Snow-dusted roofs, towering stone spires, and prayer flags fluttering lazily in the breeze greeted them. The courtyard was quiet, save for the soft chants echoing in the distance and the occasional footsteps of monks passing by. Siri took it all in with wide eyes. This place feels. She paused, searching for the word, centered. It is. The heart of this world's mystic arts. So the magic you sense, even though you don't know it yet, is quite powerful. Liam said as he too was able to feel the immense magic around. Before they could take another step, a familiar voice rang out. You're not exactly subtle when you open portals, Liam. Mordo descended the temple steps as he said that. Nice to see you too. Liam said. The Ancient One is still busy with Barton. Mordo replied with his usual flat tone. But you can go to the library and take a peek on the books. The Ancient One has given you full access. Liam turned to Siri, ready to guide her toward the inner halls of the sanctuary, when something made him stop. He looked up. What is it? Siri asked. Before he could answer, the sky above the courtyard cracked, literally. A shimmering ribbon of energy split the clouds. Wind whipped through the air as the rainbow bridge descended with force, slamming into the stone courtyard with a thunderous crash of light and sound. Siri took a step back, her hand instinctively brushing the hilt of her sword. Out of the beam stepped two figures. Thor. And Frigga. Who are they? Siri was confused. That's Thor. And, his mother. Liam replied. She was still confused about who they were. The Bifrost beam retracted in a dazzling sweep of light, leaving the courtyard eerily silent. You, Thor said. You traitor. Wow, no hello first. Liam asked back. You don't get to speak after not keeping the promise. Thor replied back. What promise? Liam asked back. The promise to taking me to the trial. The promise of fighting warriors where I can swing my Mjolnir and crush them and gain their abilities. Thor said. Have you been drinking too much? I have never promised that. Liam said, not intimidated at all. Siri, who was ready to fight, finally realized what was going on. They were friends to begin with. No wonder the sorcerers around didn't exactly react when the light came down. Chapter 173, 173. I know exactly what I am talking about. Thor growled. You're exaggerating. I said there might be a trial. I never said you'd be invited to throw lightning bolts in the middle of it. Liam reiterated. By this time, many of the budding sorcerers had come forward to see the drama. Kamar-Taj had always known the existence of Asgard, but it was another matter altogether to see the arrival of a foreign prince and start shouting at the courtyard. "You think I came all this way to be told I misunderstood again?" Thor's eyes crackled with electricity. "You came all this way because you wanted to beat something up and missed the show," Liam shot back. "That's not my fault." Thor growled. And for a moment it looked like he might throw Mjolnir just for the sake of it. But instead, he took a sharp breath, looked at his mother who gave him a disapproval look. "You are my friend, Liam. But sometimes, you make it very hard to like you." He sighed by the end. "Yeah. Okay. That one's on me. I should have told you. The trial happened fast, and we had complications." Liam replied. "You think?" Thor snapped. "I was waiting in Asgard, armor polished, expecting war, and what do I get instead? A raven scroll from Heimdall saying, Liam is back from trial. Barton is taken." "Taken? Taken by whom? Where's the glory in that?" "All right. I messed up," Liam finally said. He actually thought about Thor the last time, but decided otherwise as Thor could be too messy at times. He had the ability but not the brain to carry out intricate stuffs. "What?" Thor paused. "I said I messed up," Liam repeated. "You're right. I should have called you. It was chaos, but still. You deserved to be there. I apologize." There was a long silence. Thor stared at him, then, relaxed. "Slightly." "Fine," he grumbled, shifting Mjolnir onto his shoulder. "But next time there is a glorious trial or cosmic showdown, you send the ravens. Or I swear to Odin, I'll drag you by the ankles from wherever you're hiding." "There are no ravens," Liam said. "Then send an email," Thor said. "You don't have a computer," Liam replied. Thor seemed embarrassed about this and wanted to reply back, but Frigga stepped in. Unlike Thor, she radiated calm, gentle, but powerful, like moonlight on water. "Hello, I am Frigga, mother of my idiot son here," Frigga said. Liam in response bowed his head and greeted him. Someone who had sacrificed herself and died, knowing exactly that she would die when Thor showed up, showed how knowledgeable and self-sacrificing she was. Very few could stay away from the knowledge of the future. And Liam himself wasn't as broad-minded as Frigga. After the formal greetings, Mordo led them to the guest house. After some chit-chat and Liam speaking of the grave problem they were facing with Barton, it made the environment a bit heavy. Thor was incredibly angry and offered to kill the man who did this to Barton. Liam promised that he would get the chance. At the end it was finally Frigga who spoke up as she looked at Siri. "You are the child she speak of," she said softly. "The one with the blood of the elder folk." Frigga was sent a message from the Ancient One about the bloodline of Siri, and it was for her she had come out of Asgard. In fact, Odin wanted to send guards but she refused. "I am." Siri sat straighter. She understood the gravity of the people who had arrived were. She was shaken when she came to know that their kingdom could decimate their society with ease while not able to retaliate at all. Frigga got up and slowly approached. She reached out, not to touch, but simply to feel, and when her hand hovered a breath away from Siri's cheek, a faint glow pulsed between them. "I can sense it," Frigga whispered. "Your blood sings with old magic. Magic that even the Aesir have only read about in sagas. You are more than just a girl from another world. You are a miracle." "I've never thought of myself that way," Siri replied. She always knew that she was special but never saw herself as some kind of miracle. A savior? Sure. But never a miracle. In fact, if at all given the chance, she would rather not choose the power she possessed now at all. "Few miracles do," Frigga replied with a warm smile. "But I've come for a reason. To ask you something, not demand it." "You traveled through the Bifrost just to ask her something?" Liam asked, while raising an eyebrow. Frigga didn't look away from Siri as she answered. When I first learned what she was, I felt something stir within me. I have not felt that since before Odin took the throne. I've lived for many centuries, but never have I encountered a soul like hers. What are you asking? Siri asked. Come with me to Asgard, Frigga said gently. Let me show you what it means to carry the legacy you do. The elves, the true elves, may be gone from most realms, but their essence lives on in you. You deserve to understand it. To embrace it. I know you don't belong to this world of ours, but I can assure you that your bloodline and the bloodline of Aesir carries the exact same essence. Siri wasn't sure and didn't know how to answer this. At the end she refused as she was actually in a bit of hurry, but if she ever got the time, she would go to Asgard. Frigga felt a bit disappointed by the reply of Siri but didn't insist. She and the rest spent a bit more time talking, and by the end the Ancient One had shown up, who was not surprised to see Frigga here. Chapter 174, 174. Lady Frigga, Ancient One said with a respectful nod. It is an honor. The honor is mine, Ancient One, Frigga replied. You sent me a message that stirred my heart. I see now what you meant. The Ancient One's eyes drifted briefly to Siri, then to Thor, and finally to Liam. I have news, she said. About Barton. Is he stable? Liam stepped forward. For now. The rituals we've begun are containing the transformation. But this is not simple, nor is it something we can fully purge with magic. The dark magic infused in him is deep, woven into his essence. Is there an end to it? Liam asked. Perhaps. But not in the way you imagine. We might be able to transform him back to his human form, but whether the change is permanent. I cannot promise that. He might have to live with a shadow of that other self. Always lingering. Always near. Thor muttered a curse in Asgardian under his breath. So, what you're saying is, Liam said slowly, we can bring him back, but he'll never be just Barton again. Precisely, the Ancient One confirmed. And it will take time. Time to study this transformation. Time to prepare countermeasures. If we rush, we might lose him entirely. Or worse, leave him in a state neither human nor monster. And if it turns out he can't be cured? Siri asked. She had never had any contact with Barton, but she felt sympathy. Then we must prepare for a future where Clint Barton walks a different path, the Ancient One said softly. One that diverges from the life he once knew. That is a heavy burden to place upon anyone. Frigga replied as she and Thor were updated of the ins and outs. It is, the Ancient One agreed. But it is one we must be willing to share. That's why I brought him here, to keep him safe while we work. But I must be honest about the possibilities. You all need to be prepared. I'll help however I can, Liam said. I know you will, the Ancient One replied. But for now, we will let Barton rest. When the time comes, I will inform you. Frigga took a deep breath, looking at the group, especially at Siri. I believe I've done what I came to do, she said gently. Though I wish you had accepted my offer, child. I still might, Siri replied. Just, not now. Then I shall hold you to that. I will have a place ready in Asgard whenever you choose. Mother, you're leaving? Thor asked. I must, she said. There are things that need tending to. And you will stay, I suppose. I will, mother, I have missed the previous one, and I don't want to miss the excitement. Thor replied. Try not to destroy anything too valuable. Frigga said. No promises, Thor said with a smirk. You are more than a sorcerer now. You are a nexus for change. For war and peace alike. Protect them, as you always have. Frigga said while looking at Liam, which surprised him a bit. He didn't think she would keep eyes on him too. I'll try, my lady. Liam replied with embarrassment. At the courtyard, the rainbow bridge came down and she then vanished from Earth itself. The courtyard grew quieter after the brilliance of the Bifrost vanished into the sky. "Come, child. Walk with me," the Ancient One spoke. Siri looked to Liam, then gave a small nod. "All right. I sense that your magic works differently," the Ancient One began. "Raw. Untamed. Yours is the storm before it learns to become rain." She said that as she moved through the halls of Kamar-Taj. "It's not something I trained for. It just came to me. When I was a child, it was terrifying. I still don't fully control it. That is common with magic born of ancient blood. You carry power older than the language we speak. It resists structure. It resists teaching. But Kamar-Taj does not just teach spells. We teach perspective. Balance. The ability to know oneself. I know who I am." Siri replied as she felt offended that the Ancient One would even insinuate that. "Do you?" The Ancient One replied. "Do you know what you are capable of becoming? Or are you still reacting to the fears others placed in you?" Siri hesitated a bit on that. "Sometimes. I feel like I'm just surviving. Getting through the next danger. I don't think I've ever had the chance to stop and ask who I want to be." Which was the truth. She had been running for so long she didn't even remember when she stopped to take rest. She ran from Sintra, from the men who wanted to kill her and end the bloodline. Then came her father, who was searching for her in order to give her the throne that she never wanted. And at the end, the terrifying wild hunt. "Then this is a place to begin," the Ancient One said softly. "You do not need to join the order. You do not need to wear robes or take vows. But you can observe. Learn. Practice. There are things here that may help you, tools to temper the storm." Siri stepped into the room slowly. She looked at the students, one drawing perfect circles in the air with their hands, another manipulating a teacup to break and then join together again. "Would I even be able to do what they're doing?" she asked. "Perhaps not as they do it," the Ancient One replied, "but in your own way. Magic responds not just to knowledge, but to belief. Intuition. Intent." Liam had noticed all of that and thus told Siri that she could be here until she was ready to be back. Siri nodded as she felt that she needed some alone time while Liam would go back to the Stark Tower and deliver the response that he had received from the Ancient One. Chapter 175, 175. Stark Tower was quieter than usual, at least by Tony Stark's standards. The automated systems hummed gently in the background, soft blue lights lining the walls. Liam stood near the large glass window of the top floor, gazing out over the city, lost in thought. Behind him, a door slid open with a cheerful ding. "Well, if it isn't our favorite Rainbow Man," Tony said, walking in with a cup of coffee and the posture of a man who hadn't slept much but still wanted to act like he owned the world. Because, well, he mostly did. "Stark. I was wondering when you'd show up. You've got that, I'm about to drop a load of drama on you. What happened this time?" Tony asked. "Not quite," Liam replied. "It's about Barton." Tony stiffened a bit when he heard that name. At that moment, Ensign stepped in from the adjoining lab. He smiled at Liam. "Okay, so we're all here. Let's talk zombie Barton. Or vampire Barton. Or, whatever he is now. The Ancient One and her people are working to contain the transformation through magic. But it's not enough. Whatever infected Barton, it's deep. We might need technological help too." Liam said. "You're saying magic hit a wall?" "That's new." Tony replied. "Not a wall," Liam corrected. "A ceiling. We've reached the upper limits of what sorcery can handle in this case. So I'm here because I think it's time we approach this from the other side." "Science." Ensign nodded. He had been studying the magic and also science, which went hand in hand. And he believed that he could help Barton with the help of some people. I need your help. We need to start treating this like an illness. A mutation. Something we can isolate, study, and potentially reverse. But I don't just mean you, Stark. I mean Banner, too. Tony nodded as he already read about Banner. He was happy to add another scientist. Bruce Banner is one of the brightest minds on Earth when it comes to biology and gamma mutation. What's happening to Barton might not be gamma-related, but Banner understands transformation, deep transformation, like nobody else. Liam continued. Jarvis had already brought up the face of Banner in holographic projection. They had already spoken about Banner before and bring him in, but now they would have to up the transfer. Talking about transformation. Where is Avalak H? Liam asked. He is sleeping in his room. He had finally started accepting that humans have potential, instead of looking down on us. Ensign replied with a smirk. Jarvis, has he been too annoying? Liam laughed a bit, in order to alleviate the tense situation. Barton had been like a sword looming over their head. He has been very curious, sir. But his body conditions hasn't fully recovered as of yet. Or at least that is what he told me. I am not fully aware of his bodily functions as he isn't human at all. Jarvis replied. Figures. Liam nodded. They spoke of all the tales they had heard about vampires and how they could help Barton since now he was vampire and get ready for a future where he would continue to be a vampire. While also being around them. Maybe a suit that could block sun. Or a diet based on blood. Everything was considered while also speaking about how magic could be used in the science and Ensign putting his ideas on the table. While they were talking and trying to find out ways to help Barton, he suddenly remembered of one person. Right, Liam agreed, nodding to Ensign before shifting his gaze to the holographic projection of Barton's full body after he became a vampire. But that's not all. There's another key person I believe can tip the scales for us. Oh. And who might that be? Tony was intrigued. Maya Hansen. Liam paused for effect as he looked at Tony. Maya Hansen, doesn't ring a, wait, nope. Still nothing. Sounds kinda familiar though. Tony replied as he took pride of knowing good scientists around. Of course he believed that if he didn't remember someone, then that person wasn't important at all. Ensign turned from the screen he was scanning and gave Tony a look that hovered somewhere between amused and exasperated. Switzerland. Conference. The same place where I met you and you ignored me. Ensign said with a smirk. Ensign, how many times I have told sorry about that. Okay, that's it. Your act of sneaking champagne away from my stocks is taken away. Tony was incredibly annoyed that Ensign brought it up again for no reason. You understand me wrong, Tony. You met Maya there. Ensign said. Did I? Tony was still clueless. Yeah, I am pretty sure. You and Maya, ended up leaving the party together. Young, sharp, very driven. She presented on early-stage extremist theory on the plants. Ringing any bells? Switzerland. Extremis. Wait, oh no. That Maya? He rubbed the back of his neck. Did I? Yes, Ensign said simply. Tony looked mortified for half a second before quickly putting on his classic defense mechanism, a smirk. Okay, so maybe I left the party with her. But in my defense, I was trying to support emerging talent. I am very supportive. I would love to see how Pepper would react once she came to know that another of your former lover might come to join us. Liam said. I don't approve of her joining at all. Tony vetoed. I am sorry, but it's not up to you. If she proves to be helpful, we will need her. Liam said. I will be the judge of that. Tony said as he got up to leave for the lab. Liam could see that Tony had fear if Maya joined them, but Liam also knew that he wasn't selfish enough to kick someone out if it could help him alleviate his guilt. Because Liam for sure could see the guilt. In fact, just like Tony, Liam had guilt too. He was just better at masking it than Tony. Chapter 176, 176. Few days later, Stark Tower. The meeting room on the top floor of Stark Tower buzzed with quiet conversation and shuffling chairs as everyone slowly gathered. "Alright," Liam said. "Let's talk defense. If the Wild Hunt does manage to break through this particular section," he said, pointing his finger at the holographic projection of Kaer Morhen, "we need to be ready. First point of resistance will be the courtyard. It's open, can install hot weapons in all sides and thus give us an edge. We've held the fortress against worse odds," Vesemir rumbled. "But we never faced anything like the Hunt with their coldness." "They won't come through the usual way," Arachnid added. "But if they find a tear or a crack in the veil, especially with someone as Siri who had arrived at the fortress with her abilities, it is guaranteed that Heatherton would himself arrive." "Could we reinforce Kaer Morhen more magically?" Triss asked. "Ward the castle grounds against portals and phase walking." "I can prepare such wards," Yennefer replied. "But I'll need materials. Rare ones. And time. We've got tech that could help slow down any physical approach. Energy barriers, drones, some repulsor turrets. Think of it as a second layer behind your magic stuff." It was Tony who suggested that. "And what's your intel on the Hunt's numbers?" "You've told us they're spectral horsemen, elite warriors from another plane, blah blah. But what are their weaknesses?" Nikki Fury said while looking at Arachnid. He didn't like the fact that Arachnid once belonged to the same legion as Wild Hunt and they broke off because of political reasons. It wasn't because of Siri, he would have joined them too. Yes, by now, Natasha had given him the full picture and suffice to say he had his reasons to doubt Arachnid. Arachnid didn't hide this time and spoke of their weakness, of how vulnerable they were to fire and how weak they were in flesh. Their armors were magic-driven and thus held more defense abilities, but once it was taken off, it would mean they were very vulnerable to physical attacks. But one also had to remember that their physical attacks were powerful too. At the level of Steve Rogers, and thus they needed to be very careful. Amidst the brewing tension, Kira spoke, leaning back in her seat, arms crossed and one brow arched. "All this planning. All these strategies. But let me ask a question, what if they can't come here?" All eyes turned to her. "What are you saying?" Vesemir asked. "We've been here for weeks. Not even a whisper of the Hunt. No frost, no storms, no spectral riders. And Barton's transformation, yes, it's dangerous, but it's being contained. Maybe this world is safe. Maybe their reach doesn't extend here. So why are we preparing for a war that might never come? Because if we're wrong. But what if we're not?" Kira interrupted. "Look around you. This world is thriving. It's filled with powerful minds, technology that rivals magic, and a certain comfort. No Wild Hunt. No white frost creeping in through cracks in the sky. Maybe we're better off staying." Kira said. "I am pretty sure that they can't come here." It was Siri, who had also returned after a brief moment in Kamar-Taj. "How are so sure?" Yennefer asked. "Because, I haven't felt their presence. Not even their breath. In all my years of running I could always tell that they were on my tail. But here. I don't have any of that feeling. Here I am free. I know you might think that it's because of the safety this world provides, but I believe it's also because the Wild Hunt can't find me here." Siri replied. This made everyone silent until Geralt broke it. "You're suggesting we just give up on our world?" "I'm suggesting we be practical," Kira shot back. "This world accepted us. Some of us have even started to enjoy it here." "Triss?" She turned toward her friend. You said just yesterday you loved the warm showers and coffee. That's not the point. Triss looked awkward. Isn't it? Kira pressed. Our world is dying. Ravaged by war, poverty, monsters, and now the hunt and the frost. This world has heroes, money, science, and magic coexisting. Maybe we're wasting our time preparing for a fight that doesn't even belong to this reality. Liam and others were silent about this. This wasn't their call to make, and though they had their own judgment about everything, they wouldn't interfere. That's not your call to make. Vesemir spoke up. As the mere fact of giving up Kaer Morhen brought him pain. We didn't come here to run. We came here to prepare, to find tools this world could offer us to save the other. And if there's nothing to save? If it's already too far gone? Kira rolled her eyes. Then we try, Natasha said. Though she didn't want to speak, she didn't like that her new friends would leave their home. Because that's what people do. We fight for our homes. We fight even if the odds are bad. You don't understand what it's like, Kira replied. You weren't there. You didn't grow up in a world where death walked the woods and monsters screamed in the night. You weren't hunted by kings and hanged for your gifts. This world is paradise in comparison. Why shouldn't we stay? Because if we all stayed in paradise and left the rest of the world to rot, we would not be the people worth saving in the first place. It will be like gods who left for heaven, not bothering for humans like us since we aren't worth saving. Wasn't it the reason that people sometimes hate gods? Ensign spoke up for the first time. That quieted the room. I've seen a lot of darkness in my time. But I've also seen light. Families worth saving. Children with hope. People who don't deserve to die under the boots of the hunt. If there's even a chance we can stop it, I have to go back. Gerald gave his final verdict. Chapter 177, 177. Well, that was all very motivational. Now, how about we stop the world-ending talk for 5 minutes and let me show you my design for magical energy converters tied to arc reactors. Tommy spoke up to cut the tension in the room. Now that, Avalakh said with a grin, might actually impress me. Kira wasn't happy that they had come to this conclusion, but she could understand. Just like theirs, it was her home too, where she was brought up. Though she was very pessimistic about their world, it didn't mean that she didn't have a heart. Snow crunched beneath Tony Stark's boots as he stepped out of the shimmering portal and took in the sight of Kaer Morhen once more. Cold winter had started to come in, and bringing with it was a somber feeling that the winter of Kaer Morhen had never seen before. Stark adjusted his sunglasses, unnecessarily dramatic given the overcast sky, and exhaled sharply. Behind him, humming gently, floated a line of sleek cargo drones, each one loaded with crates bearing Stark Industries logos. The rumble of additional mechanical transports echoed in the mountains as more of his equipment streamed through the portal, guided by small AI-powered drones and robotic arms. When he had arrived last time he didn't bring Jarvis and was handicapped in so many ways. This time he had integrated Jarvis inside his own suit of Storm Javelin. He had finally named his suit as Magic 3. Liam was confused about his naming as he was expecting to be on the Mark series, but it might be because of his magical interference. Alright, everyone, Tony said, clapping his hands together. Let's turn this relic into a fortress worthy of a crossover. This place is a fortress. Gerald said. Not anymore. Now it's a modern fortress. Tony replied. Within the hour, Kaer Morhen buzzed with activity. Ensign coordinated with the small army of drones and robotic arms, uploading schematics and adjusting energy calibration nodes while shouting over the din of machinery. Yes, Ensign was asked to help too, and he was happy to at least help in this regard. Liam and Avalakh stood atop one of the higher towers, watching the work unfold. Triss, Yennefer, Kira, and Vesemir all looked varying degrees of skeptical and intrigued. Tony, of course, was in his element. Alright, let's start with Phase 1, Barrier Integration. 2 compact generators, roughly the size of beer kegs, were installed at the main entrance and at the rear slope of the fortress. They pulsed with a soft blue light, casting ripples of energy that shimmered faintly against the snow. These babies emit a kinetic barrier, Tony explained. Stops physical projectiles, absorbs blunt force, and even deflects magical energy to some extent. Think of it like a force field with attitude. Yennefer narrowed her eyes and placed her hand near one of the barriers. The energy pushed gently against her palm, resisting her magic just enough to pique her curiosity. It's reactive to spells. Custom tuned to the magical spectrum, Tony confirmed. Thanks to some of your earlier tests and Avalak-HS data. He turned to Avalak-H. You're welcome. The elf didn't respond directly, but his slight nod was acknowledgement enough. Phase 2, Tony said, striding further into the courtyard, automated defense grid. From one of the larger drones, small turrets unfolded, sleek, compact, and loaded with non-lethal and lethal options. Motion tracking. Thermal detection. Arc blast suppression beams. These babies don't sleep, don't miss, and don't care about your glowy ghost horse look. What does it do? Geralt didn't understand the new terms. Tony snapped his fingers, and the turret whirred, locking onto a tree branch that shifted in the wind. A soft pulse of light shot out and disintegrated the branch in midair. Everyone tensed. Stun setting, Tony said with a grin. You don't want to see lethal. You'll blow up half the fortress if we put that in a corridor, Vesemir grunted as he wasn't that happy about its power. That's why I gave the turrets personality chips. They'll learn the difference between friend, foe, and accident. Besides, they're only active during alert phases. Next came Phase 3, perimeter surveillance. Using a combination of Stark drones and magical wards linked by Einsen and Yennefer, they placed a ring of detection nodes around Kaer Morhen, camouflaged within stones, trees, and cliff faces. Any breach, magical, spectral, or physical, would immediately alert the defenders. Kira walked along the edge of the keep, watching as a small hovering device zipped past her head and embedded itself into the wall with a small click. "And what is that one?" she asked. "Portable radar and spectral anomaly tracker," Einsen replied. "Calibrated to track planar shifts and energy spikes. If the Wild Hunt even thinks about riding into our plane, we'll know before their horses do." "And what's this?" Steve asked, eyeing a crate Tony had just cracked open near the forge. "Ah, now we're getting to the fun part. Stark gear, for witchers." Inside were compact, modular weapons crafted in Vibranium, each one adjusted to the unique combat style of a witcher. Silver-lined blades with energy cores embedded in the hilt. Hand crossbows equipped with smart tracking bolts. Even explosive traps that folded into pouches for mobility. Geralt stepped forward and picked up a sword. It was lighter than his usual blade and shone in perfect black, but perfectly balanced. He gave it a few test swings. "This blade's got a Vibranium mesh core," Tony explained. "Conducts magical energy like a dream and can sync with your signs for amplified casting. Press that trigger, yes, that one, and it releases a shockwave on impact." Geralt pressed the trigger and slammed the blade into a nearby training dummy. The dummy exploded into splinters. "I like it," Geralt said. Triss picked up a gauntlet lined with crystals and circuitry. "What does this do?" "Amplifies casting precision," Tony replied. "It reads your neural and magical signatures to stabilize chaotic spell output. Also warms your fingers. Avalak-H helped in making them." Tony wasn't done. He gave each one of them, except Liam, their own gears. Everything ready to face the Wild Hunt. Chapter 178, 178. Lambert and Eskel had their jaws on the floor when they witnessed the new fortifications. They had heard a lot about them, but seeing their equipment and armor, now had become incredibly jealous. They wanted to visit their world too. But thankfully, Tony hadn't forgotten about them and brought proper enhancements for them too. By the time night fell, Kaer Morhen had changed. The ancient fortress stood strong, reinforced with subtle technological upgrades. Defensive lights flickered atop the towers, and energy nodes pulsed quietly behind stone walls. In the forge, the Witchers inspected their new gear. Liam and Siri got together to cook for the whole group, and they had also brought their own food too, which Lambert and Eskel were dying to try. The night passed away in silent jubilation and cheers. The sun crested over the jagged peaks of the Blue Mountains, casting a soft golden light across Kaer Morhen's snow-covered courtyard. Steam rose gently from the stone as the warmth of day began melting the frost. The day began like many others since their return. Triss and Kira were in the library, sorting through ancient manuscripts and newly delivered Stark tablets. Yes, they were using technology to copy the books to the tablets. Tablets that was hack-proof and make sure that it would never be accessed through the internet. They had already decided to move to Marvel World after finishing with the Wild Hunt and the Frost, so they had started their work too. Geralt and Vesemir examined the newly forged weapons Tony had brought, testing the balance and grip. Steve and Natasha helped Ensign calibrate the surveillance network, occasionally tossing amused glances at Avalak, who grumbled as he readjusted his robe in the unfamiliar cold. In the courtyard were the perched old training pillars, and on top of them was Siri. She moved like a flash of silver, leaping from one narrow stone column to the next, her blades singing through the air. She was using her ability to phase in and out. She hadn't learnt the magic of Marvel World as of yet, but she did have some progress on her ability to phase. She flipped backward onto one of the higher columns and landed in a crouch, grinning to herself. "Still got it," she muttered, brushing a strand of white hair behind her ear. "You sure?" came a voice from below. Siri looked down. Liam was standing at the edge of the courtyard, looking up at her with an exaggerated smirk. "Oh great," she called down. "Come to lecture me about discipline, Master Liam." She had already known that Liam was a great swordsman, and even with her ability she wasn't able to best him in the Marvel World, and she had a feeling that even in this world, without the ability of Liam, it would still be tough. "Not quite," he replied, bending his knees and launching into the air. His leap was enhanced with subtle magic on the boots. He balanced casually, one foot resting on the rim of the narrow pillar, the other dangling over the edge. "I figured if you're going to get reckless, you should at least have someone up here to keep you on your toes." "You sure about that? Last time we sparred, I knocked you on your ass." Siri smirked. "Last time, I let you," Liam said, eyes twinkling. "Liar. Try me." And just like that, they were off. Siri lunged first, launching herself from her pillar. Their swords clashed midair, steel against enchanted alloy, the staff, before she landed and spun low, aiming a sweeping strike for his legs. Liam jumped over it with ease, flipped backward to the next pillar, and laughed. "Little slow, aren't we?" "Oh, you're dead." She chased him, dancing from one pillar to the next, their blades ringing like wind chimes in the mountain air. It wasn't a real fight, not with intent to harm, but it was fierce, and neither held back. Liam ducked under a thrust and countered with a flick of his wrist that disarmed her momentarily, but Siri rolled forward, retrieved her blade mid-flip, and swung back at him. "You've gotten better," he admitted, panting slightly. "I've had some good motivation," she said. "Want to make it interesting?" Liam asked. "Go on." Siri raised an eyebrow. "If I win, you owe me dinner." "That's bold of you." Siri blushed a bit. "I like my odds." "Oh really?" She lunged again, faster now, her movements sharper, less playful. This time, Liam had to draw more magic into his muscles to keep up. The air shimmered faintly around him as he dodged a feint and countered with a downward strike. Siri blocked just in time, the force of it pushing her back on the narrow pillar. "You're not the only one with new tricks." Siri grinned. She teleported, just a blink, and reappeared behind him mid-strike. He barely had time to parry, and their swords locked once more. For a few moments, they stood frozen in a clash. "You're beautiful when you're not trying to kill me," Liam muttered under his breath. Siri's eyes softened for the briefest moment. Then she shoved him off balance. "Cheap shot. Romantic distractions don't work on me," she teased. "At least not during a duel." "Noted," Liam said, grinning. "You really want that dinner?" Siri asked. "Only if you join me. After this is over, when the wild hunt is gone, when your friend is safe." Siri drifted off. "Then we'll find the time," Liam replied. Liam could see that the shadow of the wild hunt was too large and it would be almost impossible to wipe it away, until they were able to get rid of it. Siri nodded, and this time, when the wind caught her hair, she let it fall across her face. Liam reached out and gently tucked it behind her ear. She didn't stop him. While this was going on, Geralt and Yennefer were witnessing both of them from the high tower. Liam has been able to use magic on his body just like Vilgefortz. He is following the same path. Yennefer said. He is still far off from him. He was able to throw me away with one strike. Geralt said. Chapter 179, 179. She's happy, she finally said. I know. Geralt replied. That's the part where you're supposed to smile. I am, just internally. Geralt gave out a small breath. You're brooding. It's your natural state. I should be used to it by now. But when it comes to sex, you seem to express all emotions perfectly. Yennefer said. What can I say? You bring out the best of me. Geralt replied. Ha. Yennefer just smirked at it. After a small silence, Geralt said. She is still my daughter. And Liam, she asked. He's something else. Powerful. Loyal. Kind, even if he hides it. He treats her with respect. But I have to be cautious. It's in my blood. Geralt said. Your blood has magic, so does his. More than yours in fact. The power which his body has isn't something a normal human can have. Even the Ainel have never given me such a scare, the way Liam gives. Yennefer said. Geralt too admitted. He didn't think much of the handicapped man when he first met Liam. Though he was surprised that he was the leader of the group, but he came to realize that the only reason he was called the leader was because of his knowledge. Or at least, he thought so in the beginning. But once Geralt saw him in his world, it was a different ball game. He could see and feel the monster this man was. For a moment, he felt like he had met a god. Of course, he never spoke this out loud, just like Kira and Triss, but that didn't mean nobody could feel it. Now he was glad that he and them crossed paths before and had better chance of fighting the wild hunt. After a momentary pause he said. If he hurts her. What of it if he hurts her? They are young. They are allowed to make mistakes, though Liam doesn't seem like his brain is young and more like a grandpa. But I believe he won't hurt her. Yennefer said. She's grown into a woman with her own will. If she's chosen Liam, it's not out of infatuation or recklessness. Siri's seen too much of the world for that. For a while, neither of them spoke, just watched the mountains in silence as dusk deepened into night. The sky was a deep indigo when the stars began to pierce through. Inside Kaer Morhen, the fire crackled warmly, meals had been eaten, and most had turned in for the night, except for Liam. He stood alone on one of the upper walkways, watching the aurora ripple faintly across the sky. He was petting Ellie as she had fallen asleep on his lap. He loved this moment of tranquility. He had never seen an aurora in his previous life, nor in this, so seeing one was a huge matter to him. At least to his previous self. Figured I'd find you out here, came a voice behind him. Liam turned to see Vesemir approaching. You're not the only one who finds peace in the stars, Vesemir said, stepping beside him. They're quieter than people. Liam said, while continuing looking at the stars. You're not wrong. Vesemir chuckled. For a while, the two stood there in companionable silence, the cold air wrapping around them like an old friend. You care for her. Vesemir broke the silence again. Siri. Liam blinked. Vesemir nodded. I do, Liam said honestly. Then listen closely, lad. If things go badly, if we're overrun, your first priority is her. The old witcher looked at him. What are you saying? Liam asked. He had already understood what he meant, but he needed to feign ignorance. Liam knew Vesemir would speak, but he expected him to say this to Geralt, not him. I'm saying you have the power to take her away. Back to your world. Somewhere the wild hunt can't reach. If we fall, if Kaer Morhen is lost, you get her out. I wouldn't just leave you all behind. Liam spoke his thoughts out loud. You will, Vesemir said sternly. Because that girl is the future of more than one world. And because she's already lost too many people she loves. I won't let her lose herself too. She'd never agree to run. Liam replied. Then make her, Vesemir said. Knock her out if you have to. She's young. She thinks dying for a cause makes her noble. But surviving for something, for someone, that's harder. And it's braver. I'll protect her. Liam replied. He didn't bother explaining of what was about to happen and what he would let happen. Good. I don't give my trust lightly, Liam. But you've earned enough of it to carry her if the world begins to fall. Vesemir didn't read between the lines at all. The days that followed settled into a steady rhythm at Kaer Morhen. Despite the looming threat, the fortress pulsed with life in a way it hadn't for decades. Everyone had a role, and they embraced it with purpose. Tony Stark moved between labs he'd set up in the side chambers, modifying drones and tweaking defense systems. His holograms filled the hallways, constantly simulating wild hunt attack patterns and possible countermeasures. Geralt even called out some of his friends, like the dwarves and few friends that he had made along the way, and people who were still alive. He was even able to invite another witcher of another school. The one who was responsible for assassination. Letho. Geralt and Vesemir drilled Natasha and Steve in close-quarters combat against spectral enemies. Natasha adapted quickly, while Steve found it a bit hard as half of his life was spent in defending, not actively attacking. But Geralt noticed this flaw of his and rather asked him to be the meat shield during the attack. As the fortress was building its defense, Aradin wasn't far behind. He knew that Arachnid had been with Siri by now, and though he didn't think much of the witchers of the continent, it didn't mean he would go empty-handed. They had been running after her for such a long time, and since the huge curse that Arachnid threw on them, the last time, he was very cautious. He was sure to take Siri with himself this time. Chapter 180, 180. The change came slowly at first, so slowly that many mistook it for the ordinary passage of time. The air turned sharp, the skies dimmed faster than usual, and the wind carried with it a howling that wasn't quite natural. It was as if the world itself had begun to hold its breath. Liam stood on the battlements of Kaer Morhen as the sun dipped low. The distant peaks vanished behind curling frost mist that clung to the sky like a smothering veil. It wasn't a natural cold, no, this was something else entirely. This was the breath of another realm. Yennefer appeared beside him, her cloak billowing in the wind as she frowned toward the horizon. Without a word, she opened her hand, revealing two staffs, and Liam did the same as he summoned his own staff. They're coming, she said. Time to vanish. Liam gave a curt nod. Together, they raised their hands. The magic from the staffs, intertwining mid-air in a spiral of blue and violet light. A hum of arcane energy rippled through the courtyard. The warriors, who had assembled below, Steve, Natasha, Geralt, Letho, Vesemir, Lambert, Eskel, glanced up as the magic washed over them. The aurora from the previous night had vanished, swallowed by dark clouds that churned without direction. Snow began to fall, not gently, but like razors, each flake heavy with unnatural frost. The temperature plummeted as though the white frost itself were reaching through a crack in reality. One by one, their forms shimmered and began to fade from view. Not fully invisible, but translucent, flickering in the light like mirages. They would be shadows in motion, undetectable until they struck. "This is a cloak, not a shield," Yennefer reminded them all as her voice carried through the courtyard. "Strike, and you'll be seen. Move, and you'll be hidden. Use your heads." "Fancy magic," Tony said from a balcony above, adjusting the final settings on a shoulder-mounted cannon now embedded into the stone itself. "Good thing I rigged a bunch of automated toys to stay visible. Might make the ghosts think twice." Turrets had been installed on every tower, sleek and metallic with rotating heads and glowing lenses. They were linked to a central core Tony had built, an AI-controlled system capable of targeting spectral movement and reacting faster than any man could. The battlements were laced with silver wire trip lines, enchanted by Yennefer and reinforced with vibranium threading to disrupt ethereal forms. The Great Hall had been converted into a command center. Projected maps, communication crystals, and stark tech displays merged arcane and scientific knowledge seamlessly. Jarvis coordinated with everyone, updating constantly with any shift in the field. "Multiple temporal fluctuations detected, sir. Radius, 500 meters and expanding. Estimated 4 active rifts in the surrounding valley. Recommend immediate engagement." Geralt stood by the table, eyes narrowing at the glowing points on the map. "Time to split up." "We'll take the eastern ridge," Vesemir said without hesitation. Beside him, Steve Rogers and Natasha nodded, joined by Eskel. "Plenty of cover. Good place to flank anything that tries to get clever." "I'll take the southern slope," Geralt said. "There's a portal near the old ruins." "Letho, Lambert, you're with me." "Looks like I'm on backup duty," Tony muttered, watching their markers move across the display. "Jarvis, activate perimeter sync. Any spike in spectral resonance, I want to know." With no further ceremony, the two teams activated their cloaks and vanished one by one, fading into the haze like whispers. "Southern slope, Geralt's team." "There," Letho said, pointing toward a flickering tear in the air. The rift was jagged, suspended between two half-collapsed stone pillars from long time ago, exuding frost that blackened the bark of nearby trees. "Erden, on me." Geralt stepped forward, while still invisible. He slammed his palm down, the rune erupting beneath their feet. Lambert mirrored the motion, casting his own slightly farther down the path. The signs pulsed in tandem, forming a circle of suppression. This closed the portal, but it also made them visible. Wild hunt warriors and hounds that had come from the portal before, attacked them. Letho was the first to act as he cleaved a hound into two. "Come on, you black bastards," he growled, swinging his blade again. Geralt and Lambert flanked him, taking down 3 more. For the first time they saw the power of their new blades. And suffice to say, it gave them immense courage and excitement. A surge of ice magic came from behind to sneak attack them, but Letho showed up with Quen and staved the attack off, which came from a hound of the wild hunt. "Damn, the blade. Tell that cheeky Stark that he ain't get this blade back. Ever." Letho replied. He was sure that his Quen sign wasn't as good. And it was because of the magical elements of the blade that it became so powerful. "We can have this discussion later. Let's move," Geralt said. Eastern Ridge, Vesemir's team. They were slower, Steve and Natasha's caution slowed their advance. But their team moved with precision. Eskel scouted ahead, invisible until he motioned them toward a cleft in the ridge. "There's one just ahead," he whispered. "It's big." The portal here was twice the size of the southern one. Shadows writhed inside, and the cold was unbearable even with magical resistance. Frost coated their weapons. Vesemir didn't waste time. "Lay down traps. Steve, Natasha, stay on the outer circle. Let us draw them out." Natasha readied a compact Stark Tech bomb infused with runes. She'd named it the Ghost Grenade. "Hope this works," she muttered, lobbing it into the portal. It detonated mid-air, unleashing a pulse that destabilized the opening. The wild hunt hound screamed. That's when Vesemir struck, sign blazing to life. Eskel followed up with a perfect Quen shield and steel to the gut of one of the warriors. Steve used his shield to guard Natasha as she helped Vesemir on his attack on the portal while also fighting against the warriors. Two warriors in full black armor appeared with long spears on their hands.